We are live at Collectco for tonight's Facebook record sale. It is 7:05. It is May 8th. And when you're on and watching, let me know. We're currently in the eye of the storm here in Middle Tennessee. Lots of heavy rainpour. And luckily, most of it has passed, and hopefully we're good to go live. So, and maybe the connection won't be poor, but you never know. Man, sometimes these connections during these storms can be quite bad. So let's get this thing rolling. So let's see here. All right, welcome everybody. So might be some new people on tonight, so I'll go ahead and be letting everybody know what we're doing. We're live. It is Wednesday night. We have a exceptionally great lineup of records ready to go for tonight, and we're about to get started here in just a second. What's that? Yeah, I got it. I'm about to get started showing records, auctioning records. It's that time of the night, that time of the day. Let's go ahead and hit the thumbs up button, everybody. We got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 crates of pretty much 10 crates. 7 of those are new vinyl to go through. So yeah, it's Wednesday. Wednesday's typically when we have a lot of new vinyl. It used to be Thursday, but a lot of things come in a lot earlier now. So let's go ahead. I'm on the other side of the room, so I really can't see comments. But I'm hitting share right now. I'm hitting copy link, and I'm going to hit share, and I'm going to go to group. And over here in the group, I'm going to share it to a couple groups. And then I'm going to go over here to the Collectco group, and I'm going to share the link in the comments for us, which is right here. And I'm going to put we're live now. And this is live now. And then I'm going to go over to our main Collectco page and share the link as well. Let me do that. Let me go here. And let's see, where are you? Make sure you hit the like button on the Facebook post, ASAP. Hope everybody's safe from storms. I mean, they just hit hard here in Lebanon. It was wild me driving to work earlier, so let's do this. Let's go live now, and let's go over here. Let's do Instagram. Let's go to YouTube and get the link pulled up. And let's see, there's the YouTube link. Hit the thumbs up, hit share, copy link. Let's get that on our Instagram story as soon as I sneeze. I got to the mute button and just in time. All right, everybody. Story. Let's go link. Big night ahead of us. What's new, though? All right, there's that. Let's go over here. All right. Now, let's close out all this. Let's do some of this, some of that. Let's go over here to chat, and let's get this stream rolling. I'm going to go ahead and put some auctions up for y'all. There's our first crate of stuff we'll be going through a little bit later. Let's see what we got over here in the auction department. I think we had some Japanese stuff delivered us too. I might have to crack open some of that. But let's go ahead and see what we have in here. Oh boy, all kinds of big stuff tonight. I just took a look and was reminded about some of the crazy stuff that's in here. First record we're putting up for auction is Megadeth. What a great way to get a Collectibles sale started. Let me skip the camera orientated correctly. I can tell we've had some shoppers here in the store today. No one has fixed the record bins back correctly. They're all leaned forward. All right, so this is a 2019 pressing of Megadeth United Abominations. What a great way to get a sale started. Megadeth, it has the insert and the inner sleeve with it. This is Megadeth. It's in VG Plus condition, especially for a new LP. That's a nice VG Plus, I should say. There's Megadeth. It is a gatefold jacket, and we're going to put that up for a $25 start. That's Megadeth United Abominations. That's the 2019 pressing of that. While we're doing that, I think one of the first things I'm going to do is go straight into some new vinyl. Let me start maybe with the first part of this bin right here. I may pull these over and mix them in with the other new stuff because that is technically new stuff for this week we hadn't got to yet. So there's that, and let me go ahead and set over an actual crate of new vinyl. So Megadeth's up for auction, $20 start. I'm going to have to get my trusty, rusty computer over here, of course. Megadeth has bids for $25 and $35. Brian Thurman's already leading with a high bid there at $35. So that's with Brian Thurman at $35. We're going to go ahead and also put up a Great White album. Yes, Great White. This is a 1984 U.S. original Jacksonville press with the inner sleeve. It's about a VG copy, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. This is Great White. It's also going to go up for a $15 start, 1984 U.S. OG. It's in VG condition. It's been ultrasonically cleaned. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's going up for a $15 start. That is Great White. That's going up for a $15 start. Let me go ahead and grab, like I said, my trusty, rusty laptop. Oh, here's another crate of new vinyl. Make that 12 crates we have to go through tonight. That's right, 12 crates we have to go through tonight. There's actually a couple new releases. The shipments the shipments have got split, which means the Queen. Whoop, here comes the train. I'm going to have to stop talking because this thing's loud. Here comes the train. There went the train. Also got to grab this drink right here. Let me do this right quick. If I don't do this, we can't have a show. Chad be, we don't want low energy Chad. That would not be good. That'd be very bad for the production, the sale, everything involved. It was storming here today. I was like, man, I don't know if I can start. I didn't want the connection to be bad or the power to go out, but most of the rain has subsided, so for the most part, I think we're good, but sometimes it doesn't have to be raining here for our connection to be bad. It just has to be raining somewhere to disrupt the connection. So, yeah, it's okay right now, though, for the most part. So, all right, give me 1 second. I'm sure there's questions about what's the auctions, what condition are they in, what pressing they are, how much are they, and what's the current bid. And I will answer all those as soon as I get back to the other side of the room. I do have my laptop set up. That's one step closer to getting this show on the road. Had a lot of new vinyl. Well, man, when I got here, luckily Ed had unboxed it. I didn't realize there was this much new releases that had showed up. So, yeah, quite impressive, the amount of new releases that have shown up for tonight's sale. It's a lot. Laura and John have both been here getting records marked. Paul, leaving to go buy a collection in the morning. I actually just got off the phone with him before I went live. I said, Paul, what's going on? I forgot that we have a show to get to. All right, is everybody on? Make sure you've hit the like button. Let's go ahead and update Great White. Great White is a 1984 US OG. It's a Jacksonville press. It has the original inner sleeve. It is in VG condition. This album's not in print. VG cover and VG. That's a VG copy. High bid's $37. Megadeth United Abominations, the 2009 pressing. It has the original inner sleeve and the insert. That is Megadeth. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. And the last bid on Megadeth was Brian Thurman at $35. Here's the first record of the night. It's called Ozzy, No More Tears. And guess what? there was a waiting list for Ozzy, No More Tears. This is the 2 LP remaster. If y'all remember, for the longest, this album was not in print. This album was not in print. We were always getting asked about it. No More Tears, No More Tears. And then finally, they put it in print. And we have 4 people on a waiting list. And let me go grab some empty crates. Can't start the show, can't start putting away records until we have empty crates to put them in. Let me go do that right quick. Let me move this door to my cart so I don't trip and fall when we bust everything everywhere. All right, lots of new stuff tonight. We got put-back bins to go through as well. So Ozzy's $46.99. The waiting list was Chad King, Rick Hall, Terry Watts, and Freddie Villarreal. That's Chad King, Rick Hall, Terry Watts, and Freddie Villarreal. So 4 people already on a waiting list. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 people on a waiting list. I got 2 extra copies, and that is $46.99. And now Megadeth has new bids. Great White has a bid for $40. Megadeth has a bid for $36.36. Michael Fairchild wants an Ozzy. I just didn't read off your name, did Michael? I didn't. So Michael Fairchild gets an Ozzy. That's the first live sell of the night. That goes to Michael Fairchild. And there's 1 extra Ozzy in there if anybody wants it. We also have a waiting list for this album. It's a live Nirvana. It's Madrid, Spain, 1992. That's a live Nirvana concert. It's a 2 LP, and Nirvana is on red vinyl, Nirvana Madrid, and there was a waiting list for this. It was actually from a non-payment bin, and I hadn't showed it in a while, and then 2 or 3 other people wanted one. Tom Burns Jr. and Jeremy Walker. Tom Burns Jr. and Jeremy Walker. So there's 2 of those. If anybody wants those, there's 1, there's 2. And Fred Carnell gets the last Ozzy. So that's a live Nirvana concert in its entirety. It is a parachute bootleg, Madrid, and it's on red vinyl. Fred Carnell gets Ozzy. Megadeth is now at $50, and Great White's at $45. That's our first 2 auctions of the night. If you're just getting on, you hadn't missed anything. As y'all have seen probably from the post, there is an incredible lineup of Grails tonight. We have Kiss, Carnival of Souls, the final sessions. Kiss is $33.99. That's a new and sealed 2014 remastered. I listened to this. It was good. It was really good. So it's like the grunge side of Kiss. I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of this highly caffeinated water I've concocted. All right, so there's a Kiss sold. Kiss sold to Jason Widener. That's sold to Jason Widener. Tom Burns says he wants to put back the Nirvana. Put that back for Tom Burns. He said he doesn't want a Nirvana anymore. Great White, you're missing out there. Great White's at $47, and Megadeth is at $50 with Shane Devers. That's where we're at. So we got 1 Kiss left, 2 Nirvanas, and we had a waiting list for this King Gizzard. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, and that's called Nonagon Infinity. Paul recommended this to me one time, and I liked it. It is on colored vinyl. This is King Gizzard, and there was 1 person on a waiting list for this King Gizzard, and that was Fred Carnell. Fred Carnell, you was on a waiting list, so 1 sold to Fred. I believe it's 2 LPs too. Maybe not. No, it's a single LP. It's on colored vinyl, $29.99. Chad Wade on the Last Kiss, Carnival of Souls. That's sold to Chad Wade. 1 King Gizzard, 2 Nirvana, and Little Shop of Horrors, which is the soundtrack. It is a gatefold. It is a single LP on black vinyl, and there was a waiting list for that. James Fairfax on Little Shop of Horrors. So James, I've got you down for 1 of those. James Fairfax. Hallbrook CM on King Gizzard, Hallbrook CM. Fred Carnell says he needs to put back Ozzy. Boy, we're going more backwards than I think we are forwards tonight. That is being put back to Fred Carnell. Great White's at $50. I've already set a final call on Megadeth, I think twice to Shane, and it's sold to Shane Devers for $50. Megadeth, United Abominations. That is sold to Shane Devers for $50. All right, so Great White. And we have a new bid on that just came in, Gordon Powell at $51 with Gordon Powell. $51 with Gordon Powell. Now David Campbell's at $55. First auction of the night was that Megadeth. It is sold to Shane Devers for $50. And we got a restock of the Singles soundtrack. Singles is the 2 LP 25th anniversary remaster, the complete soundtrack, because you get the bonus CD. Hector Morin was on a waiting list, M-O-R-I-N. Hector, and this is $39.99. There's 1 for Hector. I've got 2 extra copies. Scott Smith wants the Ozzy that Fred Carnell put back. That is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott. And Little Shop of Horrors, there's one left. And Holbrook, that is $33.99. We're still bidding on Great White. David Tate came back in at 60. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. Metallica, 72 Seasons. This is the 2023 pressing, their most recent album. It is sealed. It's on black and yellow splatter, which is the Metallica Fan Club edition. You had to be in the Met Club to get this one. It's the Met Club splatter, $75 start, 72 Seasons. If you're collecting those variants, you'll need that one. $75 start. David Tate, you've got the VG Great White. That is an original. $60 final call because David Campbell's out. We also got a restock of Kiss, their self-titled album. Great music on here. I love their self-titled. I love their first two, this and Hotter Than Hell, $33.99. Kiss is $33.99. That's new and sealed 2014 remaster. Gabriel Chavez is at $75 on Metallica. Great White still getting bids, so we got bids on both auctions. No waiting list on Kiss, so both of those are available. And Whiskey Myers Mud. I think I just restocked all the Whiskey Myers. I don't think we actually had any waiting list. Let me search my spreadsheet for whiskey, and there was one for early morning shakes. Early morning shakes. So Mud is available, $28.99. $28.99. Aussie, No More Tears. I've sold the last one, but if anybody wants on a waiting list, this is $46.99. $46.99 on that. One bid on the Metallica. This is the Met Club Splatter Vinyl exclusive. Gabriel Chavez has that for $75. Going twice, going three times. There's Whiskey Myers Mud, $28.99. And Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston. This is I Will Always Love You, the best of Whitney Houston. That is $33.99. And that's essentially what it is a Whitney Houston greatest hits. And the waiting list for that was Patty Sweet. Patty Sweet. I had you on a waiting list, so there's one sold to Patty Sweet. I've got one left if anybody wants it. Tim Tidwell on Whiskey Myers. Tim, have we sold to you before? Have we sold to you before, Tim? I don't know if we have. If not, that is sold to you, and I need to get your information. And then Peter Mazzolino wants a Whitney Houston, and we'll need to put Jules Silv on a waiting list. Jules Silv, S-I-L-V. Tim has bought from us before. Okay. Thank you. Whitney, welcome back. I thought so. I just hadn't said your name in a while, maybe. I forget. I ask the question sometimes. I'm like, are you a first-time buyer? Have you bought from us before? And I can't remember what I've asked people, and then they'll say yes, and I'm like, wait a minute. Did I ask them, did they buy from us, or if they're a first-time buyer? I can't remember. So I guess I need to clarify and say, if you're a first-time buyer, say, I'm a first-time buyer, and that way I can give instructions. This is I can't open it. It is sealed. Metallica is sealed. It's black and yellow splatter. Black and yellow splatter. It is sealed. Gabriel is at 81. So we got a bidding. We now have officially an auction on that. Michael Fairchild bid 80. Gabriel bid 81. I think we're done on this. Are we done? David Tate bid $65. Gordon Powell's out. We're about to sell Great White for $65. So let's put Jules on the waiting list for Whitney Houston. We sold one of those. And we have the best of Bon Jovi, $39.99. That is a 2 LP. It's called Crossroad, Living on a Prayer, Wanted Dead or Alive. It's all those great Bon Jovi hits, $39.99. 2 LP, that's the greatest hits, the best of Bon Jovi. That's available. That's called Crossroad. And haven't had this on new vinyl in a while. Aerosmith, Permanent Vacation, new and sealed, $36.99. Ragdoll, Dude Looks Like a Lady, $36.99. We have both Bon Jovi sold, Jules Silv and Chad King. Those are sold and sold. Let's go ahead and officially sell the Great White then. It's been a while. Great White is sold to David Tate for $65. Chad Waite wants the Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. That's sold to Chad Waite. I'm putting away Great White, though. That's only our second auction of the night officially sold. Aerosmith is sold to Chad Waite. Peter Mazzolino wants Aerosmith. And yes, Metallica, I can't show it to you because it's sealed, but it's the Met Club, the Metallica Fan Club exclusive black and yellow splatter vinyl. Yes. And the new high bid is $84. Both of those Aerosmiths are sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, I'll have to add you, and they could possibly be in by the end of the week. They should be. They will be, actually. And one of my favorite albums of all time, Yes, Fragile. And this is the clear vinyl Atlantic 75th Anniversary Celebration, $33.99. Yes, Fragile. So I had great success posting the past masters. I actually got a list of like some of my other favorite albums that's in print that are in stock, and I'm going to make a post probably tonight or tomorrow morning about one of my favorite albums of all time that's in print, that's in stock, kind of like Past Masters, and I'm going to make that in the group. Maybe we can sell another 50 or 100 copies. There was a waiting list for this. The waiting list was Kevin Cassidy. Kevin Cassidy was on a waiting list for this. Peter Mazzolino wants one. That means there's one copy left of Yes Fragile. That is the clear vinyl. It is nice. Final call on Metallica. Gabriel Chavez has that for $84. There's still time to bid. There's another bidder that hadn't set out. If anybody wants in, let me know. Boy, it looks weird outside. It looks like it's gray and it's pouring rain. So it's very odd looking outside right now. It's been storming very bad here in Tennessee. Actually like some almost like tornadic activity, just FYI. Let's go ahead and put up an auction. It's called Skid Row. Yep, right off the bat. 1989 U.S. specialty pressing. This has the original inner sleeve, and this is an 89 U.S. original of Skid Row, their self-titled album, and the vinyl is nice. We're going to call it EX. Maybe VG Plus. It has a scuff there, and it has a couple like sleeve scuffs right here, but nothing to fret about. It's a very clean copy, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. That's Skid Row. It has the original inner sleeve. Very nice jacket for this black cover that always shows a lot of wear. Black covers always have lots of color breaks. This one's not too bad. $35 start on that. Holbrook CM on Yes. Put Scott Marchheim down on the Bon Jovi waiting list. Yes, anything we sell out of, I can reorder. Put down Scott Marchheim on the Bon Jovi waiting list. That's called Crossroads. Skid Row has bids for $35, $50. Metallica has a bid for $86. And let's go ahead and go through this bin one more time. That was a great first bin there. That was a great first bin there. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. So we have Nirvana, Madrid. This is a 2 LP. Red vinyl, live unofficial, Nirvana, $44.99. Breeds on here, Drain You, In Bloom, About a Girl, Something in the Way, Stain, Come As You Are, Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's on red vinyl, $44.99. Kenny Cates Jr. also wants on the Aerosmith waiting list for Permanent Vacation. Also put Kenny Cates Jr. down on that. Skid Row still getting bids. And Metallica, Gabriel still at 86. Michael Fairchild, if you're still bidding, let me know. If not, we're going to go ahead and wrap that thing up. The single soundtrack, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Chris Cornell. I still have both of those. It's a 2 LP. It's new and sealed, $39.99. Last copy of Little Shop of Horrors, $33.99. Gatefold, single LP. Still have Kiss by Kiss. That is $33.99. And Whiskey Myers Mud, $28.99. $28.99. Metallica has several variants of this album. There's a different one for every concert they played. Those are very tough to get. Whiskey Myers is $28.99. This is the Metallica Fan Club edition. Yes, this is the Met Club, exclusive to Metallica Fan Club members. Black and yellow splatter. Says it on the hop sticker. It's beautifully sealed. And the high bid on that is $86. We're about to sell it. Let's set those aside. Let's go through some new vintage stuff that Laura has marked for us. So here's kind of the agenda tonight. If you're into agendas, we've got new vintage, we've got new vinyl, and then we have non-payments, which there's a lot of that. John actually has 5 crates of new stuff marked already for tomorrow. He's not here. Paul's going on a trip. So it's kind of up to, I think, me and Laura and what John left and what Paul left us for the next couple days. So we're kind of short-staffed, so I might have to be marking some records. We might have some Chad crates tomorrow, which y'all will probably usually like the stuff I put out. If I put out stuff, I'm very selective. They kind of just have to go through the back and mark about anything they run across. I'm very, very selective on what I mark. We have Skid Row at 57. Skid Row's at 57. First new vintage record. Badfinger straight up, VG condition, $24.99. The spine does have some splitting. This album has never been reissued. Badfinger straight up, VG condition, $24.99. And we have the Rolling Stones. This is VG condition, $22.99. The Rolling Stones, this is on blue London labels. That's called Hot Rocks, VG condition, $22.99. And Steppenwolf Live, VG condition, $9.99. Steppenwolf Live, Nice cover. This is notorious for ringware. That one's not too bad. VG on the vinyl, $9.99. All right, he's out of Metallica. This is sold to Gabriel Chavez. Thank you, Gabriel. This is sold to Gabriel for $86. Paul Brothers out on Skid Row. Let's move that to a final call. Samantha Joe has that for $57. Make sure, everybody, you have liked the Facebook post and the YouTube video. Let me read you some of the lineup we have for tonight. Metallica, Metal Blade, Testament, Halloween, Tangier, Exodus, TNT, Iron Maiden, Rob Halford, Kurt Hammond, Metallica, Metal Church, Tor, Great White, Metallica. Also, we have Metallica, Oz, Wasp, Tiger Tails, Testament, Wasp, Rush, Wasp, Slayer, Aerosmith, Metallica, Dangerous Toys, Badlands, Metallica, Elvis Presley, Damn Yankees, Kiss, Exodus, Slayer, Megavault, and Judas Priest. Let's put up the Judas Priest. It will take a chunk out of the crate because it's a box set, and we have Wasp live in the Raw. That's what's going on deck right now. That is an incredible lineup. First thing, we have out on Skid Row, we have Stephen A. Young on Steppenwolf, and Skid Row has a new bid for $60. Not done on Skid Row. Our next auction is going to be Wasp live in the Raw. A 1987 U.S. pressing, very nice vinyl, EX Plus, $35 start. This is Wasp live in the Raw, EX Plus, $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an 87 U.S. pressing, VG Plus cover, $35 start on Wasp, live in the Raw. Wasp. That's now going up for bid. Skid Row, all of a sudden, new bid, Stephen Free, $60. Samantha Joe, we're not done on that. Let me know if you want to bid again. Also, this is Elvis, We Love You, Terry Tiger. That is a sealed Elvis kind of impersonator record, $9.99. Chad, do you have any John Williams Conducts Star Wars Trilogy for pre-order? That is posted in the group. Yes, that's up for pre-order. Whole lot of records. It is up for pre-order, yes. John Williams Conducts Star Wars. That's up for pre-order in our group. We have the tokens, both sides now. The tokens is in EX condition, $9.99. The tokens, both sides now. This has the hit song, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. We all know that one. EX condition, $9.99. Rumors, Fleetwood Mac, VG condition, $17.99. It has the original insert with it as well, where you can sing along to The Chain. You Make Love and Fun, VG condition. That is sold to Jason Franz. That's Fleetwood Mac Rumors. In the Name of Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. That is sealed, $39.99. I don't know what that is, but it looks pretty wild. In the Name of. Sealed, $39.99. And the Allman Brothers, VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, a classic textured cover. Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach. That's not a bad looking copy. $19.99. Jason Franz got Fleetwood Mac. Larry Smith gets the tokens. We have Tom Byrne Jr. In the Name of, and Billy Butler on the Allman Brothers. Those are sold and sold. Hallbrook, you were next on Allman Brothers. Did Samantha bid on Skid Row? She did. Stephen Free, you're out. Samantha Joe bid 62 on this. And then Wasp is at 40. Wasp is at 35. Wasp is still at 40. The high bid on Wasp is with Chris Gardner. Hector Morin came in first. Hector Morin's at $40 on Wasp. That's going twice, going 3 times. And we'll see if Stephen Free wants to bid on Skid Row again. Stephen Free, you just bid 65. And Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Bob Dylan's in VG condition, $19.99. Blood on the Tracks. 1975 U.S. Santa Maria pressing. VG condition, $19.99. New bids on Skid Row, new bids on Wasp. And the Ray Charles Story, 29 all-time hits. 2 LP. I like this cover. Look at that. And then look at how they did the colors on the back. VG condition, $17.99. Let's get a third auction started. This is called Judas Priest Nostradamus. Judas Priest is a 2008 U.S. pressing. This is VG condition, $75 start. Laura left me some notes here. Let's take a look at it. So here is the hype sticker. Here's how the original hype sticker read. Limited edition, super deluxe box set, available only at Best Buy. Includes 3 LPs, 2 CDs, and a 48-page book and poster. I have never seen this Judas Priest record. I didn't even know it existed. So there's the poster, and I think there are some, like the sleeve scuffing on the records from what I'm reading here. Probably they were in I see what's happened. They've kind of been gassed. It looks like the jackets have been gassed, so they must have been in some kind of highly acidic, most likely, that doesn't look too bad though. Oh, it's only on side 1. Okay, so that kind of acidic deal there is only on side 1. That does not affect playback, it just looks ugly. Just doesn't look too pretty. But there's all 3 LPs. The CDs are in perfect condition. There's the book, Nostradamus, and there's the CDs. So that kind of fits in there. There's the 3 LPs. We've got them in MoFi sleeves now. And there's the poster. I didn't know, this is definitely not in print. Didn't know this was even existed. That is Judas Priest, and that's now up for $75 start. We already have a bid for $100, it looks like. Okay, so back up at the top, we pulled the Allman Brothers. Skid Row got a bid for $65. Wasp got a bid for $42. All and Die wants the Ray Charles. Skid Row $66. Judas Priest $100. Wasp $40. All right, sorry, my mic died. Okay, so Skid Row, that had bids. What I was saying on Judas Priest, essentially, no condition notes on Judas Priest, essentially. Basically, just cosmetically, that gassing on LP1, the rest of the vinyl, the disc, the book, the box, everything's nice. That's called Nostradamus. That's got a really cool cover on it. Little Feat Live, Waiting for Columbus, VG condition, $19.99 on Little Feat. Also, Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, VG condition, $12.99. VG condition, $12.99. And Jimi Hendrix, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Band of Gypsies, amazing live stuff there. 1970 U.S. original Jacksonville, that's OG. VG Plus condition, $19.99 on Hendrix, Jimi Hendrix. I see an out on Skid Row from Steven. That means Samantha Joe has Skid Row. And the last call on that is now 66, and I'm going to make sure that's right. Samantha Joe has Skid Row, the original press there for 66. That is a final call. Wasp is still getting bids. I got a $46 bid and lots of bids on Judas Priest. Let me make sure there was nothing else before then. Let's see here. Lots of mic comments, mic, sound. And I think we're about to get to Derek Estrada's Frank Sinatra. That's so to Derek Estrada. Chase Arnold first on Jimi Hendrix. Priest at 135, then Jimi Hendrix, then Judas Priest 150, then 150, and Eric Clapton. Brian and Bill Samus. Eric Clapton's in VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Brian asked first, then Bill Samus. We have Ghostbusters. There is a chunk missing out of the cover. Actually, there's a lot on the back. VG Plus, $17.99. Has some cover damage. VG Plus on the vinyl, $17.99 on Ghostbusters. Also, Tommy. This has got the booklet with it. EX condition, $24.99. I think that's the soundtrack to Tommy. EX condition, $24.99 on that. Judas Priest at $160. Judas Priest at $170. Judas Priest is at $200. And Neil Young, Live Rust, EX condition, $34.99. EX condition, $34.99. All right, so Brian C. says, I'll take it. And that was on the Eric Clapton. That is sold to Brian C. Skid Row is sold to Samantha Joe for $66. Skid Row is sold to Samantha Joe for $66. That is sold. Skid Row is gone. We have Wasp up for bid, and we have Judas Priest up for bid. The last bid on Wasp that just came in, was the record guy at $46. If anybody was already in higher, or if anybody wants to be in higher, let me know. And Priest is at $225 with Steve Koch. Last couple records here. Half-Speed Master of Michael Jackson, Thriller. The vinyl is in VG condition, $49.99, but that is the Half-Speed Master. And Tom Petty, Southern Accents, in shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve, $34.99. EX condition, $34.99. That's Tom Petty, Southern Accents. Ow. Sorry. I got something going on with my lip. Makes it uncomfortable to talk. Okay, Peter Mazzolino on Michael Jackson. I've talked too much here lately. Oh, we done a Wasp. Wasp is a weird one because there were so many bidders. Record guy bid 46, and then like nobody else has said anything else. Mike Vandergits was the other bidder. Larry Larson. That's why I've kind of given that a little bit more time. That's a final call. I'm about to sell it to the record guy for $46. And Kevin Crowell's at $250 on Judas Priest, Nostradamus. Go through this bin one more time. Badfinger, straight up. VG condition, $24.99. The Hot Rocks, great compilation. VG condition. Hot Rocks, VG condition, $22.99. Wasp has a new bid for $50. I was like, is everybody awake? I was going to make sure. We have, this is Elvis, We Love You by Terry Tiger, which is, like I said, an Elvis-like impersonator. Everybody needs that for your Elvis collection. VG, or excuse me, it's sealed, $9.99. How much was, or what was, Michael Jackson was $49.99. It was VG Plus condition on the Thriller. Peter Mazzolino, it was VG Plus condition on that one. We have Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, VG $19.99, Tangled Up in Blue. Also Little Feat, great live album here, Waiting for Columbus. That's $19.99, VG condition. Ghostbusters is VG Plus $17.99. There is some cover damage on the back. Also, Judas Priest, we're about to sell it. Kevin Crowell has Nostradamus for $250. We are about to sell it. Tommy, it kind of looks like a pinball machine. Tommy is EX condition $24.99. Great live Neil Young, EX condition $34.99, and a beautiful copy of Tom Petty, Southern Accents in shrink wrap. Rebels is on there. Don't Come Around Here No More, EX condition $34.99. Gen Cast on Tommy. We have Out and Out on Wasp. It looks like that $50 bid's going to do it. Wasp, Live in the Raw, an original inner sleeve. Nice final call. $50. Judas Priest, when I come back, I'm selling it. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. Now's the time to claim them. We got a whole bunch of auctions. I hope everybody saw the post. There is a incredible, like, Grail. This is like a Grail night almost. A lot of the records we have for tonight, for sure. Wasp has a new bid for $51. We're not done there, but we are going to go ahead and sell the Nostradamus to Kevin Crowell for $250. Kevin Crowell, that's so to you. The Judas Priest box set is gone. $250. It's sold. Let's go ahead and grab over our next auction. We have first going up is a vintage Aerosmith bootleg. This is a 1987 vintage bootleg. It's from the Iowa State Fairgrounds in 1986. It's in VG Plus EX condition. It's called Hard by Aerosmith. Now going up for a $25 start. Should be a $45 start. Let me go ahead and just say that. I think we're going to get there anyway. This is Aerosmith. It's a vintage bootleg, live 1986. There's one LP. There's two LP. There's the jacket. Aerosmith. We have a bid of $25. Probably should be like a $105 start. We'll see what happens. Aerosmith is at $25. Wasp is about to be sold for $51.55. Next is a restock of Kiss, Music from the Elder. Gatefold, new and sealed. Kiss is $36.99. $36.99, Music from the Elder, and Cranberries. This is, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? An Abbey Road remaster, 25th anniversary, The Cranberries. Gatefold, remaster, $33.99. Aerosmith has one bid for $25. Final call. Whoa. Final call on Aerosmith, $25. Wasp now has a new bid for $60. That means Mike Vandergits, you've been outbid. David Campbell wants a Kiss, Music from the Elder. Jason Widener wants a Cranberries. Nick McDowell wants a Cranberries. Aerosmith has a bid for $50. Chad Waite wants a Cranberries. Phil Scripato, if you're okay with it, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, Phil Scripato. That was my last copy of the Cranberries. And Robert Philippi. I had a feeling we would sell out of those fast. Those are gone and gone. We already have two people on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, just let me know. There's also one Kiss left. Feels good with waiting list. I'm sure Robert Philippi is too. Those Cranberries went to Jason Widener, Nick McDowell, Chad Waite, Phil Scripato, and Robert Philippi on a waiting list. Aerosmith is now at $60. And Mike Vandergits is out on Wasp. So Wasp is a final call to Danny Thomason for $60. We have Incubus, Morning View, 2LP, new and sealed, $39.99 for Incubus. I've only got one of these, Morning View, new and sealed, 2LP, $39.99. And Primus and the Chocolate Factory, gold vinyl wrapped in deluxe golden jacket. Primus and the Chocolate Factory. Or excuse me, yeah, Primus and the Chocolate Factory. The waiting list for Primus and the Chocolate Factory was two people, Cynthia Herdron and Hayden Ernest. Cynthia Herdron and Hayden Ernest. So two of these are already sold. There's one. There's two. I've got one left. Melissa Bailey wants Incubus. That's so to Melissa Bailey. One Promise left. Aerosmith is at 90, now 100, and we're about to sell Wasp. We've got 4 copies of Bob Marley, Trenchtown Rock. That's on yellow vinyl. New release from last week. We sold out and had a waiting list, and the waiting list for Bob Marley This is called Trenchtown Rock, was Alum Dye and Jerry Wallace. Alum Dye and Jerry Wallace. So 2 of these are already sold, and I've got 2 extras if anybody else wants one. There's 1, there's 2. Primus is $39.99. I must have not said that. Primus is $39.99. Billy LeBlanc and Matt Wermeyer, there's 1 left for $100. Wasp is sold to Danny Thomason for $60. That's sold. I didn't figure that $41 bid was going to stand. I was like, that would be wild. Wasp is sold for $60. Let's move Errol Smith over here. We have a tie for 100 and now 110 with Paul Brothers. We got 1 Promise left. We have a lot of Metallicas. We got Slayers. We got Badlands. We got Elvis. We got Kiss. We got Exodus. Bonded by Blood. A 1985 U.S. pressing. This record is technically somewhat in print, but not really. They're never in stock. We got a shipment sometime last year, and I hadn't seen it since then. And I think they were like semi-unofficial. 1985 U.S. pressing. It's on green combat labels. It has the original inner sleeve. It's VG Plus condition. Exodus, bonded by Blood. So 85 green combat, original inner sleeve, VG Plus vinyl, VG Plus cover, a little bit of spots of wear right there. That is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. Matt Wermeyer, if you want Promise, I've got it. We have Errol Smith at 110, 120. Charles Verano wants a Bob Marley. 1 Bob Marley, 1 Kiss, and 1 Promise left. Exodus has an opening bid of 55 with William Warner and Hiram Ortega. Earth, Wind, and Fire, the best of Earth, Wind, and Fire. Shining Star, September, they're on here. This is Earth, Wind, and Fire, and I have 3 of them because there was a waiting list. Lisa Davidson, 1 person, Lisa Davidson. So we're going to go ahead and tag 1 for Lisa Davidson. There's 2 extra copies there, Earth, Wind, and Fire, the best of, and we have 2 copies, a restock of Kiss Monster, 180 gram, $36.99. Kiss Monster, $36.99. I have 2 of those available. If anybody wants those, Kiss Monster. Aerosmith's at 120. Paul Brothers, You're Out. And Exodus is at 65 with Hiram Ortega. That's a final call. Aerosmith 120, Exodus 65. If anybody else wants in on there, now's the time. How about Metallica? Hardwired to Self-Destruct. The 2016 Record Store Day exclusive. Only 15,000, limited to 15,000. Hardwired. Looks like it has a sticker with it. It's on red and black marbled vinyl. I was talking about these last night. I was like, one of the easy ways to know you got a OG or one of the original Metallicas from that later era is the colored vinyl. Everybody always goes after the colored vinyl pressings of these. Hardwired to Self-Destruct. This was the Record Store Day exclusive. $35 start. It looks like it has a sticker. It's on red and black marbled vinyl. Shrink wrap, hop sticker. $35 start on Metallica. That's now up for bid. Back up at the top, Exodus was at 65. David Campbell wants a Kiss Monster. Exodus 57, Bill Samus wants a Kiss Monster. Exodus 70, Aerosmith 125. Exodus 75, Exodus 85. Nick Bear on Bob Marley. That's sold to Nick Bear. Metallica has opening bids. And let me remind everybody, if you're a first-time buyer, some instructions. We should have a lot of people on tonight, and we probably will have a lot of first-time buyers. Very easy to buy from us. First thing you need to know is we do this every night. So just don't tune in tonight and don't think we're going to be doing this for a while. We do this exact same lineup, great auctions and great albums every night, 5, 7 hours a night, 6 days a week. I'm your host, Chad Williams. We do this every night. If you make a purchase on Facebook, send us a Facebook message, $7 in limited shipping. We won't invoice you until Monday, which is essentially an open box for 6 nights of shopping, plus anything you order or pre-order in our group that's on Facebook. So sometimes I'll make a post, in stock, arriving this week. You can go ahead and claim it. That will go in on your $7 shipping. If you pre-order something, there's new releases tonight that I'm being shown, and there's new stuff coming out all this week, all next week. Whenever they come in, we will have it up for grabs. We'll go ahead and tag your name. If you pre-order it, it will go on your invoice. That's what's going on. So up at the top, we have the Bob Marley. I said all that because I think we had a new buyer with Nick Barr. That says Barr, B-A-A-R. I told y'all my vision's slipping. Nick Barr gets Bob Marley. Thank you, Nick, and if you're a first-time buyer, there's those instructions. Romy Lou, I'll have to put you on a waiting list if that's okay. Romy Lou on Bob Marley, Trenchtown Rock. Metallica getting lots of bids. RJ 66, Earth, Wind, and Fire is $28.99. Exodus has lots of bids. Metallica has lots of bids. Metallica still getting bids. Exodus still getting bids. Metallica still getting bids. Metallica still getting bids. But here's what hadn't got a bid in a while is Aerosmith, this vintage bootleg live from the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Bill Samus is at $130. Paul Brothers is out. That's $130, and that's a final call. $130, that's a final call. Orders ship out right now between 7 and 10 days after payment. We're about 7 to 10 days out pretty much constantly, 7 to 10 days. So if you pay on a Monday, it will ship sometime between then, but most likely the next Monday through that next Wednesday, 7 to 10 days out. Bob Marley was $36.99. Phil Elliott, $36.99. Romulu's okay with the waiting list. If anybody else wants one, and then the last question was Earth, Wind, and Fire, $28.99. Okay, Willie Nelson, Red-Headed Stranger, new and sealed. Willie Nelson, Red-Headed Stranger, a classic. It won a Grammy, $28.99 for Willie Nelson. Here's another Cranberries. We sold out of that first one like that. Here is a greatest hits. There is a waiting list. It's called Stars. It's a 2LP. Darren Wortman was on a waiting list. Darren Wortman was on a waiting list. We're going to pull one for Darren Wortman. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $46.99. And I've got 3 copies. I'm going to have one extra, and it's called Early Morning Shakes because I know there's 2 people on a waiting list, and this is Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes. We have Joey Ham and Dana Murphy on a waiting list. Joey Ham and Dana Murphy on a waiting list. This is $33.99 and $33.99. So those are sold and sold already. 2 people on a waiting list. And there's one extra there if anybody else wants one. All right, back up at the top. So Metallica, 71, 71, 75, 76, 78, 80, 79, 81, 81. And we have Aerosmith sold for $130 to Bill Samus. That sold. The Metallica colored vinyl getting lots of bids. Exodus is getting lots of bids. And I'm about to update where both of those auctions are at. Aerosmith, though, sold to Bill Samus. Let me confirm that price one more time. Bill Samus, $130. Yep, Bill Samus got Aerosmith for $130. Exodus, bonded by blood. Exodus, bonded by blood. The last bid that came in on Exodus. I've got the high bidder on Exodus at $110. Hiram Ortega over on YouTube. Hiram is watching on YouTube. He has the high bid for $110. $110. Yes, Twilights. I will be posting those pre-orders. The Twilight soundtracks will be posted for pre-orders. Yes, they're reissuing the Twilight soundtracks. I've already got 4 different. When 4 different distributors solicit me to order the Twilight soundtracks, that tells me it's as big as like Taylor Swift or something. I woke up to all these solicitations for Twilight, and I was like, man, this must be huge for all these, for them to send out like custom email blast for me to pre-order these. Pretty wild. We have Lori Eisenman on Early Morning Shakes by Whiskey Myers. That's sold to Lori Eisenman. And we have the Cranberries. Anybody else? I guess that's the only one there. No claims on that one. And then here is the 2LP version of Nirvana Unplugged, $39.99. $39.99 for Nirvana Unplugged. That's the 2LP, the complete MTV concert, $39.99. All right, here's our next auction. The Best of Metal Blade Volume 3, and it's sealed. A 1988 Canadian pressing. This has never been opened. $35 start. This is the Best of Metal Blade Volume 3. $35 start. Twilight OGs are highly sought after. That's why the reissues are probably so big, Boontar. I will definitely be posting those. I'll probably do them in individual postings. But yes, those will be going up. Metal Blade's up for bid. Is it possible Cranberries Roses album? I have not seen that one in print. Some of the Cranberries catalog is not in print. We have Primus Gold sold to Billy LeBlanc. Thank you. That was Chocolate, Primus and the Chocolate Factory. And Metal Blades at $35. Metallica is at $111 with William Warner. Is that right, William Warner? You're at $111. We have not sold Rush yet. And here's a restock of Evanescence. This was a popular reissue. I'm still selling these things. I have sold these and sold these and sold these, and we keep selling out. I'll order 3 extra, 5 extras, 2 extras. Evanescence Fallen, Randy Tabrin and Scott Kleiman was on a waiting list. Randy Tabrin and Scott Kleiman. 2 people on a waiting list, Randy Tabrin and Scott Kleiman. These 2 were sold. It's on pink vinyl. It's a gatefold, pink and black marbled vinyl. Evanescence Fallen with the foil cover, $39.99. All right, so we got 3 auctions going. We have Exodus, an original bonded by blood. We have a Metallica, hardwired to self-destruct, red and black marbled vinyl. And we have a sealed Best of Metal Blade Volume 3. And I think this only has 1 bid. Dan Davis is at $35. Final call to Dan Davis, sealed. Jason Widener wants an Evanescence. Sean Drew wants an Evanescence. We're sold out again. I'll order another couple, so if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Phil Collins, The Singles, $44.99. This is essentially a Phil Collins greatest hits solo career. $44.99. 2 LP, $44.99. First track, In the Air Tonight. $44.99 on Phil Collins, Gatefold 2 LP. And here's an Incubus album I hadn't had in a while. A Crow Left of the Murder, ... Incubus, $39.99. Let me mute my mic right quick. I definitely need to take a drink of water. All right. Deep breath. Evanescence. Metal Blade 4045. David Campbell and Phil Collins. If it's okay, we'll take a waiting list. Peter Mazzolino and Tony Murphy. I only had one of those. Peter and Tony on a waiting list unless they say otherwise. Incubus is $39. Exodus is still getting bids. Dustin Riviera just bid $175. Exodus is at $175. Metallica still getting bids. $115, now $116. And Metal Blade, the high bid on Metal Blade is Dan Davis still at $45. Not much left in this bin of new vinyl. Let's go through it one more time. Please do me a favor. If you're a first-time buyer, make sure you've contacted us. If you're on YouTube, I'll send you a link with a form to fill out. If you're on Facebook, go to our Facebook Messenger and send us. That's only if you buy something. If you're watching right now and you're thinking about buying something, you're thinking about bidding, you don't have to send us that information until you make a purchase. Make sure you've hit the like button and you followed us on everything you can because we make a lot of posts every day. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. I would consider our social media very active. There's posts every day and we're live on social media every night, 7 hours a night. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. Gatefold, new and sealed, Music from the Elder. Still got both of those Earth, Wind, and Fire greatest hits. I mean, we all know those. Look, they got them right there underneath each other. Shining Star and September, $28.99. Of course, the rest of their music's really good too. Earth, Wind, and Fire, very successful group. Willie Nelson's Redheaded Stranger, $28.99. New and sealed, classic country album. The Best of the Cranberries, $46.99. $46.99. Nirvana Unplugged is $39.99. Nirvana Unplugged, $39.99. And Incubus, A Crow Left of the Murder. Incubus is $39.99. A Crow Left of the Murder, $39.99. Incubus, $39.99. That's available if anybody wants in. Now's the time. Now, let's go ahead and see what I have here in this bin right here. This has a little bit of everything in it. This has vintage stuff. This has new stuff. This has all kinds of stuff in it. Let's go through it. Let's keep the train rolling, as we say. All right, Rob Reinhardt on Nirvana. Nirvana. That was from the first bin, right, Rob? The unofficial, the bootleg. Is that right, Rob? The unofficial bootleg. Is that correct? If so, Rob Reinhardt, you're going to get a Nirvana. That's so to Rob Reinhardt. Okay. Let's update these auctions. Exodus, no one has bid since that $175. Metallica got to $116 with William Warner. And that means Chris Ligero, you're out. Metal Blade got new bids for $50 and $55. Ken Crooker set out. Rob Reinhardt wants Nirvana Unplugged. I forgot that was in there. Yes. So we've had Nirvana Unplugged and we've had Nirvana Madrid. Yes, Nirvana Unplugged. And that is the 2 LP. Every once in a while, I'll order the 1 LP. Sometimes I'll order the 2 LP. That's the 2 LP, which I think most people prefer for sound quality. This crate has a little bit of everything in it. There actually may even be some auctions in here. So, yeah, y'all going to like this. All right, here we go. First, we have Metallica Reload. This is $39.99. This is new and sealed. Fuel, The Memory Remains, The Unforgiven. That's a 2 LP. Metallica Reload, $44.99. Ringo Starr, Buku of Blues. Ringo Starr is $24.99. Ringo Starr, Buku of Blues, exceptionally clean vinyl. Original Apple press and gatefold, $24.99. And Pink Floyd metal, a 1971 Los Angeles press, nice, gatefold, OG, no condition notes, $54.99. Exodus is sold to Dustin Riviera for $175. Exodus is sold. $175, Dustin Riviera. Metallica is sold. Metallica is sold. High bid on that, that's William Warner, $116. Metal Blade is sold. Dan Davis, $55. Chris, your bid on Metallica just came in late. Those all three auctions are gone. We have Rock and Roll Heart, Lou Reed. That's in shrink wrap, $34.99. Reload is on black vinyl. It's a 2 LP. Let's get some new auctions started. We're going to put up Rush. We're going to put up a Sealed Testament. And then on deck is a Halloween album. I think y'all know by now there's some crazy grails. This one's pretty wild. This is a sealed copy of Testament. That's correct. A 1989 U.S. original Sealed Testament with hype sticker. This album's not in print. It hasn't been reissued, even with those new 2 reissues of Testament albums. They didn't do this one. $85 start. It does have a saw mark right there underneath the R in practice. Practice what you preach. Sealed. $85 start. Sealed Testament. $85 start on that. We already have a bid for $100. That is a sealed original pressing of Testament. Practice what you preach. We hardly ever see these things open, much less sealed, and it's a not in print album. Rush is going up for bid. This is a 1981 PRC Compton press. 1981 pressing on the Mercury Skyline label. Very nice vinyl, EX Plus. $35 start on Rush's debut LP. Rush, their debut, $35 start. That's a 1981 US PRC Compton press. 1981 on Rush. That's now up for bid. Anybody on anything in here? Info on Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson's new and sealed black vinyl, $28.99. Testament and Rush right off the bat. We have Lou Reed Rock and Roll Heart. We've still got all those. We'll keep going here. This is a 1968 MGM press of Frank Zappa, $64.99. Blue Verve labels, a 68 MGM press of We're Only In It For The Money, $64.99 on that. Van Halen, $44.99. Van Halen 2, an original inner sleeve, $44.99 on Van Halen. Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound, that's the full album, $19.99 on Supertramp. And the Ramones, Road to Ruin, that is a high fidelity virgin vinyl pressing, sealed, $29.99. All right, let's keep rolling through these. We have a Metallica sold, a Van Halen sold, and the Willie Nelson sold. Let me pull the Willie Nelson. That's why I ordered Red-Headed Stranger. I was like, we don't see those too often, OGs. That's sold. Let's go ahead and give that to Larry Drish. Before that, Jules wants the Metallica Reload. That's sold to Jules, Metallica Reload. Chase Arnold wants Van Halen, and Susie Breedlove wants the Ramones. And now we have, I think Hallbrook is at 65 on Rush, and the high bid on the Sealed Testament. Testament's not a club. Testament is a retail copy. This is a sealed retail copy. U.S. original. Hiram Ortega has it for $125. $125 on that. Rush is a 1981 pressing. 1981. This album originally came out in 1974. This is a 1981 pressing. It is extremely nice though. Beautiful jacket. The vinyl's EX Plus. High bid is $65. High bid $65. Of course, if you want the original Canadian pressing, they'll cost you, if you can find a legit one for sale, it's going to set you back about $1,000 for the original Rush Canadian pressing. That's on my Grail list. I'm looking for one. I know where one is. He won't sell it to me. Supertramp, condition, no condition notes on Supertramp. Brother, Where You Bound, original inner sleeve. Nice vinyl, $19.99 on that. Next is Strange Brew, The Best of Cream, $29.99 for Strange Brew, The Best of Cream. We also have Neil Young, Comes a Time, $34.99 for Neil Young, Comes a Time. Extremely nice vinyl, $34.99 for Neil Young. And we have Back to Basics. This is The Temptations, $14.99. Back to Basics, The Temptations, $14.99. So this is going through a bin here. There's new stuff in here. There's vintage pre-owned stuff in here. It's a wide mix. Metallica and Justice for All, 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. This is a new and sealed Metallica and Justice for All, remastered, $39.99. Oh my goodness, it's Peter Gabriel So, $34.99. Original inner sleeve, no condition notes. Peter Gabriel, $34.99. And Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, $14.99 on Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. Extremely nice vinyl and nice jacket. Let me put Pat back in there so she's not crooked. Alrighty, let's go ahead and put this thing up for auction right here. This is called Dangerous Toys. Wow, a 1989 U.S. pressing, original inner sleeve, EX vinyl. And this is called Dangerous Toys. EX vinyl. This is Dangerous Toys. It's an 89 U.S. original. Very clean vinyl for what it is. Original inner sleeve. This is going to go up for a $65 start. VG Plus jacket. Just a couple creases down here in the corner. Overall, gold stamp promo. $65 start on that. $65 start on that. That is called Dangerous Toys. $65 start. That is an 89 U.S. original. That album also not in print. There's something across the board here. Two of these albums are not in print. You'll see a very desirable demand with bids. And you'll see this album has not been reissued as a single LP. It only comes in a box set. I don't know why they do that, but this album has never still been put in remastered as just like a single pocket LP. I wish they would do that, but they haven't yet. It needs like a half-speed master, nice gatefold jacket. Still yet to do that, though. Testament got bids for $165, $169, $166, $189. Rush got bids for $67. Billy LeBlanc also on this Metallica. I thought I saw somebody else first. Nope, Billy LeBlanc was first. I got more of these if anybody else wants one. That's sold to Billy LeBlanc. Testament $190. Rush $70. Testament $200. Scott Ham on Peter Gabriel. What a classic. Toys has a bids for $65, $65, $66, $66. And Rush $71. Metallica, Master of Puppets, new and sealed, $31.99. No Doubt, the Beacon Street Collection, $33.99. No Doubt, $33.99. And I don't have these in stock right now. This is a non-payment. Led Zeppelin, single LP remaster of Led Zeppelin 1 by Led Zeppelin, $31.99. $31.99. And we have Prince, Purple Rain. Prince is $54.99. It's a 1984 specialty press. It has the Lake Design inner sleeve. This is OG Prince, $54.99. If you see me taking sticky notes off of a record, that's the person who originally bought it who didn't pay for it. So sorry, those are still on there. But some of these didn't get payment. That's why we're going back through them. There's Prince, and I have one more. Heart, Babe Lestrange, $19.99. There's a stain right there, but it actually has that original hop sticker. You can barely see it, but that's the original hop sticker on Heart, Babe Lestrange, $19.99. Let's update these auctions. This is an original 1989 sealed testament. Practice what you preach. Sealed, original. Does have one saw mark right there. Hop sticker, very nicely sealed. The last bid was $200 of Kevin Crowell, final call. The last bid on Rush that just came in was $75 with Jim Berg, final call. Dangerous Toys is at $80 with Eric Storbick. This is an 89 U.S. original Dangerous Toys, $80. Michael Fairchild on Led Zeppelin, new and sealed. I don't have any more of those. I got a puzzle, a David Bowie Hunky Dory puzzle. David Bowie puzzle, $24.99. That's a new and sealed 500-piece puzzle if anybody wants that. I also have the Romantics in Heat. The Romantics is $19.99 in Heat. Talking in Your Sleep. Original inner sleeve, nice, $19.99. Rush has new bids for $76, now $77. And Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, $32.99 for Dire Straits. Brothers in Arms. Bob Lowood mastering. RL, that's the desired version for this record. Brothers in Arms, $32.99. Dangerous Toys has a new bid for $81. Melissa Bailey wants Dire Straits. Prince was $54.99. $54.99. It's the OG 1984 pressing. Are we done on Testament? We're not done on Dangerous Toys, and Rush is also getting new bids as well, but I think I'm about to sell Testament. Melissa Bailey got the Dire Straits, and we have Lisa Stanton on Romantics. Lisa Stanton's on Romantics. How many times does a person have commit non-payment for their band? One time. If somebody has an order, a large order, and they're not communicating with us, if they buy a lot of records, like $1,000 worth, and they don't pay us, they will never buy from us again. This is Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $19.99. And David Bowie, this is called Changes. David Bowie is $34.99. Changes, that's a David Bowie greatest hits. Very nice, $34.99. Prince does not have the poster. Testament is sold to Kevin Crowell for $200. There's one rule here. You got to pay for these records. We're not just doing this for entertainment. We expect to actually get USD, United States dollars, currency sent to us on Monday when the invoices are sent out. Testament is sold for $200, or in a timely fashion thereafter. You know, we do give you some time. We don't expect, like, we hope that you pay on Monday right away, but y'all get what I'm saying. There's a little bit of a leeway on there. So this is Rush. The high bid on this is Rush, and the high bid on this is Rush. The high bid's $80 of Jim Berg and Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys, the last bid on Dangerous Toys is $85 of Eric Storbick. This is Dangerous Toys, $85. Final call on that. No saw cuts on Dangerous Toys. It has a little bit of a crease there, down here on the corner, a little bit of corner wear, and we have a gold stamp promo. That's Dangerous Toys. That's Dangerous Toys. And then Rush is beautiful all the way around. So what happens, let me tell you what most of these big payment orders that we don't get payment for, let me explain to you what happened very quickly. We have a lot of people who buy from us very consistently. We're talking about people with 4-digit invoices that buy a lot of records, and then all of a sudden, they have a big invoice that hit, and then all of a sudden something happens and they can't pay for it. But instead of letting us know, they keep buying records, and then they have another invoice, and then all of a sudden they have 2 unpaid invoices, substantially thousands of dollars, and then they just stop talking to us. They realize they can't pay us. They don't try to work with us. They don't try to tell us what's going on. They block us, or they just ignore us. And then that's what makes us very bad relationships with that person they're on. If something happens, you got to talk to us, explain to us what's going on. I understand life happens, this and that, but just don't keep buying records. Some of these people don't have the money, and then they keep buying records, and they're not communicating with us. And so after 2 weeks, they get 2 invoices, and they're like, whoa, time out. This person hadn't paid. Why haven't they paid us? We start messaging us, and they've been buying from us for a year, and then all of a sudden, they just start ignoring us. And then that's how we end up with like 2 or 3 crates, like a $3,000 order, and then a $5,000 order. The person owes us $8,000, and we don't hear from them anymore. That is what happens. So I've told this before, 99% of y'all pay on time and very promptly, but every once in a while, we have a large order come in, like somebody buys, I'm not joking, we sometimes have people with $6,000 invoices. Some people pay immediately. Some people, all of a sudden, that invoice hits, and we never hear back from them. When we get like a $6,000 invoice and we hadn't got payment immediately, we're like, what's going on? Can you message us? Can you tell us what's going on? Can you pay at least 2/3 of it right now so we don't have to block you? But sometimes, that second week, they keep buying, and then they have 2 invoices, and it's huge. It's thousands of dollars. So yeah, that's what happened. We had some guy that ran up $20,000 worth, but he had spent $20,000, $30,000 in a couple months. So we think he's good for it until all of a sudden an invoice hits and they can't pay it. And then that's when we have all these records and auctions we have to resell. We have some people who have spent a lot of money in a short amount of time, and then we don't hear back from us anymore. That is what is going on. So that's what's happened with this order. This is a massive, huge order. We're talking over $10,000 of unpaid records from one person we're having to resell. So this order here is getting closer to like $20,000 actually. So that's what's happened. This is a massive order. We already started reselling some of it last week. We're reselling the rest of it tonight. That person will never buy from us again. That's what's going on. So yes, we have some large invoices sent out to people. Most of them are paid immediately. But what happens is when 2 of them get back to back and all of a sudden they owe us over $10,000, that is a major problem. So, okay, now back up at the top. Just want to explain to everybody, because some people's like, wait a minute, what's going on? Why is this stuff being resold? That's what's going on. Okay, so Dangerous Toys. Last bid on Dangerous Toys that came in. Dangerous Toys, we have a high bid on Dangerous Toys at $86 of Patrick Garrett. This is a 1989 U.S. original. Patrick Garrett has this for $86. $86, Patrick Garrett. That is a 89, a U.S. original Dangerous Toys. No condition notes on the vinyl, VG Plus jacket. Patrick Garrett, $86. Final call. Final call. We have Rush. We have Rush. This is a 1981 U.S. pressing. 1981 U.S. pressing. And the last bid that came in on this, Jason Short set out. Jim Berg had this for $80. That is a 1981 beautiful jacket, beautiful vinyl. Jim Berg has that for $80. And then Mike Bolton won the David Bowie. Mike Bolton, did you want the David Bowie poster, or excuse me, the David Bowie puzzle, or the David Bowie changes? Mike Bolton, let me know. Billy LeBlanc wants the Metallica Master of Puppets. That is sold to Billy LeBlanc. Billy LeBlanc, I think it's LeBlanc. And let's go down to the bottom and see what else has happened. Dangerous Toys is at 90. Mike Bolton wanted changes. Does Dangerous Toys have the insert? I see the original inner sleeve. I don't see an insert. I see the original inner sleeve. I don't see the insert. Okay, there's that. Now, I just want to stress one more time, this non-payment stuff is a rare occurrence, okay? Most of y'all, fantastic, wonderful customers. We do have a large volume of sales here, as y'all see. We sell thousands of records. So if you take 1% of that over a course of a week after week, it adds up to be a lot of non-payments. But for a percentage basis, as a measurable metric, it's a small percentage. Some months, it's less than 1%. So that's what happens. Most of y'all, very good payment, very good buyers, very good customers. That's why we're so successful here, because we have great customers like y'all. We have very great customers like y'all. That is why we're so successful here. And I owe it all to y'all. Foo Fighters, Songs from the Millennium. This is an unofficial $44.99. This is Foo Fighters, Songs from the Millennium, live in Australia. That's a 2 LP. That's on colored vinyl, $44.99. Foo Fighters, Songs from the Millennium. And Stone Temple Pilots. This is purple. It's sealed, $32.99. We sold a Walmart blue and white splatter vinyl last night at auction. That was new and sealed. And Black Sabbath, $33.99. That is Black Sabbath, $33.99, 180 gram remaster, $33.99. And we have the Batman soundtrack, $31.99. This is new and sealed. The Batman soundtrack, $31.99. Are we done on Dangerous Toys? And nope, we got a new bid for $97, and I think we're going to sell Rush. Let's go back up. I saw the other bidder. I was waiting for him to say out. He is set out, and we're selling Rush. It is sold. Rush is gone. That was a long time ago. Jim Berg at $80, and this is a beautiful copy. Extremely nice. The vinyl was EX Plus, near mint minus, and a very nice jacket. 1981 PRC Compton Press. We are always getting asked for copies of this record. That's why there's so many people who are tuned in to bid on it tonight. Very, very nice. That is sold. We're about to sell Dangerous Toys. We're about to get on a roll of auctions now. But first, Scott Smith wants STP. That's sold to Scott Smith. We have Dangerous Toys at 98. Amber Mathis, you were second on STP. Dan Geller gets the Batman soundtrack. And we have the Van Halen MoFi box, $154.99. Van Halen, self-titled. The MoFi box, $154.99. $154.99. Let's go ahead and put up a Metallica 12-inch single, and let's go ahead and knock out this right here. It's called Badlands. But first, let me show Van Halen. That is $154.99. $154.99. First, we have Badlands. Badlands is a 1989 U.S. pressing, original inner sleeve, EX vinyl, nice copy, no saw marks. A lot of these have saw marks. This one doesn't. EX clean vinyl. There's the jacket. As you can see, it's nice. It has the original inner sleeve. How about a $1 starting bid? How about a $1 starting bid? Badlands, $1 start to get that thing rolling. How's that sound? Metallica, Fade to Black. Whoa. A 1985 U.S. specialty press, a white label promo. A white label promo of Fade to Black. Beautiful. These sound incredible. VG Plus on side A, EX Plus on the other side. Actually, they're both labeled side A. It's the same song, it's double-sided, but they're both labeled side A. That's weird. They both say side A. One side's VG Plus, the other one's EX Plus. That's going up for a $35 start. Fade to Black. Wow. Fade to Black. That's now going up for auction. White label promo from Metallica. That's now going up for bid. All right, where did we get to? Dangerous Toys. 102 on Dangerous Toys. Next, we have non-paid MoFi inner sleeves. These are $26.99. If anybody wants these, I've got hundreds of packs. MoFi original master sleeves. I can sell you some right now. They are $26.99. $26.99. Original master sleeves, $26.99. MoFi new packs of sleeves, $26.99. The Cure Greatest Hits, a picture disc. The Cure Greatest Hits. It's a 2017 Record Store Day picture disc, $54.99. And Doctor Who and the Mad Pescatons, what's that say? It's a 2017 Record Store Day green and orange vinyl, $22.99. $22.99. And Procol Harum, Something Magic. Procol Harum is $24.99. Something Magic, $24.99. So the last bid on Dangerous Toys, the last bid that happened over here, Eric Storbick is at $102. Badlands had bids for $55 and $60. $1, $40, $50, $20, $50, $70, $25, $100, $70, $20. Metallica had bids for $45, $55, $35, Badlands $120, Metallica $50, Metallica $55, Badlands $71, Dangerous Toys $111, Metallica $52, Badlands $125, Metallica $75, Curtis Marachi on DR, Doctor Who sold to Curtis Marachi, Metallica $55, Badlands $140, Dangerous Toys $115, Badlands $150. Wow, Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. An original 84 club copy, $59.99. Very cool. The reissue that's sold out and then they didn't press any more of them. Stop Making Sense, $59.99 for Talking Heads. That is sold to Jason Franz, and that was a beautiful copy. New and sealed, Motorhead 1916, $34.99 for Motorhead. Motorhead Ace of Spades, back-to-back Motorheads there. And Beastie Boys Solid Gold Hits. That's a 2LP. $44.99. Beastie Boys, Solid Gold Hits. New and sealed gatefold, $44.99. Reservoir Dogs soundtrack, new and sealed, $38.99. Eminem, the Slim Shady LP, new and sealed, $39.99. And Black Sabbath, Volume 4, $33.99. Black Sabbath, Volume 4, that's new and sealed, $33.99. And Black Sabbath, this is a live unofficial, Syracuse, 1976, 2LP colored vinyl, $39.99. Metallica's at $76, $80, $85. Badlands is at $150 with Robert Philippi, and Dangerous Toys is at $150 with Eric Storbick. So the high bidder on Dangerous Toys is $115 with Eric Storbick. If anybody else wants to bid, you've got to outbid Eric. He's at $115. Badlands just came in. New high bid, Robert Philippi, $150. And the Metallica is at $85. Now $86. Now $89. Chris Kirkley wants Black Sabbath. That is Black Sabbath Live. That's the Syracuse 1976. Yes. Let's go through this bin one more time very quickly. Wow, we got 385 viewers on Facebook, YouTube, and X right now. Thanks for tuning Thanks for tuning in. I figured we'd have a great turnout tonight with all these great auctions. The M&M is called the Slim Shady LP. 2LP, new and sealed. Let's go through these one more time. Ringo Starr, Buku of Blues, $24.99, and Pink Floyd Metal, a 1971 original U.S. OG press, no condition notes, $54.99, and Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Heart, $34.99. We also have Frank Zappa, We're Only in It for the Money. That's an original, superb copy from '68, $64.99. Badlands is an OG U.S. pressing, no condition notes. That's nice. It's a U.S. OG pressing. We're about to sell Metallica for $90, and nobody else has bid on Dangerous Toys. A while ago when it was like at $45, I was like, something's wrong. Now it's at $115, and it's a final call. We have John Howard on M&M. If anybody else wants a copy, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. Lori Eisman, if you're okay with a waiting list, let me know. Supertramp was $19.99. Brother, Where You Bound? The Very Best of Cream, $29.99. Strange Brew, Neil Young Comes a Time was $34.99. Back to Basics, The Temptations, that's $14.99. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, $14.99. And new and sealed, No Doubt, that's called the Beacon Street Collection, $33.99. New bid on Metallica, new bid on Dangerous Toys, new bid on Badlands, $175 of Robert Philippi. Heart, Babe Lestrange, $19.99. Purple Rain was $54.99, an OG. Volume 2 is $19.99, Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. Lori Eisman does one on the M&M, the Slim Shady LP. If anybody else wants on there, just let me know. The Foo Fighters, this is a live unofficial. This is $44.99. This is Foo Fighters, Songs from the Millennium, live in Australia, 2000, $44.99. And Black Sabbath is $33.99. I asked for price on M&M. You did, but John Howard was before you. John Howard asked what was the first M&M. He was first to ask, and then you asked. If you want one, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. We have Chris Kirkley on cream. That is sold to Chris Kirkley. We still got the Van Halen Mo-Fi box, $154.99. The Cure Greatest Hits 2LP picture disc, $54.99. Pro Call Harem, Something Magic. Don't see that one very often, $24.99. Then two different Motorhead, Ace of Spades, and 1916. That's $34 and $33. Those are both new and sealed. New and sealed. Beastie Boys, Solid Gold Hits is $44.99. Reservoir Dogs soundtrack, $38.99. And then a remaster of Volume 4, $33.99. Don't forget about the Hunky Dory puzzle. Hunky Dory is $24.99. That's a 500-piece puzzle, new and sealed. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Guess what? We still got a ton of new vinyl to go through. We got more non-payments and then new arrivals to go through as well. Holy moly, that's why I'm not stopping. We got to keep rolling. We had a new bid on Dangerous Toys. Patrick Garrett bid $116. That means I need to find out. We had a bump. I was making sure he was done. Eric Storbick, are you out on Dangerous Toys? There was a new bid, $116. You got bumped. Metallica's at $110. And Badlands is at $180. Robert Phillippe's out. Mark Fallon, you've got Badlands for $180. Final call to you. Savatage. This is called Streets. It's a 2LP blue vinyl. Streets by Savatage, $59.99. It's a 2LP. And the waiting list for Savatage was Paul Brothers and David Campbell. Two people on this one, $59.99. It's a gatefold 2LP with 12-page book and some blue vinyl. Those are sold to David Campbell and Paul Brothers. I've got one extra Savatage. If anybody else, he's out on Dangerous Toys. That's a final call for $116 then. Final call on Badlands. We're about to sell both those auctions. Patrick Garrett and Mark Fallon high bidders. They're still bidding on Metallica though. We have Judge bringing it down. Judge is $34.99. I believe Jerry Stone was on a waiting list for Judge. Jerry Stone was on a waiting list. I got one extra. It's called Bringing It Down, $34.99. I got one extra of those. That one's already sold. Streets and Judge, and we got a restock of the Beetlejuice soundtrack. Beetlejuice is new and sealed, $33.99. Let me pull up the waiting list for Beetlejuice. This is $33.99. Beetlejuice. And that's Elaney Gooch and Don Nicole. Elaney Gooch and Don Nicole. So that one's sold. And this one sold. There's one extra Beetlejuice. You know what else is sold? Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys is sold. It's gone. It's sold to Patrick Garrett for $116. We have a Hall of Fame lineup of auctions still to get to tonight. We got Sealed, Iron Maiden, their first debut album to put up for auction. Badlands is sold to Mark Fallon. That's sold to Mark Fallon for $180. Are we done on Metallica? Misty Wires has it for $110. Misty Wires has it for $110. Dan Davis, you're out. Misty has Metallica, the white label promo of Fade to Black for $110. You're out. Up to you. The Motorhead albums are 1916 and Ace of Spades. 1916 and Ace of Spades. There is that. We're going to move that down there. Let me show a couple more LPs and then two new auctions. First new LP is Promise, Tales from the Punch Bowl, $39.99 for Promise. We sold a lot of Promise last week. We're already off to a great start this week, selling lots of Promise. There was a waiting list for Tales from the Punch Bowl, and that was Jamie French. I've got two extra copies. Promise, Tales from the Punch Bowl is $39.99. John Howard wants the Motorhead 1916 from that last bin. That's sold to John Howard. Thank you, John. This crate is officially full, so let me swap these out. Let me go ahead and set this over here. We're going to bring over a new empty crate, and I'm going to step over here and grab two new auctions. I know a lot of people's waiting for a lot of different stuff about everything in this bin. There's at least one person waiting for it, I promise. So I'm going to try my best to get it to as many as possible. But first, there's Elvis, and let's also go ahead and put up Great White. We're going to knock out one of the outliers. One of the outliers tonight was Rush, and then this Elvis album. We had one of these last night. Here's another one. This is Elvis Golden Records. This is the OG press. We actually put a surprise one of these up last night, late. Here's another one. It's a 1958 with the blue lettering. There is some writing on the cover. Linda Miles wrote her name on the cover. It's a mono 1958 OG pressing of Elvis Golden Records. The vinyl's in VG condition, $35 start. And somebody put this in there. That didn't originally go with it. It's just some kind of poster, but that was down in the record, so that goes with it. It has an original RCA inner sleeve that's correct to the era. It's a mono pressing. It's 1958, 1958 Elvis, and the jacket is not bad. That is a $35 start. We also have Great White. This is called Shot in the Dark. Great White is a 1986 USOG, an Allied pressing. It is extremely nice. It is truly near mint minus. It has the original inner sleeve, and Great White's going up for a $40 start. Shot in the Dark, $40 start on that. $40 start. All right, so Metallica. Dan did bid 111. Misty bid 115. Charles wanted a Primus, but he said never mind on Primus. We have not sold Tiger Tails yet. Elvis is a $35 start. Great White is a $40 start. And we're about to sell Metallica to Misty for $115. So we still got both Primuses. We got Aerosmith Pump. $36.99 for Aerosmith Pump. Janie's got a gun. $36.99. This is still available. I've got 2 extra copies. Mike Tonetti was on a waiting list. Mike Tonetti on a waiting list. So there's one sold to Mike, and I've got 2 extra copies of Aerosmith Pump. That's a new and sealed remaster. And then Incubus, Light Grenades. Incubus, there was also a waiting list for this. Light Grenades is $39.99. It's a 2 LP. It's new and sealed, and Carol Keys was on a waiting list. Carol Keys. I've actually got 2 extra copies. I've got this one, I've got that one, and I've got one in another bin. So 2 extra Incubus. That one sold to Carol Keys. Chris Ligero wants an Aerosmith Pump. Great White took off. A Shot in the Dark. And we had bids for 40, 40, 46, 50, 52, 55. Elvis has a bid for 35. Metallica is sold. Misty Wires gets that for $115. Misty, thank you. Those 12-inch single Metallicas sound incredible. And what better one than Fade to Black? Incredible. That's sold. Best of Yanni. I don't think I have that. Best of Yanni. And then Elvis has one bid for $35. We're about to sell it for $35. Great White's at $60, $58, $62. Ozzy, there was a waiting list for this for sure. This is called Memoirs of a Madman. 2 LP, $39.99. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. 2 people on a waiting list. Ron Phillips and Candace Lindberry. I went ahead and got several extras because this has always sold so well. $39.99. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. 17 of Ozzy's greatest hits. Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Bark at the Moon, Miracle Man, No More Tears, Mom, I'm Coming Home. That's $39.99. I got 3 extra copies tonight of Ozzy, No More Tears. Lori Eisman wants one. I've got 2 extra copies for tonight. Tor. Boy, there's been a lot of requests for that. Let me go get it because it was actually right here. And then we got to do Tiger Tails. Michael Nath is at a concert. He wants to bid on Tiger Tails. That's okay. We'll put it up in just a second. But first, we got to do Tora. Surprise Attack. This is a 1989 USOG on translucent vinyl. When you hold it up to the light, it turns brown. It's high quality virgin vinyl. That means it's going to sound incredible. It's a 1999 USOG. It's EX+. It's a very, very solid copy. Let's get it rolling for a $65 start. That's Tora, Surprise Attack. $65 opening bid on that one. Elvis, all of a sudden, new bids because Don bid 36, Tony bid 38, Chris Kirkley wants an Aussie, Melissa Bailey wants an Aussie, Aussies are gone again, Great White just got a new bid for 72, Tora, and the Helixes are in. Helix, the best of Helix, 1983 to 2012. Let me go ahead and check. These are $29.99. There was a pre-order request for this. Helix, let me look that up right quick. And Helix... And let me read off everybody who already got one. These are $29.99. They're on red vinyl, best of Helix. Red vinyl. It's a gatefold, best of Helix. Marco Martinez got one. Greg Preston got one. Ken Crooker got one. Jason Waldron got one. Darren Wortman got one. And Alan Case got one. That was the first few. This was posted a few days ago. There's the first few people who got one. And the next was Wesley Stover, David Campbell, Fred Cardinale, and Todd Tipton. 4 more there. Wesley Stover, David Campbell, Fred Cardinale, and Todd Tipton. And looks like I've got 2 extra copies of Helix if anybody wants one. That's best of Helix, red vinyl. This is sold to Sean Druin, and there's 1 extra Helix if anybody wants that. Elvis still getting bids. Tora still getting bids. And Great White, David Campbell, has it for $80. Jerry Stone on Helix and Scott Smith if you want on a waiting list, or Stanley Bedwell. I'm going to go ahead and put your name. If you don't want on a waiting list, say no waiting list so we know not to put you on one. Also, we have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. This is $33.99. It's called Up Your Alley. Joan Jett, new and sealed, Up Your Alley, $33.99. Joan Jett, up your alley, $33.99. Let's also put Dan Geller on the Helix waiting list. Tora is at $125. Great White's at $85. Elvis is at $42 of Tony Wade. This is a 1958 Hollywood press. The first pressing. It's in mono. It has some writing on the cover, but it does have that bonus poster with it. It didn't originally come with one. That's just like some kind of fan club, or not fan club, fan magazine insert somebody stuck down in there. But that's Elvis. And the last bid on Elvis was $42. If anybody else wants in, let me know. We have Great White at $92, Tora at $126, and Susie Breedlove wants Joan Jett. Joan Jett is sold to Susie Breedlove. So here's what's left in that bin. Very, very quickly. We have Savatage Streets, a rock opera, blue vinyl, $59.99. Judge, bringing it down, $34.99. Beetlejuice, $33.99. Primus, Tales from the Punch Bowl, $39.99 on Primus. Aerosmith Pump, last copy, $36.99. Incubus, Light Grenades, $39.99. And Joan Jett, up your alley, $33.99. $33.99. I'm going to move those right over here. If anybody else wants anything in there, I'll put up a new auction as soon as one of these sells. We got to sell at least one of these first. So we got to do that first. Lisa Davidson wants a Beetlejuice, but not before Tony Wade. And Paul Brothers wants a BJ, and then Lisa put Beetle. All right, so let's figure out what those are. We have Promise, we have Beetle. Those are all Beetlejuice claims, right? Who was on the waiting list? I feel like somebody who just claimed one was already on a waiting list. Let me look that up right quick. Beetle. And the waiting list on that, I only put one E in there, Chad. It has two. Beetle, it was, nope, not any of those people. So we're going to have another waiting list for this, right? This waiting list, Tony Wade gets this one. Paul Brothers and Lisa Davidson on a waiting list. Tora, $130. Tora, $135. Aerosmith's already sold. Great White, $105. Vincent Gardner said Tora out, and Tora, $140. That means Elvis Presley is sold. Elvis Presley is officially sold to Tony Wade for $42. Thank you, Tony Wade. That's sold. Very nice. 1958 with the blue lettering. Those are so difficult to find in high grade. If we ever have a nice one of these, I have a feeling it will bring well over 100 if we ever find a nice one. They're always VG or less. Great White's at 110 with David Campbell, and Tora is at 141 with Patrick Garrett. 141 with Patrick Garrett. That's where we're at on that. So let's see what's going on here. And first thing, let me see what's going on. All right, so I had some MoFi CDs from the same person. These are MoFi CDs. Queen, News of the World, and I don't have a price on it. Let me set that one aside. We have Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. That is $39.99. That's a 1989 gold disc. MoFi CD. Moody Blues, Days of Future Past, $39.99. And Queen, Day at the Races is $74.99. Queen, Day at the Races is $74.99. And I think this one's $74.99 as well. There's some MoFi CDs. Queen, News of the World. We have Queen, Day at the Races. And we have Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. Those are all MoFi CDs. They're $74, $74, and $39.99. If anybody wants those. Scott Fish, we got Queen, News of the World, Queen, Day at the Races, and Days of Future Past. If anybody wants those, they're available. Here's more unpaid sleeves. Nobody wanted inner sleeves earlier. Here's the outer sleeves. Packs of 100, $29.99. Packs of 100, $29.99. So those are outer sleeves, and we have inner sleeves. We have Day at the Races, sold to Brian Frenfrock, $74.99. That was the MoFi CD. Scott Fish says he's going to pass. That's sold to Brian Frenfrock. We still got Moody Blues for $39 and News of the World for $74. If anybody wants those, they are available. Make sure I didn't miss any other claims there. I don't think I missed any other claims. Tora still getting bids, and Great White still getting bids. The last bid, though, on Tora was 141 with Patrick Garrett. 141 with Patrick Garrett. Jerry Stone wants a pack of outer sleeves. These are $29.99 for a pack of 100. If anybody else wants a pack, just let me know. This is also a non-payment item. It's a John Lennon Yellow Submarine figure, $34.99. It's a 3-inch like John Lennon Yellow Submarine figure. That is $34.99 if anybody wants it. John Lennon, $34.99. Nick McDowell wants a pack of outer sleeves. That's sold to Nick McDowell. Tora getting new bids, and so is Great White. But guess what? We're about to put up some new auctions. If anybody else wants outer sleeves, we have hundreds of packs. I'm going to put those MoFi CDs right here behind me. Let me go ahead and grab a new auction. Let's go ahead and put up a, boy, we got like, there's a lot in here. Let's see here. Let's do this one because I know some people's waiting for it. It is called Tiger Tails. Boy, I was getting begged last night to put this up for auction. This is a 1990 UK pressing with the original inner sleeve. EX Plus, it's a beautiful copy. It is Tiger Tails. It is a $35 start. It's a 1990 original UK Music for Nations, $35 start. It has the merch insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It's also a beautiful cover. It is a gatefold, Tiger Tails, $35 start. $35 start. Now, is this person in... Okay, now I see what's going on. I saw a name. I was like, BC Rich. I thought this was like... When I first glanced at this last night, I was like, are these the people that's in the band? Because I saw BC Rich, and I was like, no, that's the brand of guitars they play. Tiger Tails, that's up for bid. All right, Carlene Rollins wants the John Lennon figure. Carlene, that's sold to you for $34.99. Great White still getting bids. Tora still getting bid. Tiger Tails getting bids. We have new and sealed Damn Yankees. We're going to have an original pressing up for auction in just a second. Damn Yankees is $44.99. That's new and sealed. That should be on colored vinyl. It's a gatefold, $44.99. Soundgarden, $69.99. This is on colored vinyl. It's on 4 LPs of multicolored splatter vinyl, $69.99. Soundgarden, live from the Artist Den. That's a 4 LP box set. And then King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black, an original specialty press. VG Plus condition, $29.99 on King Crimson. New and sealed Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Iron Maiden's new and sealed, $44.99. T'Pau, Heart and Soul, $9.99. Also, we have Berlin, Count 3 and Pray. This is got the hit song Take My Breath Away that was on Top Gun, $24.99, original inner sleeve. Beautiful, beautiful copy there, Berlin. Jacket, inner sleeve vinyl, everything. Tiger Tails has bids for $86.90, $96. Orlando Martinez gets King Crimson. Great White, $135. Tiger Tails, $100. Scott Fish wants the TPAU, so does Scott Fish. We have Tiger Tails at $106, Tiger Tails at $110, Great Whites at $135 with David Campbell. $135 with David Campbell. Tora, we have an out from Patrick Garrett. The last bid on Tora was Carla Brecky. Carla Brecky. Carla has that for $150. I think we may have our final bid. Tiger Tail still getting bids. Great White still getting bids. Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles, new and sealed, $31.99. Stevie Wonder, My Sherry Amore, $24.99 for Stevie Wonder, My Sherry Amore. That's a 70s press. It is very nice though. Also, House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics with their hit song Jump Around, new and sealed, $34.99. Rage Against the Machine is $31.99. Evil Empire, Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, Free Fallin', $38.99. And new and sealed, Iron Maiden, Virtual XI, $49.99. Iron Maiden, Virtual XI, $49.99. Later tonight, George, we'll be doing some more discount bins. Yes, I've got them lined up and ready to go. Virtual XI, that album I can't get anymore right now, $49.99. The Doors, LA Woman, new and sealed RTI pressing, $31.99. Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union, $33.99. $33.99. Great White, $140. It just came in. Shot in the Dark with David Campbell. Are we done on Tora? It's sold. Carla Brecky, $150. Carla, let me know if you are a first-time buyer. Say, yes, first-time buyer. I'm almost positive you are. Carla, that's sold you for $150, and then I've got to get your information. Thank you. That is sold to you. Tora. I don't know how many people's asked for that since that was originally posted in some of the original hype posts, but it's been a lot. It's been a lot. Great White still getting bids. Tiger Tails still getting bids. Derek Zarzaro on Soul Asylum. We have Luca Patterson on Rage Against the Machine. That was for, Lucas, was that for Evil Empire or the Battle of Los Angeles, Lucas? Let me know on that. Tiger Tails, $155. We have first time buyer. Thank you. Make sure you send our page a message, email address and mailing address. Also, there is... Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends, solo sessions and encores. My brain just flatlined. This is $64.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, for the first time ever on vinyl, blue vinyl, limited to 2,500, $64.99. And Nirvana Bleach, new and sealed, $28.99. Lucas did want Evil Empire. If you're a first-time buyer, please go ahead right now and send us a message. We need your email address and your mailing address, please. We invoice on Mondays. You won't get an invoice from us until Monday. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Thank you, Craig, for sharing that information. I greatly appreciate it. Going back, we have Kate Bush. This sold at auction. Well, actually, it was $34.99, and we sold it for $30. So I must have took an offer on it. If anybody wants it for $30, I'll still sell it for $30. It's called Lionheart. It's an 88 German pressing gatefold, and it's nice. It is very nice. Kate Bush is $30. It was originally marked $34.99. We have Yes Tormato. That's an OG for $19.99. And the Birds Pre-Flight. The Birds is $24.99. Pre-flight, $24.99. All right. So if you haven't already, please make sure you have hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. We're about to put up a lot of more great auctions. I mean, we have some Grails, OG Metallica albums, Slayer albums, Halloweens. I think y'all know what's coming up. So just buckle up for those. David Campbell's out on Great White. That's a final call. Then the Charles Cressel. Charles Cressel has that for $145. They're still bidding on Tiger Tails, $166, $170, $170. The high bid on this is $170 with Ken Crooker. $170 with Ken Crooker. $170 with Ken Crooker. That's the high bid. We have Justice for Jason coming up. Price and condition on Stevie Wonder. No condition notes. It's EX Plus, near mint minus, $24.99. $24.99. Pete Maselli. Tom Petty is new and sealed, $38.99. $38.99. I'm about to go through this one more time. Damn Yankees, new and sealed, $44.99. Damn Yankees. Also, Soundgarden, Chris Cornell live from the Artist Den. 4 LPs on colored vinyl, $69.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $44.99. Berlin and OG, Count 3 and Pray, $24.99. We still got House of Pain, Iron Maiden Virtual 11, $49.99. $49.99. The Doors, LA Woman, Battle of Los Angeles, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Nirvana, Kate Bush, Yes, The Birds, Stevie Wonder, and Tom Petty. Stevie Wonder sold to Peter Mazzolino. Let me make sure Derek Estrada doesn't want it. Derek, if you don't want that, we're going to sell it to Peter Mazzolino. We had an out on Great White earlier. By the way, Michael Ling bid $177 on Tiger Tails. Ken Crooker, you're out. Great White is now sold to Charles Cressel for $145. That is sold. What kits do you have up for auction? We have Thrashes, Slashes, Thrashes and Slashes, and the Slash Singing Slasher, as featured on SpongeBob. I think it's called Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Vince Gardner wants a Nirvana. That's the Bleach remaster. That's sold to Vince Gardner. Derek Estrada will take the Stevie Wonder. That's sold to Derek Estrada. Tiger Tails, we have an Absolute War. That is a perfect copy with the merch insert, the original inner sleeve. It's all there, folks. Ever since last night, there has been an unusual amount of people ask for this right here. And also, I was almost did an Exodus. I almost pulled an Exodus out, but there's some Slayers on deck that I know people's waiting for. Holy moly. But first, we got this thing right here. Last night, I told somebody I had this, and there was some people who went, please, Chad, sell this right now. But now it's for sale right now. Metallica and Justice for Jason. It's a 2 LP, unofficial. It's on white and black marbled vinyl, $35 start. Metallica and Justice for Jason. It is on white and black marbled vinyl, $35 start. $35 start. The mix of Metallica's 1988 masterpiece and For Justice for All has been long with the most controversial decisions in mighty Metallica discography. And I think what this is it's a remaster with the bass, right? I think this is a remix that actually has the bass kind of cranked up. So that's what that is. It's called And Justice for Jason, like Jason Newsted, because they botched the bass sound on that album. If you listen to the original mix, there's not much of bass. You know what? Until somebody told me that, I never did really notice it. Everybody's like, that album don't have any bass. And I was like, what? And then I went back and I kind of can tell, but I really can't tell. I don't know, but I never could tell. But this is remixed with the bass cranked. And evidently it sounds amazing. I have not listened to this. This is one of my favorite, this probably is my favorite Metallica album. I have to play this tonight. So FYI, whoever buys this tonight, I'm definitely taking it for a spin because that's one of my favorites, if not my favorite. It's not live, it's a actual mix with the bass. It tells about it right here. And it has a couple of bonus tracks too. and it actually has some spoken word. Mixer Steve Thompson reflects on the missing bass parts. So yeah. All right. Yeah, I think it's Blackened was the first song that I noticed didn't have bass. When I listened, when somebody told me that, they was like, there's no bass, and I heard y'all talking about it one night on a show. I went and put my, at the time I had an original press here, and I put it on, and I was like, yeah, you can really tell Blackened is lacking bass. Okay, Slayer. Slayer is a 1994, I repeat, a 1994 U.S. pressing on the translucent red vinyl with the insert, and it's nice. EX condition, $75 start. It has a 1994 Slayer merch insert. I like that shirt there. I'd like to have that. Those all-over prints, kind of tie-dyed, are very expensive right now. That is Slayer. That's going up for a $75 start. That is an original plastic inner sleeve, and the jacket is nice. Slayer, $75 start. All right, now, up at the top, we have Tiger Tails was at 190. Let me back up even further. Hold on a second. We had Derek Estrada says, I'll take it. We done that. Jason had bids for 50, 75, 75, 35. Tiger Tails, 186. Tiger Tails, 190. Metallica, 125. Metallica, 100. Tom Petty is new and sealed, $38.99. Metallica, 125. Metallica, 130. Metallica, 135. Elvis is already sold. Metallica 200, Slayer 75, Metallica 141. Are we done on Tiger Tails? Where are we on Tiger Tails? Tiger Tails. Where Ken and Michael, y'all might have to update. There's too many comments for me to decipher. Where did we get to on Tiger Tails? I'm showing on my end 190. No, Michael Ling said out. Ken Crooker's at 190. Ken Crooker's at 190. Michael Ling said out. Okay, final call. There's where we're at. All right, before I bring over another crate, let's go through this right here. It's just a little half crate of new vinyl. Let's go through this because there was a waiting list on this. 190, final call, the Ken Crooker, yes. Metallica is at 150. Slayer is at 100. We had a waiting list for Led Zeppelin Mothership, $114.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $114.99. Let me look up the waiting list for Led Zeppelin. And Vince Laino was on a waiting list. Vince Laino. If anybody else wants one, they're $114.99. That's the 4LP box set of Led Zeppelin Mothership. Metallica is at 200. Who bid 200? Nobody's fault. Nobody's fault. Thank you for bidding it again. $200 on that. And we have Led Zeppelin, $114.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $114.99. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King on gold vinyl, gatefold. Savatage. I remember when these came out, it was very anticipated. I've still got them in stock. Paul Brothers was on a waiting list. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain Kings, gold vinyl, $54.99. Metallica has a new bid for $205. Ken Crooker, you get the Tiger Tails for $190. Let me remind everybody, I don't want to overshadow the Slayer album with the Metallica and the Tiger Tails. This Slayer album is the original 1994 on the red translucent vinyl. This is the red translucent vinyl with the merch insert of Slayer. I don't know if I even said the name of the album. Divine Intervention. Divine Intervention. The last bid on Slayer was Dustin Riviera at $100. Final call. David Campbell wants a Savatage. There's one extra Savatage. We got 2 copies of U2 singles, 18 singles, 18 U2 tracks, $34.99. I will read off the track listing if I need to because that's a great lineup of U2 music. U2, there's no waiting list, so both copies are available. I think we had 3 last week, and I sold all 3. There was no waiting list. So I ordered 2 more, $34.99 on U2 singles. And then Ozzy, this is the 30th anniversary remaster of Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $33.99. Let me look up the waiting list for that. Chad King. Chad King was on a waiting list for Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. If anybody else wants one, there's one extra, Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Slayer has new bids. We had bids for 101, 110. Romelu C wants a U2. Metallica had a new bid for 250. Slayer had a high bid of 110. Metallica, 255. All righty. Let me swap out crates right quick because this one has filled up quite quickly. with those outer sleeves and those new LPs that was in there. Very, very nice. Let me grab a new crate right quick, and let me put up a third auction because I have a feeling we're going to be bidding on Slayer for a while. We're going to be bidding on Metallica for a while. We had a war earlier for Exodus, and here's another one. Another Exodus album that is not in print. It's called Pleasures of the Flesh. Exodus is in VG Plus condition, almost EX. It's a 1987 U.S. original camouflage combat label. It does have the original inner sleeve. $35 start. $35 start. Nice jacket too. Exodus, Pleasures of the Flesh. A not in print LP. I don't know why. $35 start on that. Clifford Umstead wants Led Zeppelin. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you. That's sold to you. Slayer is now at $125. Metallica's at $260. Exodus is a $35 start. No other claims? Nope. No other claims. Rob Zombie. This is actually got a street date for Friday as a new release. I think it's a new color. Blue and bottle green with black and bone splatter with 28-page booklet. I think what they've done is repressed it on a new color. So that is $29.99. Rob Zombie, the Lunar Injection Kool-Aid Eclipse Conspiracy. It has a street date for Friday, so it's technically a new release, but I think it's just a new color. I know it's been out, so blue and bottle green with black and bone splatter. Wow, that's a lot of colors. $29.99. I've got 3 Rob Zombies. New color variant there. 3 of those. And this is a new Ministry release. Ministry, $39.99. Ultimate Rarest Tracks, 81 to 83. 2 LP silver vinyl. Ministry, $39.99. That's also got a street date for Friday. And I've got 10 of these. I know I'm just holding 1. But I saw this for pre-order and I thought, what is this? And then I realized it's one of their original albums. It's a new reissue of it, which is not easy to get an original of. Green Day Warning. It's on green vinyl. I've got 1 and 9 more will be delivered tomorrow. 9 more will be delivered tomorrow. $33.99. Green Day. I've got this one and 9 more will be here. They split that shipment. They split the shipment of that and the Queen Montreal. We're getting our full order, but that's a pre-order I missed. Green Day Warning, which that album originally came out in 2000. It originally came out in 2000. So it's on green vinyl, fluorescent green, $33.99. I've got 9 more on the way. We'll just have to take down your name if anybody else wants one. Let's update these auctions. When I walked away, I said Slayer was at $125, Metallica $260, Exodus $35.34, Slayer $112, Metallica $275, Exodus $50, Metallica $275, Metallica $265, Exodus $50.55, Metallica $265, Slayer $126, Exodus $65, Exodus $75. Jerry Stone wants a Green Day, and let's put down Vincent Gardner's name, kind of like a waiting list, but we will definitely have more. Here's what's left in this bin. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King, $54.99, gold vinyl. U2, 18 singles, $34.99. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $33.99. The Rob Zombie, $29.99. Ministry, Ultimate Rarest Tracks, $39.99. That's where we're at. That's new vinyl. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Now, back here behind me, I have a plumb full putback bin. It's got a little bit of everything in it. Let me spin it around here. This is full. I don't know. I can't even really go through it all. Let me try my best to... Yeah, I guess we'll try. It's full. Usually I don't like setting this many up here because it's hard to flip through them, but we'll put it up here. Slayer 135, Slayer 127, and Metallica 275. Exodus at 80. All 3 auctions still getting bids. If you haven't already, here's a few things you can do for us. The first thing is you can make sure you've hit the like button on the Facebook post, the like button on the YouTube video, and if you're new, make sure you're following us, of course. There's the old saying on YouTube, make sure you subscribed, rung the bell, done all that stuff. That way you know when we're live. It's every night at 7 o'clock, but make sure you're here. It's only 9 o'clock. We're going to be here for a while selling records. Look at all these. This is all from that huge order I was talking about. We're done with it after this. I think there's 2 crates in the back of box sets that this person bought. Yes, 2 full crates of box sets. It was a hit for us, but we're doing pretty good reselling it, so they won't be buying from us again. We've had 2 very bad outliers in the last couple months, but we've taken care of them. Is there more CDs? Yes, I've got not like those, but I have more, Jennifer. Probably when we start doing some 50% off, if you're still around, let me know. Slayer's at $128. Metallica's at $285, now $300. Exodus is at $80 with William Warner. Pleasures of the Flesh, $80 with William Warner. Let's try to go through this bin. Look how much is in here. First thing is 70s movie hits collected. The 70s movie hits collected. I was like, what's wrong with this cover? It's made like that. This is $49.99. So what this is the greatest hits of movie soundtracks. $49.99. Grease, Frankie Valli, Mick Jagger, Live and Let Die, Bob Dylan, Knocking on Heaven's Door. Great compilation. It is on colored vinyl. 70 movie hits collected, $49.99. I've got one of those. Here's another collected. Hip Hop Collected. This is $49.99. Hip Hop Collected, The Next Chapter. Light green and white vinyl. Hip Hop Collected, $49.99. Hip Hop Collected. Volume 2. Great lineup of music on that. Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton is $19.99. Superb copy, $19.99. And Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $44.99. You got to have that. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $44.99. Romy Lou on the Hip Hop Collected. Thank you, Romy Lou. That's so do you. Are we done on Exodus? I'm about to sell Exodus for $80. Metallica still getting bids. We're at $305. And Slayer is at $127. That's where we're at. Black Sabbath, Mob Rules, 2LP remaster, $44.99. Mob Rules, Ronnie James Dio, Black Sabbath. We have Heart, Bad Animals, and OG, No Condition Notes, original on her sleeve, beautiful. $19.99 on Heart, $19.99 on that. And Peter Mazzolino on Tom Petty. Peter Mazzolino gets Tom Petty Greatest Hits. This is the best vinyl auction in the planet Earth. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. We have Pink Floyd Metal. This is a remastered gatefold, $33.99. $33.99. Pink Floyd Metal. That's available. Scott Ham wants Heart. Michael Wood on Peter Frampton. Metallica's at $325. Metallica's at $325. We're still getting lots of bids. William Warner gets the Exodus for $80. Slayer's still getting bids, but let's put up a new auction because Exodus is done. Slayer's still getting bids and Metallica. If you're just hopping on, the Metallica is a remix of And Justice for All with the bass added. They've actually put bass into that mix. And it's highly desirable. Next auction is Oz. Sorry, I was looking through records when I was trying to talk. Lots of people have asked for this. It's called Oz. Oz is a 1984 U.S. OG pressing on the Green Combat label. EX Plus, nice vinyl. $35 start on Oz. Just a generic inner sleeve that came with it. It's called Fire in the Brain. Oz, Fire in the Brain, $35 start. Metallica is at $325 with Nobody's Fault. Nobody's Fault bid first at $325. Alonzo, you tied them. We have Slayer at $140. Where did we get to? Lou Reed, Mistrial. Lou Reed is $34.99. No Condition Notes, original on her sleeve, $34.99. And Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $33.99. I never share the name of the people who don't pay. I did that one time because that guy was really, we'll just say, obtrusive about it, derogatory. He was very, he did it a very wrong way. This person, I won't mention their name. They somewhat communicated with us, but they fell off in the last few weeks. So this person, I don't ever mention anybody's name, but you can use your imagination. I'm sure a lot of y'all who watch probably can figure out who some of these people are. We never say their name. This person made an attempt, but we lost communication with them. So they actually tried to pay some of this off. They sent us quite a bit to try to pay off this huge bill, but then I think they couldn't finish. So we're having to resell the rest of it. We actually shipped them $9,000 worth of records out today. $9,000 worth of records this day that they paid for that went out to them today. This is the stuff that they couldn't pay for. So it sucks, but we rarely never mention anybody's name. Metallica Load, $44.99. Metallica Load is $44.99. This is 2 LPs. It's new and sealed. We have Rush, Clockwork Angels. Rush is $44.99. That's a 2 LP, new and sealed. And AC/DC Ball Breaker, $31.99. AC/DC Ball Breaker, new and sealed, $31.99. Rush, Clockwork Angels. What in the world? We have Metallica in the City of Brotherly Love, $44.99. That's on colored vinyl. It's 2 LPs. It's new and sealed, $44.99. And Metallica Death Magnetic. Metallica Death Magnetic, new and sealed, $44.99. $44.99. And all for $7 shipping. That's right. It cost us a lot of money to ship those out today because they had a lot of box sets. A lot of box sets. Garage Days Revisited, $31.99. $31.99 for Metallica Garage Days Revisited. All right, I need to pause there. Hopefully we can get some of these cleaned out. But first, Slayer. The last bid that I see on Slayer is Gabriel Chavez at $141. Kevin Krause said he's out. Dustin Riviera, do you want back in? $141. $141 is a final call. $141. Slayer. Metallica. We have a high bid with Danny Thomason at $355. $355 on that. Slayer just got a new bid. The last bid on Oz, this is highly regarded. Lots of people say this is an incredible album. Jason Jones has it for $48. Jason Jones has it for $48. Now, Vince Gardner, you commented Metallica. Vince, do you want Load, the City of Brotherly Love, Death Magnetic, or Garage Days? Vince Gardner, let me know which one you want there. Daryl Royal picks up the Rush. Thank you, Daryl Royal. That's so do you. The Rush is so do you. Moving on, some pre-owned vintage stuff here. Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac, $26.99. The legendary Christine Perfect album. Christine McVie, $26.99. Vince Gardner does want Load. Death Magnetic is on black vinyl. It's a 2 LP black vinyl remastered, just a standard release. Two Virgins, John and Yoko. This is a bootleg, $24.99. John and Yoko, if y'all want to see a hideous image, there they are nude. Look, there's John and Yoko nude. You don't want to see the front part of it. They are completely nude on the front. Oh my goodness. That's $24.99. Also, we have themes from James Bond Thrillers. This is a 1967 mono, $19.99. Themes from James Bond Thrillers. That's mono, red label, $19.99. And Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Debbie Winston wants CM. CM was for Christine McVie. Oz has a new bid for $55. Oz had another bid for $50. Slayer's at $146. Debbie Winston wants KM. KM was for Debbie Winston. What was KM? And then we have timeout. We'll figure out what that is. And then we have Romelu wants JY, and that was for... I've got a couple of things I got to clarify. Debbie put KM. I don't see KM. George wants Bond, but Romelu might have meant Bond, maybe. I don't know. We might have to clarify there. There's like 4 comments there. I don't know what they are. Debbie's KM. And then Romelu, what was JY? Was that for JL or that John and Yoko? That's probably for John and Yoko, right? Is that right, Romelu, John and Yoko? John and Yoko. Okay, that's for sure sold to him. And then George H. for sure gets James Bond. And then we'll figure out what... Debbie said that's a mistake. Okay, so ignore that. And then next was Slayer at $150. Oz at $56. Jerry Johnson wants CM. Steve Koch wants Death Magnetic. Jerry Johnson put CMM and then CM. Let me know what that was. And then we have Ozzy's at $65. I have a question about this way. I sent a message, no reply yet. If you send us a message, if Ed hadn't replied by tonight, he will sometime tomorrow, Misty. I promise. Ed's, usually it's about a 24-48 cycle for invoices, replies. Johnny Cash at San Quentin, $29.99 cash on the original label, $29.99. And AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, $31.99. We just sold a new and sealed Death Magnetic. We still got more copies if anybody wants one. And we're about to auction one as well. Melissa Bailey gets San Quentin. Oz is at 68. Oz is at 75. And we have Metallica. What was the last bid? It's got buried. Let's resurrect Metallica. Danny Thomason is at $355. $355. Final call. That's been on the board for a while. Slayer, the last bid on Slayer was $150 with Dustin Riviera, red vinyl. Oz is at $75. Paul Richards wants Garage Days. Now, we have Jerry Johnson, Kristen McVie. Okay, you were very late on that one. You might want to update your connection because your reply came in late too. You might want to refresh, Jerry. Ozzy, High Voltage, $31.99. Ozzy, High Voltage, Back in Black. Did I just say Ozzy? AC/DC. We have AC/DC and AC/DC. We have High Voltage and Back in Black, $31 and $31.99. Molly Hatchet, beating the odds. Frank Frazetta Artwork, VG Plus, $14.99. We have a new bid on Slayer. We're about to sell Metallica. And the last bid on Oz was $75 with Jared Benoit. Jason Jones, you're out. Kill 'Em All, new and sealed remaster, $31.99. Reload, new and sealed remaster, $44.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, an original Terre Haute pressing, VG Plus condition, $39.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, VG Plus, $39.99. Michael Peevler on Molly Hatchet. That's sold to Michael Peevler. Dustin, you've been outbid on Slayer. Stiff Upper Lip, AC/DC, $31.99. This is AC/DC Powerage, $31.99. U2 Boston, $83, $44.99. And Beastie Boys, License to Ill, Fruit Punch colored vinyl, $36.99. Danny Thomason, I think you're getting the Metallica. Danny's been waiting since last night. $355. That is sold. I've never had one of those. We've bought and sold hundreds of thousands of records. First time I've ever seen a remix with the bass. That is sold, $355. Slayers get new bids. I'm making sure Jason Jones is out on Oz. Jared Benoit, you're about to get it for $75. Slayer has a new bid for $160. Anthony Boggs wants the OG Floyd. That's sold to Anthony Boggs. Beastie Boys, Check Your Head, $46.99. Rush, this is the 200 gram. Actually, if no one buys it right now, I have a waiting list for it. $59.99. Rush 2112, the 40th anniversary edition, 3LP 200 gram, $59.99. Chad, I had a bid of $356. Well, there's two problems. One, that's not on my screen, and number two, I did a final call like 3 different times. That's not on my screen, and I did a final call 2 or 3 times, and you never did bid again. I'll have to sell that to Danny for $355. Peter Mazzolino wants Rush, and next is Matt Barnhill, and then Peter Mazzolino again. So I only had one copy of that. Slayer's at $161. There's another Beastie Boys, $36.99, and oh, that's the same ones. And then we have Corey Hart, First Defense. Corey Hart, this has his song Sunglasses at Night on it, $19.99. Sunglasses at Night. Alonzo, I will check one more time. Let me go back up to his $355. And let me see. Danny Thomason, $355. I'll check before then too. There's your $350. There's his $355. And there's no other bid. There's no other bid on anything on there. So yeah, there's your bid never did come in on that. Your bid never did come in on that. We have Chuck Berry, Golden Hits. Chuck Berry is $24.99. Chuck Berry, Golden Hits, $24.99. Golden Hits. And Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. Master of Reality, Black Sabbath is $33.99. That's a 2012 remaster. $33.99 on that. Also, we have Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, a 2012 remaster, $33.99. Boy, my phone, I got to mute my notifications. I'm like, my phone is like going off. It's very, very difficult for me to keep up with notifications. After the sale, the next morning people will be like, didn't you get my text message? And I'm like, do you realize that I'm not on my phone for 8 hours and I get about 9 million notifications while I'm live every night? I'm really bad about not texting, replying people back. I literally cannot keep up with it all. Slayer, Gabriel's out. That's a final call for $175. And Oz, is at 80. Jared Benoit, you're out on Oz. Danny got the Metallica for 355. There's a problem. If you bid and you don't hear me acknowledge it, and I'm saying going twice, going 3 times, and I don't see it, and I'm not saying anything, you have to bid again, because there's a good chance it don't show up on my feed, and you have to bid again. So if you hear me saying going twice, going 3 times, no other bids, 355, no other call or last call, and you have to bid again, because that means I'm not seeing it, and that means it's not on my screen. You have to bid again. If I'm saying final call 2 or 3 times, you have to put it back up there. Mr. Big, wow, that's VG Plus, $29.99. That's an 89 US pressing. Mr. Big, that's usually auction, $29.99. Eddie Murphy is VG condition, $9.99. And Talking Heads, Fear of Music, VG Plus, $26.99. This is Talking Heads, Fear of Music, VG Plus, $26.99. Also, Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Supertramp is VG Plus condition, $14.99 for Breakfast in America. Back at the top, we have an out on Slayer. Dustin Riviera has that for $175. Oz had a new bid for $90. Jason Jones, you're out. He says he's out. Greg Preston first on Mr. Big, and then David Howard, then Jason Jones, then Curtis, then Lisa, then David, then Brian. Kenny Cates on Eddie Murphy. Jeannie Pinnell was next. We have new and sealed Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $44.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $39.99. 2 LP, by the way. Slayer is sold to Dustin Riviera for $175. Slayer is sold to Dustin Riviera for $175. That's sold. And Oz is gone. Oz is being sold. Oz is gone. That is sold to Jared Benoit for $90. That is sold. All right. So let's go ahead and put up 2 new auctions. We have so many more wild auctions to put up. Dustin Riviera wants Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's sold. Let me put up some other stuff. And we have Halloween going up for auction. Next is going to be a Wasp. And I've got a Metallica, Ride the Lightning on deck. So here's our next couple auctions. Actually, I didn't grab the Wasp. Let me do that right quick. Let me do this other Wasp. We auctioned one of those last night. Let's do one we don't get too often up for auction. Okay. So let's see here. Slayer be on deck. We have Wasp, a 1989 US original, nice EX Plus, Headless Children, an 89 US original with promo materials. Check this out. $55 start, Wasp, the Headless Children. There's the LP. It comes with a promotional photograph. It comes with promotional information, the biography of Wasp. It has the original inner sleeve, and it has a very nice jacket. Wasp is a $55 start. $55 start for Headless Children. That's an 89 US pressing with bonus materials. Now up for bid. There's Wasp. Here's Halloween. Halloween's going up for bid. Halloween is a 1986 West German pressing. West German pressing on Halloween. This is called Judas. It's called Judas by Halloween. $35 start. Extremely nice. $35 start. Halloween. It's Judas. Extremely nice. Now going up for auction. Let's go ahead and get 3. We've got Wasp. We've got Halloween. We've got Metallica. Metallica is a 1984. Technically a reissue because it's on the black and red Electra. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an EX condition. It's going to be a $55 start. Black and red Electra, $55 start on Metallica, Ride the Lightning. There we have it. There's those auctions. I'm going to keep all of my notes right there. Let's go back to the top, make sure I didn't miss any claims. I'll do Slayer after one of these sell. Slayer will be as soon as one of these officially sell. Dancing in the Streets, David Bowie and Mick Jagger, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, $34.99. Laurel and Hardy, Naturally High. Laurel and Hardy, VG Plus condition, $12.99. New and sealed Soundgarden, that's called A-Sides, $38.99 for Soundgarden A-Sides. That's new and sealed, $38.99. And Pink Floyd Works. Pink Floyd in shrink wrap, $49.99 for Works. Pink Floyd, $49.99. Nice copy in shrink wrap. Janis Joplin in concert, VG Plus condition, $27.99. And a collection of previously unreleased recordings, Velvet Underground, $69.99. The Velvet Underground, $69.99. Back up at the top, we have lots of bids. I'll update those in just a second. Peter Mazzolino says Super Tramp and then conditional Super Tramp. Super Tramp is in VG Plus condition. $14.99, a classic, Breakfast in America. It's yours if you want it. Michael Rudolph wants Laurel and Hardy. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Next, new and sealed, Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast, $49.99. Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast, $49.99. $49.99. We have Metallica at $80. Peter Mazzolino says yes, he does want Super Tramp. And Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. That's new and sealed, $29.99. Here's another Nirvana, Madrid, 1992. Nirvana, red vinyl, $44.99. And Rush, there's another 2112, 200 gram, 40th anniversary, 3LP, $59.99. $59.99. Rush, 200 gram, $59.99. That is available. David Campbell on Iron Maiden. Matt Barnhill wants the Rush. Those are all sold. Now, let's go through the board and check the bids on auctions. I've got the high bid on Wasp at $70 with Sean Holford. $70 with Sean Holford. Metallica just came in for $85. And Halloween, Ken Crooker was the first person to bid $35. And then Johansson Cruz tied him. So Johansson, you're out. Ken Crooker has it for $35. Metallica's at $85. Wasp is at $72 with Jason Jones. All right. Now, let's run through this bin very quickly one more time. Not before I mute my mic and take a drink of water. Sean Holford just bid $75 on Wasp. Jason Widener just bid $40 on Halloween. Metallica is the 1984 Electra pressing. 1984 Electra pressing. I'm just going to read very quickly what's left in here. 70s movie hits collected, $49.99. Black Sabbath Mob Rules, $44.99. Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. Those are all new and sealed. This is OG. Lou Reed Mistrial, $34.99. New and sealed Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here, $33.99. AC/DC Ballbreaker, $31.99. Metallica, a live unofficial in the City of Brotherly Love, colored vinyl, $44.99. And OG Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99. Here is a pocket of new and sealed stuff. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, and Back in Black. Those are both $31.99. We also have High Voltage and Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Those are all $31.99. Reload is $44.99. Stiff Upper Lip is $31.99. Another AC/DC Powerage, $31.99. U2, that's a live unofficial. U2 live in Boston, 1983 on colored vinyl. $44.99. $44.99. Wasp got a new bid for $75. Jason Jones, you're out on Wasp. Halloween is at $55, and there's a new bid on Metallica. Clint Thomas is at $86. That means Billy LeBlanc, you're out. Halloween's at $60. Samantha Joe wants the Pat Benatar. That's sold. Continuing, new and sealed Beastie Boys, colored vinyl, $36.99. New and sealed Beastie Boys, Check Your Head, $46.99. Corey Hart, First Defense, $19.99 with his hit song, I Wear My Sunglasses at Night. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits is $24.99. New and sealed Black Sabbath, $33.99. New and sealed Black Sabbath, $33.99. Talking Heads, Fear of Music, VG Plus, $26.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $39.99. David Bowie, Dancing in the Streets, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks is $34.99. Soundgarden's $38.99. Pink Floyd Works is $49.99. Janis Joplin in Concert, VG Plus, $27.99. Velvet Underground, $69.99, a collection of previously unreleased recordings. Tenacious D is $29, and Nirvana Madrid, live, $44.99. Wasp, this is now sold in to Sean Holford for $75. Thank you, Sean. Nice, with all those promo materials. Sold to Sean Holford, $75. What state are you in tonight, Sean? Wyoming? Texas? Sean's always all over the world. We have Halloween, now with a high bid of $60. Metallica just got a new bid for $87. Chris Kirkley wants the U2 live unofficial That is sold to Chris Kirkley. Let's pull that out right here and sell that to Chris. Sean's watching from Montana. Hello, Montana. Any Chris Ledoux albums up there? Also, we have a whole crate of new stuff from tonight that has not been shown. A whole crate of new stuff from tonight that has not been shown. Anybody else watching from Montana? I don't have a lot of buyers in Montana. Sean may be the stray Montana buyer. I got to run some ads up there. I'm sure there's other record buyers. There couldn't be too many record stores up there. Some of that's a pretty barren area. We have I Promise Slayer. Boy, let me read this lineup. Here's what's left in the auction bin. Tangier, Exodus, TNT, Iron Maiden, Heart, Rob Halford, Kurt Hammett, Metallica, Metal Church, Wasted, UFTO, that's Anthrax, that's a 2-in-1. Metallica, Testament, Wasp, Metallica, Damn Yankees, Kiss, Exodus, Slayer, and From the Mega Vault. From the Mega Vault. All right. We have Slayer, a 1990 U.S. pressing. I think that was a hop sticker and somebody put it on the cover. Pretty cool. Gold stamp promo. We have a generic inner sleeve. The cover is VG. It has a seam crackle up here at the top, a little bit of writing, and some edge and spine wear. Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss. The vinyl is VG Plus. VG Plus. $55 start to get that one rolling. $55 start to get that one rolling. Metallica was a final call. Michael Fairchild said out. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Hold on a second. We had Wasp 77. Halloween, we had, Rick Peabody, Your Bid on Wasp came in late. My bad. Your Bid on Wasp came in late. Halloween 63. Halloween 65. Metallica 90. Metallica 90 with Ryan Anderson. No condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl. Curtis Marachi wants that new Rob Zombie if I have one. I have one. That's this Rob Zombie right here. It's not new. It's a new color variant. It's $29.99. Sell that to Curtis Marachi. Halloween's at 70. No condition notes on Metallica. Slayer with a lot of bids already. Okay, we got a restock of the Genesis Greatest Hits, the new release that came out. First time ever on vinyl. It's called Turn It On Again. There was a waiting list for this because I don't think I got to even fill the complete pre-order. So I've wrote down those names, and here's everybody who still needs to get one. This is called Turn It On Again. And there was Greg Rogers, Aurora Shelton, Tim Holloway, and Peter Mazzolino. Greg Rogers, Aurora Shelton, Tim Holloway, and Peter Mazzolino. It's essentially a Genesis Greatest Hits. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 people on a waiting list, and I got 3 extra copies. 3 extra copies. Some good metal tonight. Is it Thursday? Guess what? It gets even better for tomorrow. Yes, more metal tomorrow. More metal auctions. Romelu wants a Genesis. Turn It On Again. We got 2 extra copies there. And we have Incubus, Make Yourself. Incubus is a 2 LP, new and sealed. Incubus is $39.99. And we have Danzig, Black Area. There was actually a waiting list for this. Danzig, let me look that up. Danzig, and the person waiting for this album was William Warner. William Warner. I got you down for a Danzig. If anybody else wants one, I've got to order you one. I don't have any more actually on hand. Dan Geller wants a Genesis. Melissa Bailey wants an Incubus. Those are sold and sold. We're down to 1. Now, we've got to update the Halloween. The Halloween, the last bid I said on Halloween was Ken Crooker at $70. Nobody's bid in a while. I'll see 2 different people that set out. Final call on Halloween, $70. Ryan Anderson has had the high bid on Metallica for quite some time. I'm also about to sell that. Metallica, Ryan Anderson has that for $90. No one else has bid on that in quite some time. And then, of course, the Slayer has took off. We have a high bid with Gabriel, now Steve Plaw, for $131. $131 on that. The only thing left in here right now is Danzig. William Warner says he wants to pass on Danzig. He was on a waiting list. Danny Thomason, I'm going to give you Danzig right now. Let's not give that to William Warner, who is on a waiting list. We'll give it to Danny Thomason. We have, boy, There was a bolt of lightning that just struck outside. The cranberries. My gosh. I'm sure y'all heard that. I'm pretty sure that lightning struck like right out here in the street. Wow. There must be more storms coming. That's the logical explanation for what y'all just heard. Cranberries to the faithfully departed, $36.99. We sold out in a hurry a while ago of the other Cranberries album. Here's the other one. We had an original of this one time. Cranberries to the faithfully departed. It is expensive. It's hard to come by. Cranberries. I've got 2 copies if anybody wants one. $36.99. All right, so Slayer. Here comes the rain. It's pouring. Slayer 135, Slayer 136, Slayer 140, Slayer 141. We have Phil Scarpato on the Cranberries. Phil Scarpato on the Cranberries, and there's 1 extra copy of that. All right. We also got a restock of Rob Zombie, White Zombie, Psychoholic Halloween. These have been coming and going in stock and out of stock. White Zombie. Let me go ahead and read off everybody who has that's on a waiting list. White Zombie, and I'm going to update these auctions. The White Zombie waiting list is Steve Koch, Darren Wallace, and Greg Peck. These are $29.99. Steve Koch, Darren Wallace, and Greg Peck. That's limited to 300. White Zombie, Psychoholic Halloween, $29.99. 3 people, and I've got 2 extra. Danny Thomason wants to put back Danzig too. If anybody wants Danzig, it's $33.99. Black area. It's on Starburst colored vinyl. $33.99 if anybody wants that. All right, I think we're done on Halloween, right? Definitely. I've given these a lot of time, more probably than I should have. $70. This is sold to Ken Crooker. Let me confirm that. Ken Crooker, you get that. And Metallica is sold to Jason Anderson. Metallica is sold to Jason Anderson. So, Ryan Anderson, you get the Metallica for $90. Nice. Ride the Lightning, 1984. Vintage copy. Awesome music there. Beautiful. Ride the Lightning, $90. All right. Let's put that away. Thank you, Ryan. $90. Now, let's update Slayer. We're talking a 1990 US OG, Seasons in the Abyss. It's a gold stamp promo. It is VG Plus vinyl. It's a VG cover. We're talking OG Slayer here. It's up for auction. The last bid was at $155. Andy McLean wants a Danzig. White Zombie sold to Dustin Riviera. Phil Elliott gets the other White Zombie. Those are sold and sold. Let me swap out crates because this bin is now plumb full. And there's 1 Cranberries and there's 1 Genesis left. Those are great albums. Genesis Greatest Hits and Cranberries. Those are still available. Let me grab a new empty crate right here. Let me do this right quick. Got a nice blue crate here to fill up. Whoa. Don't want to lose these LPs. Let me put them in the front of this bin right quick. There we go. Okay, so 2 new auctions. Yes. Okay, I read off that lineup earlier. Let's go ahead and do this Metallica and Kiss. And then we're going to knock out another one of these Exodus. Always desirable Exodus LPs. Let's do the Kiss. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This is a 1988 US pressing, VG Plus condition. It does have the original inner sleeve, $35 start. VG Plus, Kiss, original inner sleeve, $35 start. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. That is an original US 88 retail copy. And then we have Death Magnetic by Metallica. Metallica is the 2008 pressing. This is the OG. This is the OG from 2008. Black vinyl, 2 LP. It's in VG Plus condition, $35 start. There's both LPs. There's the gatefold jacket. This is the 2008 pressing. There's a little bit of a stain on the cover, but that is a $35 start on that as well. So Kiss has opening bids. Metallica will probably have an opening bid very soon. Davey Winstead gets the Cranberries. That's so did Davey Winstead. And we got a restock of the Breakfast Club soundtrack. The Breakfast Club is new and sealed, $33.99 for the Breakfast Club. Let's check this out right quick. We have Breakfast Club, and that was Rebecca Barber. Rebecca Barber, you was on a waiting list for the Breakfast Club soundtrack. Don't you forget about me, Simple Minds, $33.99. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody wants one. There's 2 Breakfast Clubs, and we got a restock of AC/DC, Rock or Bust. Very cool. We've sold a lot. It has that awesome lenticular cover, $33.99 for AC/DC. AC/DC. We have a waiting list with Carol Keys. Carol Keys on a waiting list. I went ahead and bought a bunch of these because they were low stock. And I was like, man, if these ever go out of print, I doubt they make anymore because I consider something with a lenticular cover pretty limited edition, but they've been available for a while, but I went ahead and grabbed another 4 copies. So Carol Keys gets one. Susie Breedlove wants a Breakfast Club. Tony Wade gets a Breakfast Club. Let's figure out where we're at on Slayer. I hadn't seen a bid in a while. Gabriel Chavez has that for $166. Steve Plaw's out. Gabriel has that for $166. Kiss had bids for $35, $35, $40, $41. Metallica had bids for $40, $45. And then we have Breakfast Club was on black vinyl. Metallica's at $50 and Kiss is at $46. So we're about to sell Slayer $166 with Gabriel Chavez. There's AC/DC still available, and we got a restock of Whiskey Myers, his self-titled album, just called Whiskey Myers. It's a gatefold, $34.99. Let me double check that. Whiskey, and there was not a waiting list for Whiskey Myers. Those are still available. 2 LP, $34.99. I thought I brought up a crate that had a new Funko in it. I did. Here we go. So I've got, let's see here. Yeah, I've got 2 new Funkos. I've only got 1 of each. I've got a Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders. And I got a Shay Brennan. From Peaky Blinders. Those are 2 new Funkos. No, this is actually from 1883. My bad. That's from Peaky Blinders, and that's from 1883. Peaky Blinders in 1883. Thomas Shelby and Shay Brennan. Those are available if anybody wants them. I've only got 1 of each. $14.99. Those were delivered today, actually. Okay, so Whiskey Myers, we have an out on Slayer. There is 2 Whiskey Myers, and we have Tyler Childers, Long Violent History. Tyler Childers is $24.99. There was a waiting list for Tyler Childers, and that was Deidre Schultz, and there's somebody else on a waiting list for all of them. Is that you, Robert Philippi? I think I have a different tag for all those. I've got that written down somewhere. There's a Long Violent. This is sold to Deidre Schultz. That's sold to Deidre Schultz. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me figure out. I have to. Robert Philippi says he'll take both. Okay. And yeah, Robert Philippi, you was on a waiting list for every Tyler Childers except Country Squire. So let's give one to Robert Philippi. That means there's 1 extra copy there. Robert Philippi wants, do you want both of the Funkos, Robert, as well? Or just the 1883? Let me know. I've got you down for both. Let me know if that's right on both of those there. Okay. Sorry, let's get some new auctions going. But first, we had new activity on everything. William Warner bid 170 on Slayer. Dustin Riviera bid 170 on Slayer. Kiss is now at 51. Slayer is at 180. Kiss is at 55. Robert just wants Peaky Blinders. Okay, so that leaves Shay Brennan if anybody wants that, 1883. I think there's another Peaky Blinders over there I hadn't shown before. And then I need to know where we're at on Metallica. Metallica is at 55 with Clint Thomas. Billy LeBlanc's out. Final call. They're still bidding on Slayer, and they're still bidding on Kiss. Metallica's at $55, though. Okay, I'm glad to see we got more of these. I was worried they were done. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity on the sea glass green-colored vinyl. High Infidelity, the 10-time platinum album, REO Speedwagon on colored vinyl, $33.99. Let me look up the waiting list. I think there was several people. The waiting list on REO Speedwagon was Sean Hulford and James Vasquez. Sean Hulford and James Vasquez. So 2 people, and then I've got several extra because I had a feeling Sean Hulford and James Vasquez. Sean, I've already got you down for 1. So Sean's already got 1. Let's give 1 to Jamie McCord and Peter Mazzolino, and I've got several more there. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. Okay. Slayer's at 181. William Warner, let me know if you want back in. Kiss is at 60 with Tony Wade, and Metallica is sold for $55, and that was Clint Thomas, Clint, have you bought from us before? By the way, guys, the lights just flickered here. So if we lose power, I think we will actually stay live if the power goes out because I'm on a generator, but we won't have any lights. So the lights just flickered here. So, and that may mess up our Wi-Fi too. So if the connection feed drops or something, then it's probably because we're in the middle of, we've had storms all day today here in Tennessee. So you may lose me there for a second. Clint, make sure you message our Facebook page. Anybody else watching you for the first time, welcome. If you don't mind, go ahead and say hi. I'd like to welcome you to CollectCo. We do this every night. This has been a Hall of Fame night for auctions. We still got a lot more to get to. Hope everybody doesn't get sleepy. You're going to miss out on some great deals because as it gets later, we had at one time 388 people watching. We got 287 people watching. So there's 100 people less watching now than there was 2 hours ago. Welcome all first-time buyers. Make sure you message our page. We do this every night. If you're a music lover, if you're a record collector, we travel the country and buy collections. We got a crew. 2 people's leaving tomorrow, Tyler and Paul. They're going to buy a collection. They're going to buy multiple collections. We are always buying. So if anybody out there, we buy collections. We will pay $30,000. We'll pay $50,000. We'll pay $80,000. If you've got the right kind of stuff, we want to buy it. We pay in crisp $100 bills, cash on the barrelhead. If you have autographs, if you have posters, if you've got rare memorabilia, if you've got a White Album signed by the Beatles, I want to buy it. We buy stuff. That's what we do. And then we sell it here live on Facebook and YouTube. We have typo negative on white vinyl, 2LP, $49.99. Typo negative. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for this. Typo negative, and I don't believe there was. No waiting list. So there's one copy of this. It's on white vinyl, $49.99. $49.99 on that. Are we done on Slayer? Has anybody actually set out? Gabriel Chavez is at 182. William Warner, if you're done bidding, let me know. 182. I'm waiting for William Warner. And then Kiss, the last bid on Kiss was Devin Reese at $63. Tony Wade bid $65. We're still bidding. We're still bidding. And we have AC/DC, a restock of high voltage, new and sealed. TNT, I'm dynamite. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Let's put up a new auction. We got more OG Testament to run. Yes, more OG Testament. Also, Laura just brought us a brand new crate of new vintage arrivals. New vintage arrivals. We have a 1987 U.S. original pressing of the Legacy. $55 start. This is Testament, the Legacy. Look at it. It's beautiful. $55 start. There's the LP. There's the original inner sleeve. The jacket is nice. Has one crease corner right there. $55 start. We have Kiss at $65, final call. William Warner said he's already bid $182 on Slayer. That's right. Gabriel Chavez, you're out. Gabriel's at $183. Gabriel's at $183, so that's where we're at. There's AC/DC. Haven't had this in a while. Aerosmith, Get a Grip. Aerosmith, Get a Grip. $46.99. $46.99 for Aerosmith, Get a Grip. That is $46.99, 2LP, new and sealed. Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, new and sealed, $28.99. And Incubus, Science. Incubus is a 2LP, $39.99. Kevin Voitosh, did I miss your REO? I might have missed that. Kevin Voitosh, I missed your REO. Kevin Voitosh gets REO Speedwagon. That's so to Kevin Voitosh. Okay, I think we're caught up. Slayer's at 185. Kiss is at 66. AC/DC, the condition is new and sealed. New and sealed, $33.99. I've got 2 and I've got 1 in the putback bin. Thank you, Laura. Yep. Is it unlocked? Okay. Thank you. Be careful. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. All right. Mark Lent wants an AC/DC. Slayer still getting bids, but we also have a new bid on Kiss. And Testament is a $55 start. Wow. All 3 auctions still getting bids. 186 on Slayer, 66 on Kiss, but no bid on Testament. Looking for a $55 start. So I'm going to go through this bin one more time. I'm about to go through the new stuff Laura just brought up here. Let me actually take a look at it. Very curious what she just brought up here. Oh, yeah. I'm liking this stuff. Great. Just a crate of loaded great titles. Yep. A crate of loaded great titles. That's what I'm seeing in there. Okay, here we go. Testament 56, 68. Alum Die also wants an AC/DC. Slayer, we're back and forth between William Warner and Gabriel Chavez. Gabriel's at $186. William, you're back out. Testament just got 60. This is an OG US retail pressing. It does have a notch cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. It's nice. The high bid is now $60. New and sealed, Genesis, Turn It On Again, 25th anniversary, first time on vinyl, greatest hits, $39.99, $39.99. AC/DC Rock or Bust, lenticular cover, gatefold, $33.99 on AC/DC. Whiskey Myers, $34.99. Tyler Childers, Long Violent History, $24.99. REO Speedwagon, 4 left, sea glass colored vinyl, $33.99. Typo Negative, $49.99, white vinyl. Aerosmith Get a Grip, $46.99. Joan Jett Bad Reputation, $28.99. And Incubus Science, $39.99 on Incubus Science, $39.99. He's out on Kiss. That means Kiss. Hold on a second. Hold the phone. Devin Reese bid 66. Phil Elliott bid 68. Devin Reese is out. Phil Elliott has Kiss for $68. We're about to sell it. They're still bidding on Slayer, and Testament is now at 70 with William Warner. Lisa Davidson wants Genesis, and Susie Breedlove wants Joan Jett. Those are sold. Testament, Practice What You Preach, was sealed, and yes, we sold it earlier. Phil Elliott wants Joan Jett, Bad Reputation. Anybody else on anything in there? And let's go through our next bin as soon as I get my knuckles adjusted. Okay, we've been through a lot of vinyl tonight too. We've been through a ton of vinyl already tonight. The recap of tonight's show will be amazing. You're going to see a lot of stuff because we have already went through, 3, 7, 11 crates or something crazy like that. We still got a third of a crate of amazing, mind-blowing auctions over here, and we're about to go through new vintage stuff that Laura just brought up. Then we'll probably do a recap, and then we're going to do some of those wild half-off bins like we were doing last night. We sold a ton of records in the 50% off bins last night. All right, Kiss is officially sold. Let's kind of speed up the auctions if we can. If you're bidding, keep bidding. If you're done, say out. Kiss is sold for $68. If you are a first-time buyer, let me know. But this is sold for $68 to Phil Elliott. Phil Elliott, you get that for $68. Testament all of a sudden warming back up. William Warner and Jason Jones are tied at 75. Jason Jones is first. Has anybody moved on Slayer? William Warner, you're back out on Slayer. Gabriel Chavez has it for $191. You're back out. $191. So you need to bid $192 or more. Next auction. Let's go ahead and get a third one started. I don't know if anybody has any more requests, but there's always people looking for this. It's called Wasp Animal, IF Like a Beast. It's a 1985 U.S. pressing of Wasp. This is the 85 U.S. pressing on Restless Records. This is Wasp. And the high bid, the starting bid, it's VG Plus or EX, $25 start. $25 start on Wasp Animal, F Like a Beast. $25 start on that. It has the original plastic inner sleeve. Wasp is a $25 start. Testament, $175 still with Jason. Now $80 with William Warner. And Slayer's at $196. Wasp has open bid for $35. How many crates of new vinyl? New vinyl? I think there's, I think there's a crate of box sets in the back, Jerry. And I couldn't tell if those were new or old stuff that go back through. It's one of the two. I think it's non-payment box sets, and they're in the back. I don't even know if I'll have time to go get them up here. But I don't see any other brand new vinyl crates we hadn't been through. But of course, this is new vintage stuff. All right, so I bought the same exact issue of Animal last night. No, I think you bought a UK pressing. I think you bought the one that was on Music for Nations. I think you bought Music for Nations. This is the US. This guy from Kansas City, he had 4 different versions of that. He had 2 different US. He had the white vinyl. He had a UK, and he may have had another one. He had 4 or 5 different ones of those. All right. I think all three auctions just got new bids. So let's go through the new vintage stuff Laura just brought up. Savoy Brown. This is called Street Corner Talking. VG condition, $12.99. It is a gatefold. Street Corner Talking, VG condition, $12.99 on Savoy Brown. These are new vintage arrivals marked for tonight. We got we have OG Garage Days Revisited, still yet to auction. Burnside on Burnside, RL Burnside, VG condition, $14.99. RL Bernstein, VG condition, $14.99. Wings at the speed of sound. Wings is in VG condition, $12.99. Wings at the speed of sound. VG, Paul McCartney, let him in. Marvin Gaye, Trouble Man, a little bit of writing there. VG minus cover, VG vinyl, $24.99. Marvin Gaye, and the Rolling Stones, Goathead Soup, VG condition on Goathead Soup, $14.99. The Stones, the Rolling Stones, that's an original Presswell press, $14.99. Let's update all three auctions. Testament, Jason Jones, 82. Wasp, 40. Wasp, 50. Wasp, 65. Wasp, 66. Wasp, 75. Alum Die on RL Burnside. George Ellis was second. Wasp is at 75. Who is the high bidder on Slayer? Gabriel Chavez at 196. William Warner, you're back outbid. Gabriel Chavez is at 196. That was 3 minutes ago. You're back out. Testament, the last bid that came in on Testament, this is an OG copy of The Legacy. Jason Jones is at 82. William Warner, you're outbid. Jason Jones has it for 82. William Warner's backing on Slayer at 200. We have the Rolling Stones Tattoo You, VG Plus condition, $17.99. It has some cover damage. Oh, right here. The back of the cover is a little torn. The Rolling Stones, VG Plus, $17.99. Tattoo You, Don McLean, American Pie. VG Plus condition, Bye Bye Miss American Pie. VG Plus, $12.99. William Warner, you're outbid on Slayer. William Warner says he's already bid 85 on Testament. William Warner bid 85 on Testament. Jason Jones, you're outbid. William, for some reason, I don't see your bids, but I see it now. They either come in late or they just don't pop up on my screen, but I see your Testament now for 85. We've had that problem for a while, but you just got outbid on Slayer. Every time you bid, Gabriel bids again. That's been going on for about 35 minutes now. Wasp is at 75. It's an 84 UK US original. It's not sealed. It's not sealed. The last bid on it was Chad King at $75. The name of the Marvin Gaye, it's actually a soundtrack he did. He did a soundtrack called Trouble Man. It's a soundtrack on Pamela Motown, VG condition, $24.99. Williams back in on Slayer at $210. Eric Clapton at his best. Eric Clapton's in VG Plus condition, $19.99. C. Scherzer gets Don McLean. C. Scherzer on Don McLean. Scherzer, you bought from us before, right? William bid $210 on Slayer. Gabriel bid $211. REO Speedwagon, Lost in a Dream. VG Plus condition, $12.99. Jason Jones, do you want back in on Testament? And does anybody want in on Wasp? Not many people have set out. Chad King has it for $75. Ghost is VG Plus condition, $17.99. Prequel, Ghost is $17.99. Jason's back in on Testament at 86. William Warner, you've been outbid. We have The Who, Odds and Sods. This has the poster with it. It's a gatefold. EX condition, $29.99. The Who, Odds and Sods. EX condition, $29.99. Melissa Bailey wants Ghost. Gabriel Chavez, you get the Slayer for $211. William Warner set out. Boy, we bet on that for a long time. That is sold to Gabriel Chavez for $211. Gabriel, that is sold to you. Slayer, $211. That is sold to you. Wasp, nobody else bid. That's sold to Chad King for $75. That's sold. William still bidding on Testament. Jason Jones, you've been outbid. William Warner has it for $88. Testament's now going over here. Let's put up two new auctions. But first, Hiram, you were second on Ghost. George Sheriff first on The Who. Curtis Marachi third on Ghost. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. EX condition, $14.99. Our next three auctions. What do we have up right now? A Testament. Let's do an Exodus. And let's do this other Metallica we have. Let's do this other Metallica. We still got a Damn Yankees. We got a couple comps. We got some OG Exodus. And I'm going to do one of those right now. So we have Metallica, Garage Days Revisited. This is an 87. That makes it OG. An 87 U.S. specialty pressing. It does have the original company inner sleeve. EX condition. EX condition. $55 start. There's the company sleeve. This is OG Metallica. Garage Days Revisited. $55 start. Donnie Watson first on Steppenwolf. And then George Scherer. And then Donnie Watson. Here's our next auction. Exodus. Exodus is a 1990 European pressing. $55 start. No condition notes. Very, very nice copy. Impact is imminent. Impact is imminent. That's an original Exodus from 1990. Also a $55 start on that. Also a $55 start on that. Exodus, a 1990 European pressing, $55 start. You mean 1997. Metallica came out in 1987. 1987 is when Metallica came out. We have Exodus 60. Jason Jones is out on Testament. William Warner, you get that for $88. Testament is sold. Metallica, opening bid of 60. Exodus has bids for 60 and 65. Metallica's at 60. Exodus has opening bids for 60 and 65. OG Metallica, OG Exodus. Next LP, MASH. There is some cover damage. There's some tape at the top and wear on the edges. That is EX Edition, $17.99. And we have Band of Horses. EX Edition, $22.99. Band of Horses, EX Edition, $22.99. And Dashboard Confessional, All the Truth That I Can Tell. That is a sealed copy, $19.99. Let's get a third auction. Do you have a minimum on buying? No. One record, one CD, $145, $7 in limited shipping. Doesn't matter to me. You can buy one record. You can buy 300 records. There's no limit on minimum or maximum as long as you can pay for them. Oh, when you buy collections. Well, yeah, we're not going to drive any absorbent distance unless it's something pretty substantial. We don't, for us to drive to you, you probably have to have several thousands of records or some really, really high-end stuff. This is a 1990 European pressing. It's in VG Plus condition. This is Damn Yankees. This is an original. This is an original. This is an original Damn Yankees. VG Plus, a 1990 pressing. Going up. It's now going up for bid. That's a $35 start. Damn Yankees. VG Plus condition. A 1990 European. That's a 1990 Europe. That's an original Damn Yankees. And OG, $35 start. All right, let's go back up to the top. Exodus is at 60, Exodus at 65, Exodus at 75, Exodus at 80, Exodus at 85, Metallica's at 65, Exodus at 100, Metallica 70, Damn Yankees 35 and 40, Wayland, Sweet Mother, Texas. Wayland is sealed, never been opened, $24.99. Sealed and unopened Wayland, $24.99. Matt Lawson wants Band of Horses. That's so to Matt Lawson. I almost overlooked that, Matt. That's so to you. We have Deep Purple Machine Head, a 1974 Terre Haute pressing with the poster. With the poster, $34.99 on Deep Purple. Shane Devers gets Waylon Jennings. Robert Phillippe was second. And a Love Supreme John Coltrane, a 2021 pressing on blue vinyl. 2021 on blue vinyl, $24.99 on John Coltrane, a Love Supreme. I'm going to mute my mic 1 second and take a drink of water. All right. Samantha Joe, sold on Deep Purple. Donnie Watson on John Coltrane. Chad, if you have OG Pablo Cruz album, would you send Paul to Colorado to pick it up? I don't think so. We'll pass on that. Felix is at 103 on Exodus. Chris Wood, you're second on Deep Purple. Metallica, 73. Samantha Joe, you've already got the Deep Purple. Info on Deep Purple. Deep Purple, Machine Head. It's a 74 Terre Haute pressing with the poster. No condition notes. $34.99. I've got it sold to you unless you say otherwise. Let's run through those one more time. If you have a small collection for sale, we usually can do something through the mail or you can bring it to us. But for us to hook up a trailer, have two people out on the road traveling that we're paying to travel and the travel expenses, it's got to be a very good collection. Some people get upset. We had one guy's like, I thought you said you'll travel anywhere for any size collection. I'm like, yeah, if we want to buy it. That doesn't mean we're going to take off to go buy 200 records in California that are nothing we want. So it's got to be any size collection, meaning some people have collections that are massive, worth tens of thousands of dollars, and I'm just trying to let them know we can travel and buy them. It's some people's like, wait a minute, I'm confused. You said, but it's the other way around. I think some people look at that wrong. I'm like, yeah, we'll travel anywhere for any size collection. That doesn't mean we can take off and be paying 2 full-time employees to drive somewhere and buy 10 records. No, that you'll have to mail to us. If you want to pack them up and mail them to us, we'll buy them. If we don't do a deal, you got to pay to have them shipped back. But we do that quite often. Could I get some MoFi inner sleeves? Pack of MoFi inner sleeves sold to Andy, $26.99. Andy, if you want more than one pack, let me know, $26.99. But if it's a couple LPs, then yeah, you've got to mail those to us. We can't take off and drive to you to buy a couple records. We have Metallica. The last bid on Metallica that came in was $76 to Michael Fairchild. Exodus is at $120 with Steve Koch, and the high bid on the Damn Yankees just $42. This should be a lot more. Damn Yankees is a 1990 U.S. original. It's at $42. We sell the new Friday music pressings for $45. We sell the new Friday music pressings for $45. This sometimes brings close to $100. I don't know if everybody's awake right now, but that's only at $42. Let's go through this bin one more time. We have Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talk, and VG $12.99. Sean says he'll send me the Pablo Cruz album. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talk, and VG $12.99. Wings at the Speed of Sound. This has Silly Love Songs and Let 'Em In on it. VG Condition $12.99. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, VG Condition, $14.99, and it includes the Goat Head Soup insert. It has the Goat Head Soup insert. That's VG, $14.99. The Rolling Stones, again, this is Tattoo You with the hit song Start Me Up. Bob Lovewood mastering, RL in the Dead Wax. It does have a tear right there on the cover. $17.99 for the Stones. Marvin Gaye's VG Condition, $14.99. Eric Clapton at his best. VG Plus $19.99. We don't see that REO Speedwagon very often. Lost in a Dream, VG Plus $12.99. MASH EX $17.99. And this is called Dashboard Confessional, All the Truth That I Can Tell. That is a sealed copy, $19.99. $19.99. Damn Yankees is at 50, 47, 56, and 60. I said Metallica got a new bid with Danny Thomason for $77. Exodus is still at $125. Exodus is still at $125 with Steve Koch, $125. $125 on that. There we have it. Lisa Davidson wants Dashboard Confessional. All righty, let's put that away. It is now top of the hour. It is 10:01 here in Middle Tennessee. It's MASH featuring the Ahmad Jamal's MASH theme. This is the film. This is the soundtrack to the movie. Soundtrack to the movie. All right, so basically all three auctions have recently got bids. Nope, Exodus. Exodus is what I'm about to sell. Steve Koch still has it for $125. I'm about to sell it. George Scher also wants a pack of inner sleeves. Anybody else wants a pack of inner sleeves? That is sold. Any Disney albums. If I do, they will be in one of these bins that I'm about to show. You never know, Michael, on Disney albums. They could pop up at any second. Literally, the next record could be a Disney record. I would have your fingers ready to type. Michael Rudolph said he'd give 15 for MASH. Let me make sure that somebody else didn't want it. Tony Wade wants it. Michael, let me know if you want it for $17.99. If not, I'm going to sell it to Tony Wade. Somebody wants it. All right, let's go ahead and do some condensing. Let me see what we've went through so much tonight. Let me do some cleanup. It is that time of the night. And let's see, those were the non-payments. Let me keep all the non-payments separate from the new stuff from the night. This was new stuff as well. And there's an empty crate. I'm going to need that in just a moment. And there's new stuff. And this was new stuff. So I think I can almost put all the new LPs into this one crate. It's a tight fit, but I think it's going to work. All right, there it is. There's that. All right, so let's go through these one more time very quickly. There's two empty crates I'll need in just a second. We have Michael Passes, so sell that to Tony Wade for a sticker. Sell that to Tony Wade for a sticker. Now, Vince Gardner, I have seen your comment of Grateful Dead. You've commented Grateful Dead about probably 30 times tonight. If you're looking for Grateful Dead albums, they could pop up at any time. One thing here, I don't really do request. The reason is, if I had request, we'd be running around in circles all night looking for stuff, and we would not sell any records. Because usually, when somebody requests something, they don't buy it. That's usually what happens. So we don't do requests. We just kind of show whatever's here. If you want it, you can buy it. If you're waiting for Grateful Dead, there could be some more tonight. If not, there could be some more tomorrow. Exodus got a new bid for $127. Chip Hall wants that REO Speedwagon. And we're about to do some half-off bins. We got to do a quick recap, though. First, REO Speedwagon sold to Chip Hall. But when Craig's watching, he'll comment that standard thing every day or every night. But that's how we... I try not to make that come off in a rude way, but we just cannot do requests here. It's impossible. I tried it when I first started doing this years ago. I was walking around the store looking for stuff for people, and then I'd find it, and they don't want to buy it. Usually request, people don't want what they're requesting. It's a weird phenomenon. Usually what people are requesting, they don't want to buy it. It's a weird, strange thing that happens. So we don't do request. We just show whatever's for sale in front of us. Metallica is a final call. It had that one bid with Danny Thomason, right? And no one else has bid since then. $77. So did Danny Thomason. Steve Koch was the long-time bidder on Exodus forever for $125. He got outbid, and then he said out. So Exodus is at $127 with Jake Gold. We'll give that a few more moments. And then Damn Yankees, the last bid that came in on this, and it's a final call. Damn Yankees. Jason Jones bid $72. Everybody else is out. Damn Yankees is at $72. That's a final call. I remember Chad. Yeah, I used to walk around with my phone like this. I had one hand to hold my phone, and I had one hand, and I would try to show records. That's how I first started doing this. And I would walk around and do requests, and it was a massive waste of time. So I developed a strategy. We don't do requests. Even when people send us a message, they'll be like, do you have this? If it's new vinyl and we can go straight to it, we'll say yes. But there'll be a lot of people that send us a message. They'll be like, I'm looking for original Pink Floyd albums. And I don't want to be rude, but I usually want to say, yes, so are thousands of other people. So are thousands of other people. So you just got to tune in whenever we're showing them. Michael Jacobs said he bid $80 on Metallica. Well, if it's on my screen, I'll put it back over here. If not, then I've got to go ahead and sell it to him. Because I did a final call for $77, and I don't think your bid of $80 was before his. You're right. So Michael Jacobs said $80 on Metallica. Danny Thomason, he was on the board for $80, and then you bid $77. Final call. Danny, if you want to bid, you've got a few moments. If not, we're going to sell it to Michael Jacob for $80. My bad on that. New stuff for tonight. This is all brand new LP, $36.99. But we can special order. Yes, if you want to say, Chad, can you order me this? Or Chad, can you order me that? New vinyl for sure. But it's the original stuff, the OG stuff. People's always wanting to know if we have it. And usually the real answer is, no, we don't have it. We do, but we can't get to it. It's probably somewhere in the back. It's unprocessed. It's unprocessed stuff. So if we can't just go digging through the back looking for a record, essentially. It's probably unprocessed. Now, new vinyl, we can post pre-orders, special requests, but for us, it's a time management thing. We can't be digging for OG records. Somebody will come up. There'll be some very unusual requests. I'm looking for so-and-so. He had one album in 1977 on a private bluegrass label. And we're like, buddy, there's just no way. Mike LeBeatty wants Kiss. That's sold to Mike LeBeatty. We have Earth, Wind, and Fire, the best of Earth, Wind, and Fire, new and sealed, $28.99. And we still got the best of the Cranberries, Stars, best of Cranberries, 1992 to 2002, $46.99. One of the Nirvana Unplugs left. Nirvana Unplugged is $39.99. Michael Jacob is at $90 on Metallica. Danny's bid $95. Metallica has been resurrected. We're still bidding on Metallica. Damn Yankees is at $80. Exodus is sold for $126. We got to put up some new auctions. We still got big auctions to do. Jake Gold gets that for $127. $127 on that. We have Metallica at $95. Concrete Blonde. Rick, I looked into that. Bloodletting, it is not in stock. I looked that up for you, Rick. That album is back ordered. It's in print, but it's not in stock, which means we may or may not be able to get it. I went ahead and ordered some, but there's no guarantee when they come in. Incubus, $39.99. There's the Nirvana Live, $44.99. Romelu wants the Cranberries. This is all of tonight's newest arrivals. All of tonight's newest arrivals. One crate full right here. They're all first come, first serve. They're all new. We got more auctions to run. We still got a Metal Church. We still got an Exodus. Let's go ahead and do this other Exodus. This is an 89 US original with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus condition, $45 start. Exodus, Fabulous Disasters. VG cover, VG Plus vinyl, original inner sleeve. One of the last Exodus albums of the night. $45 start. They're still bidding on Metallica. Michael Jacobs at $100. And Damn Yankees, Jason Jones has it for $80. Scott Ham's out. This actually has the inner sleeve and the insert, which I just dropped. Jeff Wheeler's at $45. This has the inner sleeve and the insert. It also has the Combat label insert. Another Exodus album that's not in print. All right, so we sold that. We have Nirvana. We have the single soundtrack, $39.99. Original motion picture soundtrack. This is the 25th anniversary multi-platinum album, new and sealed, $29.99. Soundtrack to singles. If you like grunge, like Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, you'll like that soundtrack. Little Shop of Horrors, new and sealed, $33.99. Kiss. That's Kiss by Kiss, 2014 remaster, $33.99. Whiskey Myers Mud is $28.99. Sabotage, our last copy again of Streets, a rock opera, 2 LP blue vinyl, $59.99. And Judge, Bringing It Down. Judge, last copy, $34.99. Damn Yankees is now sold to Jason Jones for $80. $80 to Jason Jones. Now Metallica. Danny wants to see the cover, the title, the vinyl, the inner sleeves, the tracks, the condition, the matrix number. This is Metallica. It's called Garage Days Revisited. It is the OG 1987 pressing. It has the original inner sleeve. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. It has Helpless, The Small Hours. Side 2 has The Wait, Crash Course in Brain Surgery, and Last Caress, Green Hell. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. Also a very nice cover. That is OG as it gets with the company sleeve. The high bid is $100 with Michael Jacob. Exodus has bids for $45, $50, $65, and now $70 with Jason Jones. Jeff Wheeler wants a Judge. Judge is sold to Jeff Wheeler. Judge is gone. We also have 2 copies of Primus, Tales from the Punch Bowl, $39.99. New and sealed Aerosmith Pump, $36.99. Incubus Light Grenades is $39.99. And Joan Jett, Up Your Alley. Joan Jett is $33.99. That's new and sealed. New and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. Next auction, Iron Maiden, a 1991 Czechoslovakia Czech. A Czech pressing from 1991. This is sealed. A 1991 Czech copy, sealed from 1991, $45 start. $45 start on the sealed Iron Maiden. That was pressed in 1991 in Czechoslovakia, or I guess at that time, Czech Republic. We have Joan Jett. We have Sabotage, Hall of the Mountain King on Go Vinyl, $54.99, and U2, 18 singles. That's new and sealed gatefold, $34.99 on U2. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $33.99, and Rob Zombie, a new for Friday color variant, blue and bottle green with black and bone splatter. Rob Zombie's $29.99. Ministry, another new release for Friday. Ultimate Rarest Tracks, 81 to 83 on silver vinyl, $39.99. And AC/DC Rock or Bust, lenticular cover, gatefold, new and sealed, $33.99. Michael Fairchild wants Rob Zombie. That's sold to Michael Fairchild. Michael Jacobs out on Metallica. Danny Thomason has that for $105. Final call. Exodus got a new bid for $85 with Jeff Wheeler. Jason Jones, you're out. And looking for a $45 start on Metallica. That is sealed. We have Whiskey Myers self-titled, $34.99. We also have Tyler Childers' Long Violent History, $24.99, and then the new Oreo Speedwagon on sea glass colored vinyl, that is $33.99. Iron Maiden has a bid, Exodus has a bid. Let's go ahead and sell Metallica then to Danny Thomason for $105. Danny, that's sold to you. Metallica Garage Days Revisited, $105. That's sold to you. Let's move down Exodus. Exodus has a high bid now of $90 with William Warner. That's all of a sudden got new bids, now 91 with Jason Jones. And Iron Maiden has bids for 45, 46, and 50. Mike LeBeatty wants a Kiss. That's self-titled Kiss, correctly. That's sold to Mike for $33.99. And the last couple things in here was Typo Negative, $49.99. Aerosmith Get a Grip, $46.99. And Incubus Science, $39.99. So that's all. We had 7 crates of new vinyl tonight. This is all that's left of our new vinyl restocks. We have Incubus, Aerosmith, Typo Negative, REO Speedwagon, Tyler Childers, Whiskey Myers, AC/DC, Ministry, Rob Zombie, Ozzy, U2, Savatage, Joan Jett, Incubus, Aerosmith, Primus, Savatage, Whiskey Myers, Kiss, Little Shop of Horrors, Singles, Nirvana, Incubus, Nirvana, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Rick Peabody wants that new Rob Zombie. That is sold to Rick Peabody. Exodus at 105, and Iron Maiden's at 50 with Robert Philippi. Rick Peabody, let me know if you want back in. They're bidding on that. Let's get 2 new auctions. I'm going to set those aside. Set those aside very quickly. And let's see what else we have to go through over here. But first, we need a new auction. Here's what I've got left. Tangier, TNT, Rob Halford, Kurt Hammett, Metallica, Metal Church, Wasted, Anthrax, Megavault, and then I also got a Random Heart and Sammy Hagar album in here. But first, we'll do Metal Church. I'll put that up for bid in 1 second. All right, so now I think it's time to maybe mix in a random half-off bin. Let me figure out where that would be at. I think it's time to mix in a random half-off bin, and then I'll do a, and then I'll go back through all this big non-payment stuff. But first, let me do some condensing with that. Is this the first bin of non-payments we went through? Yeah, because some of these non-payments, the OG stuff, I may be interested in taking some offers on so I can get some of this sold. It was quite a hit to our bookkeeping when I had to cancel all those orders in receivables. One thing about accounting, or one thing about business is you're not actually getting paid till you have the money in your hand. So some people, it's not sold until you get payment. I've learned that very quickly over the years. I'll be like, sold. And then I'm like, well, not really. Not until this person can actually send me the money. So I wonder if George H. is awake. George H., him and several other people last night really racking up on some of these half-off crates we've been doing to try to clear out some LPs. And see if I can find this next one. AC/DC with Axl Live. I've never heard of that. There's an AC/DC with Axl Rose live? If so, I am not familiar with that. All right, let's see what we have over here. Let's see here. Maybe this next one. When was these marked? Okay, yeah. All right. Now, Exodus got to 100. Exodus got 110, 120. Exodus 120. Iron Maiden is a 1991 check. A 1991 check, Iron Maiden. Czech as in Czechoslovakia. 1991 sealed. The new high bid just came in with Jeff Church at $55. Jeff Church at $55. Robert Philippi, you're out. Here's our next auction. It's called Metal Church, Blessing in Disguise. Metal Church is a 1989 US OG specialty press. It has the shrink wrap, the hop sticker, the vinyl, yes, is near mint minus. Near mint minus. It is going up for bid for a $45 start. There's currently no near mint copies listed. These are usually pretty beat up. This one's nice. It's in shrink wrap. It has the hop sticker. It has the original inner sleeve. It is a top copy of Metal Church. $45 start. Iron Maiden still getting bids. And Exodus is a final call, $120. $120. That's with Jason Jones on Exodus. $120. Danny Thomason and everybody else, you're out on that. The price I'll tell you is the half off price. The price I'll tell you is the half off price. Jennifer, let me go grab those stacks of CDs. Jennifer, thank you for reminding me. I got a big stack over here, and this is some stuff that was left over in the store. And there's this big order that we're going through tonight. This person also bought 45s, magazines, toys, CDs, 8-tracks, cassettes, and I'm trying to resell some of that too. I think we did some of the 8-tracks or cassettes last night, but so yeah. Okay, so let's go through a few of these. I got the CDs next to me now. Next, first, sticks, $7.50. VG Plus condition, $7.50. So the price I'm telling you is the discounted price. Sticks is $7.50. Next is Lacey J. Dalton Highway Diner. Lacey J. Dalton, $7.50 in shrink wrap, no condition notes. Dedication, this is sealed, $10. I think this is a compilation. Chuck Berry, Laverne Baker, Clyde McFadder, Frankie Lyman, that's $10. And we have Van Morrison, Hard Nose to Highway, no condition notes, $17.50 on Van Morrison. Going through some half off stuff. Melissa Manchester, Mathematics, $5 on Melissa Manchester. And Carmillion, Carmillion's in VG condition, $10 on Carmillion. VG condition, $10. And the world's greatest gospel singer, Mahalia Jackson, that's now just $5. Doing some half off sticker stuff here. I think we're done on Exodus. Danny set out. No one else bid more than $120. Jason Jones, you get the Exodus album for $120. Jason Jones, you get Exodus for $120. That's sold to you. Jason Jones, Exodus, $120. Sold, gone. Jason Jones, yours for $120. Now, the last bid that came in on Iron Maiden was Michael Jacob at $65. And then Metal Church had bids for $45, $50, $50, $60, $62. Michael Peevler first on the sticks. This is the first LP here. That is the 50% off price. Sell that to Michael Peevler. Derek Estrada first on the Van Morrison. That's sold to Derek Estrada. George Scherer was second. Larry Drish third. Metal Church 65. Peyton H says, I'll take the dedication comp. That's sold to Peyton H. And what is Iron Maiden? This is, I'm about to sneeze. Man, every time I do that, it goes away. I'm thinking about it too much. I wish I could. I feel my allergies are like about to kick in. This is a 1991 pressing. It's a sealed 1991 Czechoslovakia pressing. It is sealed. New bid just came in for $70. The high bid on Metal Church is at $65 of Danny Thomason. Let's go ahead and get a new auction rolling. The next new auction is called Tangier. Tangier, 4 wins. Surprised more people hadn't asked about this. It is a 1989 pressing, beautiful condition. Original inner sleeve, no condition notes whatsoever, not even EX Plus. We're talking near mint minus. $45 start, original inner sleeve. This is Tangier, 4 wins, $45 start. Let's keep going through some half off stuff. Electra Asylum Rock Festival. This is a promo sampler from Electra, now just $10. There's some of the artists. John Prine, the Pointer Sisters, Gamma, Richie Furay, $10 on that. Also, Charlie Rich, She Loved Everybody But Me. Charlie Rich is $5. Charlie Rich is $5 on that. Also, we have Godfrey Cambridge, Toys with the World. Godfrey Cambridge is $6.50. $6.50 on that. And Pat Paulson live at the Ice House. Pat Paulson is $8.50. Also, Neil Simon's Britain Beach Memoirs. That's a soundtrack, music from the motion picture, $10. And Dion sings his greatest hits, and that is on the official Lori label. $7.50 on Dion. Back up at the top, Iron Maiden was at $70, then $75. Tangier got a bid for $50. Iron Maiden $80. Tangier $46. Cole Price wants the Rock Fest compilation. That's sold to Cole Price. George Scherer was second. Tony Lewis on NS. NS was for Neil Simon. Is that right, Tony Lewis? And then nobody else bid on Metal Church, right? Metal Church, sold, done, it's gone. Danny Thomason, $65. Danny Thomason gets Metal Church for $65. TNT, how about we do it right now? TNT, we'll do it right now. Tangier's at 68 with Sean Schaefer. They're still bidding on Iron Maiden. Michael Jacob has set out, and that means Robert Phillippe has the sealed Iron Maiden for 80. Sealed Iron Maiden for 80. So Tangier's at 68, Iron Maiden at 80. And let's see what else we have over here. We had a request for TNT, Intuition. This is a 1989 European press on the Vertigo label. TNT's a $35 start. Intuition, once again, no condition notes whatsoever. Look how nice. $35 on TNT. Just a generic inner sleeve, and the cover is also nice. $35 start on that. All right, let's see. We had Dion going through half-off LPs. Mort Schumann, My Death, $12.50. Wet Willie, which one's Willie? Wet Willie's $9. Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees. Carly Simon's $5. Lacey J. Dalton, $7.50. Johnny Taylor, $7.50. And Johnny Taylor Disco 9000, $7.50. We have News for the Blues, Josh Williams, VG Plus condition, $5. And Daniel Moore. Daniel Moore is in VG Plus condition, $10. That looks interesting. Looks like a folk record. VG Plus, $10. William Clark, Can't You Hear Me Calling? William Clark is $10. Steve Young, Renegade Picker. Steve Young is $12.50. And the Moonlighters, it's a 1983 UK pressing, Rush Hour, $5. The Moonlighters, $5 on that. Let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. Iron Maiden was in fear of selling to Robert Phillippe for $80. I guess that's a good way to put it. Tony Lewis, did I put your NS? Your NS claim was Neil Simon. Yes. Okay, just make sure I didn't miss anything. And then he said yes. Tangier 68, Metal Church. Jake, your bid on Metal Church came in late. Tangier 70, TNT 35. Michael Nath on News. News for the Blues. That's so did Michael Nath. And then Matthew Fisher said Darren Weber. I think he was tagging somebody, right? I think that's a tag for somebody. TNT, another $35 bid. Patrick Smith on Carly Simon. Carly Simon sold to Patrick Smith for $5. Tucker Wilson on Steve Young, Renegade Picker. Steve Young, that is $12.50. That is, about to say, doesn't it have Tobacco Road on it? But there's something else that was something about this album. I forgot. $12.50, that's sold to Tucker Wilson. And then Tangier 72, TNT 40, TNT 42. And that means Iron Maiden is sold to Robert Phillippe for $80. All right, that means we got room for one more auction. Tangier and TNT still getting lots of bids, as expected. David Campbell's at 75 and Sam Squatch is at 42. Two T titles, Tan and TNT. Tangier and TNT. Next LP, I think the next best record in here is probably this UTFO and Anthrax. This is a 1987 12-inch single. It's a UTFO featuring Anthrax. It's in shrink wrap. It's very nice. And we're going to put this up for just a $10 start. $10 start. This is UTFO featuring Anthrax. That is now going for bid. It's in shrink wrap. It has the Jolly Roger on the front. It has the Skull and Bones. It's still in shrink wrap. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Okay. We have Jim Ringer, Endangered Species. Sealed, $8.50. Jim Ringer, Endangered Species. Ron Thompson and the Resistors. Ron Thompson is $16.50. And John Mooney, Telephone King. John Mooney, $8.50. The Moonlighters, again, that's $6.50. Also, the Master and the Musician, Phil Keaggy. Phil Keaggy's VG Plus $6.50. Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass. Doug Kershaw is $10. And Southside Johnny, I Don't Want to Go Home. No condition notes, $10 on Southside Johnny. Somebody a moment ago said, what does no condition notes mean? No condition notes means it's not a check condition record. What does a check condition record mean? Check condition means it's VG, VG minus, VG plus, EX. A non-check condition record means that it has very nice vinyl. I'm also looking outside right now because it's been pouring rain for like 5 hours here in Lebanon. I mean, just nonstop rain. Pretty wild. Okay, back up to the half-off bin. Fargo, I see it now. Fargo is $15. I see it now. George H. on the Doug Kershaw. We are going through a half-off bin. That's sold. And Sligo Studio Band sings super hits, old and new. That's a rare country folk album. It's sealed, $7.50. Kenny Neal, Bio on the Bayou. Kenny Neal is $7.50. Mark Soplestra, This House, $7.50. Donald Duck Dunn on bass on that album, $7.50. And we have the Skip Castro Band, Boogie at Midnight. Skip Castro was $7.50. Tommy Flowers on KN for Kenny Neal. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. The UTFO record is at $24 with Troy Robinson. TNT, David Campbell's out. The last bid on TNT was Sam Squatch at $42. Sam Squatch has TNT for $42. And Tangier, the last comment was Sean Schaefer at $76. Sean Schaefer at $76. Let's keep going. Dave Spector, Barkin' Bill Smith, $15. That was $29.99. Bluebird Blues featuring Ronnie Earl. That's now $15. Valdi is VG Plus $6.50. The Hans Steimer Band. That's a white label promo. EX Condition, $9. Michael Nath wants Dave Spector. Sold to Michael Nath. Mike Morgan and The Crawl. Sealed, $10. Also, Skip Castro Band. You're Killing Me. Sealed, $7.50. Steady Date with Mitch Woods and his Rocket 88s. Sealed. Lots of sealed in here. $11.50 on that. Larry Ballard, $7.50. And Johnny Ray's Greatest Hits, $5. Was there a Phil Keegan? There was a Phil Keegy somewhere in here. Phil Keegy, the master and the musician right there. So UTFO got a new bid. TNT got a new bid. But I think we're done on Tangier. David Campbell, Sean Schaefer gets that for $76. Yep, Sean Schaefer gets that for $76. Sean, that's so to you. Let's get a new auction going. We got TNT, and then we got the UTFO and Anthrax. Ken Helplin has the UTFO for $28. So that's still getting bids. Preston Rose wants Skip Castro. We're going through a half-off bin. We're probably going to go through another half-off bin, and then we're going to do a recap of some of these non-payments, including some of the vintage OG stuff, and try to get some of that stuff sold by now OBO. And then we'll go through the new arrivals because we still got lots of auctions to go through. Skip Castro Band. Preston Rose, I'm selling that to you at half-off sticker. There may have been another one in there. Preston, there's this one too. Boogie at Midnight. So that one's sealed $7.50. This one's sealed $7.50. Let me know which one you want. You might want both of them for that price. That's like buy one, get one free. TNT's at $46 with Sam Squatch. UFTO and Anthrax. Ken Helplin has that for $28. Preston wants both Skip Castro bands. Those are sold and sold. Next is Uncle Jim's Music. This is $10. Uncle Jim's Music. That is Uncle Jim. That's $10. And we have Skip Castro Fast Break. Guess what? Sealed, $7.50. Let's go through the next Metallica record. The next Metallica record is Seattle 89 Volume 2. Am I crazy, or did we just sell Seattle Volume 1 the other night? I think we may have. This is an unofficial. It's a bootleg. It's a live Metallica, EX Condition, Seattle 89, $35 start. $35 start on Metallica, Seattle 89. Skip Castro, that's $7.50 if anybody wants that. The John Valby Pete Howard Band, that's $7.50. And Kenny Vance. Kenny Vance is $7.50. East and West of Jazz, that's a mono UK import, $5, featuring the jazz pianos of Duke Jordan and Sadiq Hakim. Also, we have James Bond Thrillers, Goldfinger in mono, VG Plus $10, and Jim and Ingrid Croce, Jim Croce, Another Day, Another Town, a specialty press, VG Condition, $5 on Jim Croce. A couple good titles there. Are we done on UTFO and Anthrax? UTFO and Anthrax. Troy's out. Final call to Ken Helplin for $28. Sam Squatch had TNT for $46. Alonzo bid $47. Metallica had bids for $50. David Hoy wants Duke Jordan. That's so to David Hoy. Duke Jordan. Derek Estrada on Jim Croce. That's so to Derek Estrada. Still got the James Bond. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Now just $7.50. Tarkus. $7.50. Every one of these CDs here are $6.99. We're about to go through some CDs. These are all $6.99. First, though, let me pull Felix, you were third on Jim Croce. Paul Oakley wants Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Michael Rudolph wants James Bond. And Debbie Winstead, you were fourth on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Vincent Gardner, you were fourth on Jim Croce. All these CDs are $6.99. Clint Black, Killing Time, $6.99. The album of that is like $60, $70, $80, $90, $100. U2's Europa, pretty sure that's an original CD. U2's Europa, $6.99. Duran Duran, Seven and the Ragged Tiger. We had $15 on that at one time. $6.99 for those Kiss fans. The soundtrack to Detroit Rock City, $6.99. Triumph, Stages. Triumph was originally $12. Now it's $6.99. The Very Best of Aretha Franklin, $6.99. And Duran Duran, Pop Trash. That Duran Duran was originally $20. Now it's $6.99. $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and swap out bins while I have time here. And I'm going to put that one there. I'm going to start trying to fill up this one. Let's get some of these CDs sold. We're going to put Thomas Shelby up here. We're going to put John Lennon up here. And we're going to put the MoFi CD we sold earlier up there. I got to show those other MoFis in just a second. But first, we have these CDs, regardless of what they're marked, are $6.99. The first one was Susie Gets U2 for $6.99. Next was Chad King on Detroit Rock City. Stacy Metternich on ST. Stacy, that was for, you might have got auto-corrected, Stacy. ST 7, maybe? The Ragged Tiger. Stacy, let me know. Michael Peveler first on Triumph. Michael Peveler on Triumph, then David Campbell, then Jackie Reynolds, then Pam Murray. Tony Raid wants DRC. DRC was I Don't Know. And then Jared Inc. wants both Duran Durans. Okay, so Jared Inc. gets both Duran Durans. So Tony Wade, you'll have to let me know what DRC was. And then Aretha Franklin's still available, and so is Clint Black, and those are $6.99. Are we done on TNT? TNT, Alonzo bid 47, Sam Squatch is out. Alonzo has that for 47. Final call. I've already done a final call on Anthrax UTFO. Anthrax and UTFO, I'm saying that very fast. Anthrax and UTFO. That is sold to Ken Happel, and that's been up for a while. $28. $28. That's sold for $28. Detroit Rock City. Okay, DRC, of course. Yes, you were third on that one, Dan. Don Nicole wants the Clint Black CD for $6.99. Metallica is sold for $55. Metallica is sold for $55. And that was for the pretty much the first bid. No, $50. Michael Jacob. Michael Jacob gets that for $50. Okay, that's sold to Michael Jacob. Metallica is sold to Michael Jacob. And we're about to sell TNT and then a few new auctions. So the only CD left is Aretha Franklin. I got another handful, but that's sold. More half-off LPs very quickly. Pat Metheny, 8081. VG Plus, $10. 8081. Count Basie, $5. The ABC Collection. Cheap Trick, $7.50. VG Condition. Sanders Truck Stop. Sanders Truck Stop. That is $15. Ed Sanders. I think he was in the Fugs. Ed Sanders, $15. Also, we have Bison Bop, the Bison Bop that never stopped. That's a rockabilly comp, $10 on that. TNT is sold to Alonzo Brinsnow Jr. Alonzo Brinsnow gets that for $47. Let's put up 3 new auctions while we continue through this half-off bin. Alonzo, you got that. Sorry about what happened earlier about the Metallica. You just got to make sure your bid's on my screen. Pam Murray gets the Cheap Trick. Jerry Conklin was second. And David Hoy on PM. PM was for Pat Metheny. That's so to David Hoy. Let's put up some new auctions. Let's see. I have Hart. Let's do this. Rob Halford. I have Metal Church. And somebody said Testament. There is not another Testament. But there is this metal comp called From the Mega Vault. Let's do that right quick. All right. Yeah, it's raining hard here. I don't see another Testament. Rob Halford, Resurrection. We've sold all the Testaments. Rob Halford. This is a 2022 limited edition pressing, numbered 151 of 300 from Revolver. Numbered 151 of 300. It is cobalt, blue, and silver vinyl. It's a 45 RPM. It looks like it is sealed. It was sealed, possibly sealed. It comes in a resealable baggie. We opened it just to make sure because it's resealable. If it was sealed, then we just opened it, and Sev said they were all mint. So it probably was sealed. Either way, you can say it's sealed. We opened it, but it's mint. $45 start on Rob Halford. Metal Church. This one says, including one extra track, Big Guns. Metal Church is an 84 German press. Also a $45 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It's EX. Very nice. $45 start. Metal Church with bonus track. German. $45. So Rob Halford, $45. Metal Church, $45. And from the Mega Vault, this is a Mega Force compilation, a 1985 U.S. pressing, VG Plus condition, $25 start. From the Mega Vault, $25. These first responders, I would not want to have their job tonight. It is raining. I'm sure people's wrecking and crashing and fender benders. No telling. Man, there's been fire trucks, police officers, these first responders out on the roads right now. Thank you for your service. Man, it is pouring rain. I'm sure it's flash flooding, hydroplaning. There's lightning striking like every few seconds here right outside this door that I'm standing in front of. It has been wild weather today. Tornadoes, straight line winds. This is called From the Mega Vault. I'm being quiet because I'm trying to see if y'all can pick up and hear the thunder outside. It's been thundering since like 8 o'clock here. From the Mega Vault, $35. Tony, yes, there was a Phil Keaggy. You must have lost me there. The Master and the Musician, Phil Keaggy, VG Plus condition, $6.50. So 3 new auctions. Rob Halford, Metal Church, and Mega Vault. That's the 3 auctions right now. Yeah, there's like a foot of water. People are driving by the store. I bet there's a foot of water out here on the road right in front of the store. There's also a creek right across the road, which flash floods, and that's how our store got flooded a couple years ago. There was about 2 foot of water inside of the store a couple years ago. So I'll be here all night monitoring the situation. So Tony Murphy wants Phil Keaggy. That's sold. Also, we have Illiterate Beach. No polyester, please. Illiterate Beach is $5. RCA, Special Radio Series, David Bowie, half off of $64.99. $32.50, a 1980 promo Special Radio Series for David Bowie, Scary Monsters, with the documents. $32.50 on Bowie. Rare Rock from Canada. Rare Rock from Canada. That is a compilation with Ted Daigle, Bob King, Red Smith, $10 on that. And Snooky Pryor, Shake Your Boogie. Snooky Pryor is a 76 German pressing, $10. Mystics, Dandies Are Back. Mystics is $10. And Bad Seeds. Bad Seeds is a 84 French pressing in shrink wrap, $17.50 for Bad Seeds. $17.50 on that. Now, I definitely need to update these auctions. I'm pretty sure no one bid on Rob Halford, so final call to get a bid on that for $45. Rob Halford. I've got Metal Church at $60 with Patrick Smith. That just came in. If anybody's higher, you might want to bid again. And same thing with Mega Vault. I got Ken Helplin at $45. If anybody's higher, you might want to let me know. Let's go down to the bottom. And I think there was a claim. George Scherer on Bow. George Scherer on Bowie. Bowie, that's sold to George Scherer. Paul Oakley was second, then Davey Winstead. And we have Bill Reese at $45 on Rob Halford. Thank you. I must have overlooked that. And David Campbell says he bid $50. Boy, I must have missed those. When did I first put those up? I guess that's when I first put them up, right? RH, I see those now. Yep, 45 and 50. Thank y'all for bidding again. Neil Reigler wants the Bad Seeds. That's sold to Neil Reigler. Right here, this last little pocket, I think these were older records. This little pocket right here up front, newer titles, 50% off. A lot of it for that New Orleans collection. The Frost Music, now just $12.50. It does have a clip corner. Not much wear on the cover, $12.50 on the Frost. The name of the Snooky Pryor was called Shake Your Boogie. It's a German pressing, $10 on that. Also, we have the International Vicious Society. International Vicious Society is a Spanish pressing, $25 off, makes it $25. The International Vicious Society, $25 on that. So Rob Halford, we had another bid for $50 with David Campbell. Chad King also bid $50. Metal Church is at $61. Metal Church is at $65. Michael Nath wants the Snooky Pryor. Neil Reigler wants the Frost. And the last bid, hold on a second, here comes some sirens. I'm going to mute my mic so I can take a drink of water. I'm going to get interrupted anyway. Another fire truck. Okay. Next is the Speedos, A Dream in Life. The Speedos is a German pressing. That's a rockabilly album. The Speedos, $10 on that. And the Nomads, made in Japan. We sold both of the Nomads last night of the half-off bin. Here's another one, made in Japan. It says actually recorded in Sweden. That's a garage group. $40 off makes that $40. Wow, $40 off on that. And Billy Fury is $10. Now, where did we get to on the Mega Vault? The Mega Vault, Ken Helplin's had that for a while for $45. We're about to sell it. Metal Church is at $65. Now, the question is on Rob Halford, Chad King, do you want to bid more than David Campbell? He's at $50. He was the first one to $50. So Chad King just bid $51. Metal Church just got another new bid for $66. And Ken Halplin's about to get the Mega Vault for $45. Wild Billy Childish, and his famous head coats. Boy, I just really butchered that. Wild Billy Childish and his famous head coats. I'm wanting to throw some L's in there. I Am the Object of Your Desire. That's a garage album, a 2000 UK pressing, $17.50. We have the Backbeats, All the Fun in the World. The Backbeats is an 83 electronic album, $10 on that. And the Fleetwood's Greatest Hits, $5. George Hadjadakis, George H. as I call him, he gets the Childish. That's sold to George H. Neil Reigler on Wild Billy. That was what I just sold to George H. Jim Sedal wants the Backbeats. Sold to Jim Sedal. We have the Best of Louie Louie. That is sealed. $12.50. The Best of Louie Louie. Lincoln Chasing You. That's a 73 promo record. $20 off makes it $20. Lincoln Chasing You. It's a white label promo. $20. Details on the Mega Vault. Well, your comment came in a good time because I was about to sell it. This is a Mega Force compilation. It has tracks from Raven, SOD, Anthrax, Medieval Steel, Overkill, Exciter. It's from the Mega Vault, as in Metal Blade Records or Mega Force Records. And the high bid and the final call was Ken Halplin. He had it for $45. We're about to sell it. Larry Smith on the Fleetwoods. Thank you, Larry Smith. Ken Helplin on Louie Louie. Metal Church still getting bids. And David said out on Rob Halford. So Chad King has that for $51. We're about to sell it. Grand Funk, we're an American band. Grand Funk is on the gold vinyl. It was $39.99. Now it's $20. Foil cover and the gold vinyl, $20 on that. That is Grand Funk. We're an American band. We're coming to your town. That's $20. That was $39.99. And the Real Ruth Brown, now just $10. The Real Ruth Brown, that's on the Cobblestone Ruth Brown, just $10 on that. Danny Thomason's at 72 on Metal Church. Autumn Dye wants Grand Funk. Then John Meeks, then Debbie Winston, then Patrick Smith. Rob Halford then is officially sold to Chad King for $51. And Ken Helplin, you get the Mega Vault for $45. They're still bidding on Metal Church. I will bring over some more auctions because we still got more auctions to get to. But before I do that, I got another handful of CDs. We almost sold out of the first stack. Here is the next handful of CDs. These are all $6.99, regardless if they're priced more or less on the back. I grabbed them and I said they're all $6.99 to keep it easy. Singles, which was sealed. This is sealed. $6.99. It was $14.99. Mother's Finest, Iron Age. Mother's Finest, $6.99. Dead Brain Cells, Universe, DBC, $6.99. Joe Jackson, $6.99. Duran Duran, their wedding album, very, very tough to find on vinyl. $6.99 on Duran Duran. And Wayne's World soundtrack. Wayne's World is $6.99. Metal Church is at 72 with Danny Thomason. Samantha Joe is at 74. Danny Thomason, you're out. We have Susie Breedlove first on S for singles. That's $6.99. Sell that to Susie. Larry Drish was second. Larry Drish was first on Duran Duran. That's sold to Larry Drish. We have Pam Murray. Paul Oakley was second on Duran Duran. Pam Murray third. Jackie Reynolds fourth. Jim Sedal on Wayne's World, $6.99. Joe Jackson was sealed. Dead Brain Cells and Mother's Finest. Those were all $6.99. They were originally $15. Look, Dead Brain Cells was $26.99, rare thrash speed metal. If nobody buys that, I will put it on Discogs. Paul gets these prices from comps off Discogs. Rare on CD, thrash speed metal, $6.99, $20 off. And then Joe Jackson was sealed. Sealed on that. David Campbell wants Mother's Finest. That's sold to David Campbell. The last couple half-off LPs in here was 80s Colors, some kind of compilation, 80s Colors, and 85 Italian pressing, now $18.50. We have Jerry Conklin wants DBC. That's sold to Jerry Conklin for $6.99. Joe Jackson's going over here in the no-sell pile. Metal Church, Samantha Joe, that goes to you for $74. Let's get new auctions going right now. I will read off everything that's left, and I'm not going to go through all this bin, but I am going to go through this little pocket up front, which I think has newer stuff, and just remind everybody what didn't sell. We'll probably go through another one like that very quickly. We have HSAS, Kurt Hammett, and Wasted. And this is pretty much the last few auctions. There's a hard album, and then I've got a Garth Brooks box set as well. All right, so here's our next few auctions. Let's do 3 more. Thanks, everybody who has stuck with us since the beginning. New Order Testament was in the preview, not there. Oh, I know one thing. XYZ wasn't in there too. They might have been warped. The XYZ album was warped, so he might be flattening it. We have these very nice machines from Japan that flatten records. It's a very cool. We actually just bought 2 more. They're not cheap, but we have like 9 crates. We have like 9 crates of really high-end records that are all warped or dish warped or something, and we flatten 2 or 3 every day. It's like an 8-hour process, so we're constantly flattening records. So we can fix it though. We can fix it, and whenever it's fixed, it will be up. And then same thing for XYZ. But if it wasn't shown tonight, Jason, then I'm sure there was something wrong with it. It was defective. You know, what I do is I just pull those out. Sometimes I pull them out and I take pictures of them, say we're going to sell these, and then they get them ready. And so if they don't put out a record, then it was something wrong with it, I'd say. I bet Laura found it was warped or scratched. Sometimes I don't even look at the grade, and it could have been really, really bad condition. Here's the next 3. Are you selling under Collectco? Yeah, our Discogs should be Collectco, yeah. The easiest way is for me to send a link to one of our listings, and then you can click on our name and go from there. Boy, we sold a $250 Pat or $200 or $250 Pat Metheny record on there last night. We got a lot on Discogs, but it's mostly high end and obscure stuff that we hadn't been able to sell here. But there's some high end records on there. I got a couple 45s on there for over $2,000. This is Wasted Vices. Wasted is a 1983 USOG Pittman press. It is going to go up for a $15 start. Nice vinyl, VG Plus to EX. Wasted Vices. It has the original inner sleeve. $15 start. Wasted Vices. $15 start. HSAS Supergroup. This is Sammy Hagar, Neil Sean, Eris, Sheev. I forgot their other names. I know it's Sammy Hagar, Sean, Arison, and Shreve. $15 start on this. HSAS. It is nice. $15 start on that. There they are. Michael Shreve, Kenny Arison. I never can remember his first name. Michael Shreve, yes. And then Neil Sean and Sammy Hagar. That's also going up $15 start. Wasted has bids for $15, $15, $20. And then from Metallica, the lead guitarist, Kurt Hammett, Portals. This is his solo album. It's going to go up for a $15 start. Kurt Hammett is on blue vinyl. It was a record store day. $15 start on Portals. So Wasted, HSAS, Through the Fire, and Kurt Hammett. All $15 starts. Those are now up for bid. All right, so was there a question? Posters. Oh, yeah, definitely posters tonight. Definitely. Let me go through this little batch right here one more time. I'm not going to go through the full bin, but these are all half off. Skip Castro was sealed, $7.50. John Valby, Pete Howard Band, $7.50. Kenny Vance, $7.50. Count Basie, ABC Collection, $5. Earl Sanders from Sanders Truck Stop, or Sanders from the Fugs, $15. That means $15 off. Bison Bop, $10. Illiterate Beach, no polyester, please, 1987, $5. Rare Rock from Canada, $10. Styx is already sold. Yeah, Styx, Rick, unfortunately, that was the first record I think sold. Mystics, $10 on Mystics. Dandies are back. The International Vicious Society, $25. That means it's $25 off. International Vicious Society, $25 on that. George H. on Earl Sanders, that's sold to George H. for $15. And we have the Speedos, A Dreamin' Life, $10 on the Speedos. The Nomads, $40. It was $79.99. I'm going to set this over here on the to be listed in Discogs unless nobody wants it. Nomads is $40. We have Billy Fury. Billy Fury is $10. Lincoln Chasing You, $20 off. A Funk Soul album, $20. Ruth Brown, surprised no one got that. Ruth Brown's $10. And the 80s Color, some kind of obscure comp here from the 80s. Looks like a lot of new wave. I'm not real for sure, though. $18.50 on that. Michael Nath. Michael, I was waiting for you. I know you usually buy those Ruth Browns. That's so do you. And Orlando Martinez gets the Nomads. No Discogs for the Nomads. It's going to Orlando instead of Discogs. Wasted just got a new bid for $30. Kurt Hammett is at $26. And HSAS is at $15 with Tom Settles. I think HSAS has only got one bid with Tom Settles. If anybody else wants to bid, make sure. Michael Rudolph wants Count. Count Basie. The 80s comp is Garage Rock. I looked it up on Discogs. Thank you, Travis Wade. This is a Garage Rock comp, the 80s Colors. Thank you, Travis. All right, that's one of those obscure records. And then up front, I didn't see, there's a lot of very deep cuts up front. There's a Wet Willie album still available. Wet Willie's $9, no condition notes. Dion and the Belmonts, or just Dion's greatest hit, $7.50 on Dion. And Charlie Rich, Mahalia Jackson, Melissa Manchester, a couple things there. But I'm not going to go through those. I'd rather go through some new stuff. Very quickly, another stack of CDs here. These are all $6.99. $6.99. Let's try to get the rest of these sold. Mother's Finest Live 2 CD, a German import. These are all $6.99. Tom Tom Club, $6.99 on the Tom Tom Club, $6.99. We have Bunny Wailer Gumption. Bunny Wailer, pretty much half off at $6.99. Evergrey, Solitude, Dominance, and Tragedy. Evergrey, $6.99 on Evergrey. Boney M Diamonds. Check out the discount on this. Boney M was $19.99. It's a German. It's got 3 CDs. $6.99 on Boney M. And Evanescence, the Open Door. Evanescence is $6.99. ZZ Top, La Futura. That is sealed. ZZ Top. Yep, La Futura. Sealed. $6.99. I'll have another handful to do after we figure out who these go to. All right. So, up at the top, a couple new bids that came in was Wasted at $30, Wasted at $31, Kurt Hammett $27, Wasted $32, and then First to Mother's Finest for $6.99 was David Campbell. Travis Wade gets Tom Tom Club. Ken Crooker on Evergrey. David Campbell next on Evergrey. Michael Nath on Evanescence. And then Susie, then Michael Peevler, then David Campbell, then Robert Philippi, Susie on ZZ Top, then Stephen A. Young, then Scott Marchheim. Jerry Conklin gets the Boney M. You were next on ZZ Top, and that just leaves Bunny Wailer, and that is $6.99, and that's called Gumption. That's the only one left there. Now, I think HSAS just had that one bid, right? $15, Tom Settles. Tom, you get that for the $15 bid. Figured that one do a little bit more. Nice copy. We usually mark those like, we sticker those for, man, more than that, for sure. $15. HSAS, that's so do you. Kurt Hammett is now A final call to Clint Thomas for $27 and Wasted's at $35. What do we need? Let's go through tonight's new stuff. It's just like a handful of records, about that much. Check condition, buy it now, best offer. Or not all of them's check condition, but let's do them buy it now, best offer. That was a half off bin. Here's the only stuff left from tonight that's new vintage. This is the only stuff left from tonight, new vintage. And then I'm going to sort those non-payments, and we're going to do buy it now, best offer on those very quickly. Try to get some of that stuff. But first, we have Badfinger, straight up, a classic. VG condition, $24.99 on the Apple label. VG condition, $24.99. This has baby blue on it, and day after day. The spine does have some splitting. $24.99 on Badfinger, straight up. Can't believe that's still there. The classic Hot Rocks by the Rolling Stones. VG condition, $22.99. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, an amazing compilation of music. Brown Sugar, Wild Horses, Gimme Shelter, Honky Tonk Woman, Satisfaction, Painted Black, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Street Fighting Man, Midnight Rambler, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Let's Spend the Night Together, Mother's Little Helper, 19th Nervous Breakdown, Ruby Tuesday, Get Off My Cloud, Play With Fire, Time Is On My Side, Heart of Stone, Under My Thumb, Sympathy for the Devil, As Tears Go By, VG condition, $22.99. Wasted's at $35. Jason Jones, do you want back in? The chat has went silent. Clint Thomas get Kurt Hammett. Clint gets Kurt for $27. That's sold. Kurt Hammett is sold for $27. Waiting for Jason Jones to say if he wants in or out on Wasted. Rick Peabody has it for $35. I do have another auction over here. We actually have a Heart album tagged. Still Travis Wade, Rolling Stones for $18. Rick Peabody also offered $18. That must have been the magic number. Anytime I read the track listing on that, it sells. Everybody's like, whoa, that's a great compilation of Stones music. I'll take it. We have Heart, Little Queen. Heart is a 1984 pressing. This is the second pressing of this album from 1984. It is nice. $15 start. Barracuda. It is a nice copy. Barracuda. $15 start on that. Wasted have the poster. Let's check it here. Wasted Vices. Inside the jacket, no cover. It does have the original inner sleeve. Is that a poster? Nope, just the original sleeve. No poster. And that is been a final call. Rick Peabody, $35. Michael Torres was going to buy the Stones at full price. I sold it too quickly. Travis Wade got it for $18. Neil Reigler wants Badfinger. Hart has bids for $10, $15, $15, and now $20. Let's do another handful of CDs. This is the last batch. Boy, it's still thundering loud here. Last batch of $6.99 CDs. We have Widespread Panic, Dirty Side Down, Widespread Panic, $6.99. Mother's Finest Live, that was $10. Now it's $6.99. Volbeat, Let's Boogie, live from Teleparkin. Volbeat, $6.99 for Volbeat. The Temptations, More of the Best of the Temptations, $6.99. Dropkick Murphys, the Singles Collection. Dropkick Murphys, the Singles Collection. New York Dolls, which was $14.99. New York Dolls, $6.99. Peter Tosh, $6.99. Legalize It. Elton John, Peachtree Road. Elton John, that's a CD and DVD. Elton John, $6.99, Peachtree Road. That's the name of the road where he lives in Atlanta, Georgia. And Curtis in Chicago. Curtis Mayfield with Jerry Butler and the Impressions, $6.99. That's an official UK import. Curtis Mayfield, $6.99. Whew, I'm out of oxygen. Deep breaths. Here we go. So, Wasted is definitely about to be sold. As soon as I get to the bottom, Rick Peabody. Hart had bids for $25, and then David Campbell commented B. B was for what, David Campbell? B was for something, and then Hart had bid for $27.28. Susie Breedlove wants the Temptations. $6.99 on the Temptations to Susie Breedlove. The Record Guy gets Volbeat, and then Jerry Conklin was second. Pam Murray on New York Dolls. That's sold to Pam Murray. Patrick Smith was next. Then Paul Oakley. Susie Breedlove on PT for Peter Tosh. David Campbell next on New York Dolls. Then Jerry Conklin. Michael Rudolph on Elton John. And that is all gone. He said that was a typo. Okay. So we have Widespread Panic, Mother's Finest, Dropkick Murphys and Curtis Mayfield. Widespread Panic, Dirty Side Down, Mother Finest Live, Dropkick Murphys, and Curtis Mayfield. Those are all $6.99. All right, more Buy It Now Best Offer. Elvis, We Love You. Sealed, $9.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. This has the hit song Tangled Up in Blue. Boy, this back cover looks different. Am I crazy? I've never seen this back cover on this Dylan album. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. VG Condition. I just now kind of noticed that. That's not the typical back cover for that album. VG Condition, $19.99. That is a 75 Santa Maria pressing. Heart is a second pressing. Yes, second pressing. Very nice. Jason Jones, you have it for $28. Final call. Wasted. It's been up for a while. Sorry about that. That sold to Rick Peabody for $35. Rick Peabody for $35. Rick Peabody gets that for $35. Next is Dylan. Jerry Conklin on Elvis. That's sold to Jerry Conklin. Dylan. And we have Little Feet Waiting for the Columbus. VG Condition, $14.99. Little Feet Waiting for Columbus, VG Condition. I mean, I have seen hundreds of these. Either I'm crazy or this is an alternate back cover for this album. Paul Oakley's going to get it for $15. George H. was second. And Ghostbusters, VG Plus, $17.99. There is some cover damage. Who You Gonna Call? That's a classic live album. There's Ghostbusters. We're about to sell Heart. Final call. Jason Jones, $28. And here's all the CDs that's left from those stacks. The Very Best of Aretha Franklin. Joe Jackson, Night and Day Sealed. Bunny Wailer, Widespread Panic. Mother's Finest, Dropkick Murphys, and Curtis Mayfield. Those are all $6.99 if anybody wants one. $6.99. Michael Fairchild wants Ghostbusters. That's sold to Michael Fairchild. We also have Neil Young, Live Rust. That's EX Condition, $34.99. 2 LPs, Neil Young and Crazy Horse. Nice. EX, $34.99. David Campbell wants Dropkick Murphys. That's sold to David Campbell for $6.99. Tommy Dalton, you were next on Ghostbusters. A beautiful copy of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Southern Accents, original inner sleeve, $34.99. Tom Petty, $34.99. Next is Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talkin', VG Condition, $12.99. Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talkin', VG, $12.99. George Sherritt said Neil Young, $28, sold. Heart is sold to Jason Jones for $28. Very, very nice copy. Barracuda, that's sold to Jason Jones. All right, now there was 2 other CDs tonight. These are definitely not $6.99, but we sold one of them. If anybody else wants one, these are from that big non-payment order. Moody Blues, $39.99. A MoFi CD, Gold Disc from 1989. And Queen is $74.99. We've already sold one. Here's the other. Queen, News of the World, $74.99. And Moody Blues is $39.99. Those are MoFi Gold Disc. MoFi Gold Disc. Also, Wings at the Speed of Sound, VG Condition, $12.99. The Rolling Stones, Goathead Soup, VG, $14.99. My price on Little Feet would be $17. It is marked for $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Tattoo You, VG Plus Condition, $17.99. That is RL Mastering, OG Pressing. Marvin Gaye, Trouble Man, VG Condition, $24.99. And we have Eric Clapton, VG Plus Condition, $19.99. VG Plus Condition, $19.99. Eric Clapton as best. So that's all the new vintage stuff from tonight. It's all Buy It Now Best Offer. Somebody asked about Peaky Blinders over here. Let me see what I have. I might be thinking about that other show, 1883. Yeah, we have another 1883, James Dutton. I'm looking. We got a lot of Funkos in stock, more than I ever have had ever before. They're stacked up everywhere in here. Of course, we sell a lot of them too. Nothing wrong with inventory. Yeah, I don't see any more unless somebody bought it here in the store. I honestly think one came in not too long ago and somebody bought it here in the store. So, yeah. I don't think I've ever shown this. I got a bunch of new Pokemons tucked over there. This is Dragon Ball Z some kind of figure, $24.99. I don't think I've ever shown that. $24.99. Actually, out on a heart. Give it to Susie. Okay, well, we really can't do that. We got to completely redo the auction now. Let's restart heart then. If you have a cancellation on bid, we got to completely just pretty much restart it or go back to the other bidder. So Michael Jacob, you have heart for $27. Michael Jacob, if you still want heart for $27, I've got to put it up and we kind of just have to restart this. Michael, if you still want to bid 27, let me know. If not, we got to go back through and I'll just completely restart it. Back up at the top, Peyton H said she will take, or he will take Little Feet. Peyton, yes, Peyton H. That is sold to Peyton H for $17. Thank you. And then Wings, Jerry Conklin offered $9.99 for Wings. Sell that to Jerry Conklin for $9.99. I don't have any more Ghostbusters. George H. offered $15 for Clapton. Sell that to George H. for $15. Did you get me for Rob Zombie from an earlier bin? Oh, boy. I think so. I don't remember now, Scott. And then we have Michael Jacob at 27. Okay, so final call on that. Dragon Ball, not my jam, but I'm interested in anime. Yeah, I will check on that. I've been looking for some of those for you, Paul. But yeah, that's $24.99 if anybody wants it. Hart, Michael Jacob says he'll take it. Going twice, going 3 times. Kenny Cates said 9 on RS. Now, there's 2 different Rolling Stones albums in here. You might have to let me know which one. And then we have Tom Petty, Southern Accents. Curtis, if you want that, it will be $30. It is a very nice copy in shrink wrap, Southern Accents. All right, let's sell this to Michael Jacob for $27. That's sold to Michael Jacob. George Sherrod just bid $28. My bad. I thought we were done on that. That's sold for $27. It's already gone. Anybody else on anything else left in here? Anybody else on anything else? They're right here next to me if anybody changes their mind. Okay. Not tattoo you. So goat head soup, okay? Okay, if someone's watching the video late, make sure Rob Zombie. Waitlist for Rob Zombie. Actually, I think we still got those in stock, don't we? Or no. Okay, you want on the wait list. Okay, wait list. Yes, we definitely could do that. Rob Zombie, Scott Marchheim, the waiting list for the Lunar Kool-Aid Injection color variant thing. All right. Our last auction, Garth Brooks Legacy. Garth Brooks Legacy. EX condition overall. This is like the Garth Brooks discography, at least his classic stuff. Fresh horses, the chase in pieces, and no fences. It comes with a triple LP, also known as Live, $25 start. It also has all the same albums on CDs. So that's Live, and then No Fences, In Pieces, The Chases and Horses. $25 start on that. $25 start. Kenny Cates Jr. gets the Rolling Stones for $9. That was the VG copy of Goat Head Soup. Sell that to Kenny Cates for $9. Now, here's what we're going to do. We have an incredible order that was these non-payments and putbacks. I'm going to condense all of the vintage stuff together, the pre-owned stuff, and try to get some of that sold, because there's some great titles in here still. And then if we have time, we'll even run through all the new vinyl. But let me get all the vintage stuff together. That way it's a lot easier to understand and go through what's new, what's pre-owned. And there's the pre-owned stuff. There was much, much more new than pre-owned. But let me go ahead and put all this together, and we'll go through it very quickly. All right. And there was even a puzzle. There was even a David Bowie puzzle. So let me do that right quick. And there, as y'all know, there was unbelievably great titles. And that's technically pre-owned. And I think that's all vintage. All right, so let's go through all these. Buy it now, best offer. I've actually condensed everything now to a crate and a half. And it was quite a bit. So Garth Brooks had bids for $25, $25, $30. So Garth Brooks, well, it's missing. I actually think it's missing a little piece right here. It's missing like a little end cap piece. But there's a couple different versions. There's like one that's reflective. There's one it's weird. We got somewhere in the back, I know we have some more. So there's a couple different ones. All right, so this is buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. $100 on both MoFi CDs. 75 and 40. Scott Fish, 40, 115. Sell those to Scott Fish for $100. Scott, those are sold to you for $100. I'm going to put them right over here. Oh, thank you. Now I've got them sold. And somewhere, yeah, I think it's limited, remastered, and analog. I think they did one for a remastered, and they sold them a lot of times together. But there's 3 different versions. They're numbered, which I don't know what kind of mix that is, and then there's remastered, and then there's one that's cut from the analog tapes. These are all buy it now, best offer. Ringo Starr, Buku of Blues, and original Apple pressing, gatefold, nice, $24.99. $24.99. Pink Floyd, an original OG 1971 Los Angeles press of metal, no condition notes, $54.99. Ringo, Pink Floyd, Lou Reed, in shrink wrap, Rock and Roll Heart, original inner sleeve, $34.99. Frank Zappa, $64.99. A beautiful pressing of We're Only in It for the Money, Mothers of Invention, gatefold, blue label, $64.99. George Scherer on Lou Reed, so did George Scherer. We have Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound, $19.99. Neil Young, Comes a Time, $34.99. OG, no condition notes, nice, Neil Young, $34.99. Back to Basics, Temptations, $14.99. $14.99. Garth Brooks, the high bid is Patrick Smith at $35. $35 with Patrick Smith on Garth Brooks. That's where we're at. Let's see if I can find another auction right quick. Surely I can find something. I've got a big stack of stuff for tomorrow as well, but I have a Beatles here. Yep, here's some stuff left over from last night I didn't get to. Let's do that, and let's see. Yeah, let's do that. That might be one of my last ones. I'm searching at this point for this time. By this time, I'm searching is what I'm trying to say. Hey, we got Garth Brooks. Also got a George Strait here. That sounds pretty good. Garth Brooks and George Strait. Let me also go ahead and put this over here. Actually, I might just get put that in there. Okay. Here we go. We still got movie posters to go through. What happened? Lou Reed, George Scherer said 10 on Temptation. Sold. I think the liver broke. Rain's pouring down. Yeah, here too. I wish I could see the creek across the road. I hope it don't flood. Let's keep going here. We have Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, $14.99. No Doubt, that's actually new and sealed. No Doubt is $33.99, but if anybody wants it, it's $33.99. No Doubt, that's new and sealed. Heart, Babe Lestrange, $19.99. Does have a little bit of a stain there, but it still retains that original hop sticker, $19.99. Final call on Garth Brooks for $35. I was just making sure Robert Philippi didn't want to bid again. Purple Rain, $54.99 and 84 OG. Purple Rain, $84.99 on Purple Rain. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. Gatefold, $19.99. Nice. Linda Ronstadt Greatest Hits, $19.99. And The Cure Greatest Hits. The Cure is a 2017 Record Store Day. $54.99. 2017 Record Store Day. The Cure, $54.99. Also, Procol Harum, Something Magic. Procol Harum, it's a gatefold, $24.99 for Procol Harum. And Berlin, Count 3 and Pray, a beautiful copy, $34.99 on Berlin, Count 3 and Pray. That has Take My Breath Away. Garth Brooks is sold to Patrick Smith for $35. If we come into the store, are the auction bins available to look through? No, they are not. All the auction records are put up in the back. Cannot get to those. No. That's sacred area. No one's allowed back there. They fixed it where the flood. They're supposed to have drilled out these ditches where it's supposed to recede a lot faster, but who knows. Prince for $30. Michael Jacob, I'll sell it to you for $45. It is OG. Very nice with the original inner sleeve. Corey Hart, First Offense. Sunglasses at Night, $19.99. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, $24.99. Talking Heads, an original. Fear of Music, VG Plus, $26.99. VG Plus $26.99 on Talking Heads. Also, Dancing in the Street. That's David Bowie and Mick Jagger. $19.99. Michael Jacobs had sold on Prince for $45. That sold for $45. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Track. See? Different jacket. $34.99. This is a barcoded reissue. It is super nice, though. $34.99. David Campbell said CH $15. That's Corey Hart sold. Paul Brothers wants Talking Heads. Talking Heads is sold. We have The Cure. We have The Cure, a $40 offer from Amber Mathis. Sold. Amber Mathis, $40. We had a $20 offer on Talking Heads. Already sold to Paul Brothers. Michael Fairchild took Chuck Berry, $15. Sold. Stacy Metternich wants Dancing in the Streets. Sold. Bob Dylan, $28. George Scherer. Sold. $28. George Scherer. Pink Floyd, Works, in shrink wrap, $49.99. Where's that Beatles record? And George Strait. Here we go. 2 more auctions. By the way, we still got 208 people watching right now. Thanks, everybody, for staying late with us. We still are obviously cutting deals and showing great records. We still got auctions like George Strait's Greatest Hits Volume 2, and this has a great track listing on it. This has great the chairs on here. Nobody's right mind would have left her. Oceanfront property. All my exes live in Texas. In shrink wrap. It's an original. It's nice. Near mint minus. In shrink wrap. $30 start on George Strait. $30 start. Check this out. Beatles. VG condition. Now, I don't have all the notes on this one. This album is heavily bootlegged and counterfeited. I'll just show you what we have here. I think it's the real deal. Maybe John Young's watching. I doubt he is. This is Introducing the Beatles. It's awfully late. It's too late for John Young to be watching. Introducing the Beatles. John has it as a 64 original, so I'm assuming it's a 64 original. It has the original flap. It's a $45 start. It says Introducing the Beatles, and of course here it says Songs, Pictures, and Stories of the Fabulous Beatles. It has the flip open, and that's a $45 start. Now, the reason the disc says Introducing the Beatles, because that's the same album as Introducing the Beatles. They just put it in a different jacket. They completely repackaged it. You got to watch VJ. They were a little sneaky back in the day. But that's a $45 start. Not an easy Beatles record to get. $45 start on that. George Strait has a bid for $30. Pink Floyd's $49.99. We have Janis Joplin in concert, VG Plus condition, $27.99. Janis Joplin in concert, VG Plus condition, $27.99. The Velvet Underground, a collection of previously unreleased tracks. They were definitely recorded. Unreleased tracks, $69.99 on the Velvet Underground, a collection of previously unreleased recordings. Also, Lou Reed, Mistrial. Lou Reed, $34.99. Boy, the feed. Did y'all just see what happened to the feed? Man, that was wild. We must have had a lag or something there. Back, we had an offer on Pink Floyd Metal for $35. Philip Parks, I will do that for $45 if you want it. Paul Brothers is still in on George Strait at $30. The Beatles has a bid for $45 and $50. We have an offer on Janis Joplin for $20 and then another $20. Michael Jacob was in first. Sell that to Michael Jacob for $20. Jason Short, you're second. Another bid on Beatles for $45 and Lou Reed $27 with George Scherer. The Beatles is official, yes. Everything about this checks out. The lines are correct above the label. Right cover, flip open, yes. Curtis, I'll do $40 on Works. $40 on Works. If anybody wants metal, $10 off on that, $45. It is OG. It's a gatefold, and it's the first press, Los Angeles. We have Kate Bush. I've already discounted this. It was $34.99. It's an 88 German pressing. I said I would do $30 on it. $30 on that. We have Beatles, a new bid for $55. Chad King says Heart 10. Chad, I'll do it for $15 if you want it. New bid on the Beatles for $55. Jason Short says he'll take the metal for $45. Nobody else on George Strait. Final call to Paul Brothers, $30. Paul Brothers said he'll also take the Kate Bush for $30. Peyton H., you were second on metal. No condition notes on metal, Jason. I got you down for it for $45 unless you say otherwise. The Beatles has a new bid for $60. Don't get this very often. Look, there it is. VG cover. VG vinyl, VG minus cover. We have Yes, Tormato. Yes is $19.99. And the Birds pre-flight. The Birds is $24.99. George Strait got a new bid for $32. Chad King says, I'll take Hart for $15. Sold. All right, so that was some great records. Those were non-payments, and now I'm having to discount them. That's really bad. I didn't get paid for them, and now I'm having to discount them. But at least I'm getting them sold this time. Please pay for them. I know y'all will. The Beatles is at 70. Paul is at George Strait at 35. Let's go through those one more time. Ringo, Buku of Blues, $24.99. Zappa, $64. Supertramp, $19. Neil Young, $34.99. Pat Benatar, $14. Linda Ronstadt, $19.99. Procol Harum, $24. Berlin, $24.99. Velvet Underground, $69. Pink Floyd, $49.99. I've already told somebody I'd take $40. It's called Works. It's in shrink wrap. Yes, Tormato and the Birds pre-flight, $24.99. The Birds pre-flight. And it is still pouring rain. Has been all day. I slept really well today. As y'all know, I sleep in the middle of the day. And I have blackout curtains, but it's still not like sleeping at night. It's just something your body knows. But man, today, it seemed like it was dark outside all day today. I was like, boy, I like this. I didn't get to the store till like 6 o'clock. I was like, man, my body was like, thank you, sunlight. Thank you for being blocked. So it was already dark outside, and I had blackout curtains on. So it was really dark in my room. Whew. All right, so George Strait, $35.70. The Beatles got up to $70. Charlie DeFrank says he's out. Paul Oakley said $45 on Zappa. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you. $45. Year on Works, I think it's $83. Yeah, $83. Curtis, if you don't want it, Jason Short does. George Strait's also at $40. Berlin is near mint minus. It's a beautiful copy. It's a beautiful copy. Take my breath away. EX Plus and inner sleeve. George Strait, $42. George Strait, $45. Curtis will take Works for $40. That's sold to Curtis for $40. Jason, you were second. Beatles is sold to Mike Torres for $70. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you for $70. Great, great records tonight. It's been an awesome night for sure. All right. Anybody else? George Strait still getting bids. Let's go through. That was, all those are going to go right here next to me. And by the way, there was a puzzle. There was a David Bowie puzzle for $24.99 from that same batch, if anybody wants that. I teased these last night, and I thought there was a waiting list. There actually wasn't a waiting list. So if anybody wants Kiss Asylum, I have these in stock. Kiss Asylum 2014 remaster, $33.99. Scott Oman said he'd give $14.99 for Supertramp. Supertramp sold to Scott Oman for $14.99. Sell that to Scott for $14.99. Supertramp, Brother, Where You Bound? Paul's out on George Strait. Final call to Jeffrey Sapia for $47. That sold. And very quickly, I'm just going to read the titles of the new vinyl from that same non-payment. Just the titles. New bidder on George Strait for $48. But yes, Kiss was available last night. I think somebody wanted to buy one. I said, just hold the horses. But I've got three of them. Asylum is $33.99. $33.99. So here is some new vinyl. If you need price, let me know. Some of them I may tell the price. We have 70s movie hits collected. Great compilation of soundtrack movie hits from the 70s. $49.99. Black Sabbath Mob Rules. Pink Floyd Metal. Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. AC/DC Ball Breaker. These are all new and sealed. Metallica, a bootleg in the City of Brotherly Love. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. AC/DC Back in Black. AC/DC High Voltage. Metallica Kill 'Em All. Metallica Reload. AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip. AC/DC Powerage. Beastie Boys License to Ill. Beastie Boys Check Your Head. Black Sabbath Master of Reality. Black Sabbath Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Red Hot Chili Peppers By the Way. Soundgarden A-Sides. Tenacious D The Pick of Destiny. Nirvana Live in Madrid 2LP. House of Pain. Iron Maiden Virtual 11. Surprised that's still there. The Doors LA Woman. Rage Against the Machine. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends. Now, Jeffrey Sapia, you got outbid on George Strait. Do you want back in? Tony Wade bid $48. Reload is $44.99. It's a new and sealed remaster. I will say it sounds good. Give me fuel, give me fire. The memory remains. We have Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $38.99. Motorhead, The Ace of Spades. Beastie Boys, Solid Gold Hits. Reservoir Dogs. Sabbath Volume 4. Damn Yankees. Soundgarden, Live from the Artist's Den. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Foo Fighters, Live Unofficial. Black Sabbath, self-titled. Van Halen, Mo-Fi Box. And No Doubt, $33.99. Jeffrey Sapia backing on George Strait at $49. Tony Wade, you're out. Iron Maiden was $49.99. Virtual 11, $49.99. George Strait's at $50. So if anybody wants anything in there, just let me know. Or if you want a price, probably will want a price first, right? Sorry, I've had a lip problem all night. My lips are bothering me. Not good when you're talking for a living. Tony Wade's at 50. Jeffrey Sapia, you're out. Anybody else? We're about to transition over to movie posters. Any last requests for vinyl? Of course, we will be here again tomorrow doing records. I've got to go get my phone charger for sure. Let me go grab that right now. And I'm about to start getting set up for movie posters. About that time, we're going to see what we have. We're going to go through some stuff. I don't know really what we're getting into tonight. I think it's going to be one of these like random type nights for sure. There could be a little bit of anything. I think we're going to go through like one of these random crates, which I know has posters. They also have other stuff in there. Jeffrey's out on George Strait. Paul Brothers wants the Van Halen One Step. Now that's an excellent decision. That thing sounds incredible. All right. I thought you were selling records, Chad. I do sell records. We have Tony Wade at 50 on George Strait. We have Jeffrey Sapia out. Tony Wade, you get George Strait for $50. Paul Brothers wants the Van Halen One Step, and that might be the last record sale of the night. Anybody else have any requests for records, want to grab something, need something that you saw earlier, waiting list, etc., etc. Let me move these CDs out of the way. And let me move this right here. And let me move this one down. Phone is charging. Let me move this out of the way. Mob Rules is $44.99, Jason. That's a 2LP remaster. It's on a 1LP. The second disc is bonus tracks and unreleased live recordings. It's actually really good. And man, before those were reissued, Mob Rules and Heaven and Hell, those were tough and pricey because they weren't in print. Sleep Token is out of stock, yeah. Stiff Upper Lip is $31.99. Stiff Upper Lip is $31.99. $31.99 on Stiff Upper Lip. Oh, boy, I'm sore. I did 150 body squats last night. 150. Yes, my legs are destroyed. But it makes standing up 6-8 hours a night much easier. And strong legs very much makes your back feel much better. You don't have to go to the gym to work out. By that like 130, that 13th, 12th set, my legs were like shaking anytime I went down. Whew. It was hard to get back up, but I got through them all. I won't be doing that for a couple weeks. Let's see here. Toby Keith waitlist. There is a Toby Keith waitlist. Now, there's no guaranteed on that. Soundgarden is $38.99. $38.99. No. Soundgarden A-sides, yeah, $38.99. 150 more than I did. Oh, yeah, I was exhausted. I think that's another reason I slept so well. Yeah, like I'm walking right now, but it doesn't even feel like it feels like I don't have legs. All right, let's figure out which one of these things we want to go through. Let's grab this one. I have no idea what we're about to get into. This is going to be fun. I don't know. You don't know. Paul McCartney doesn't know. Mick Jagger has no idea we're doing this right now. He has no clue what's about to happen. Mick Jagger. Keith Richards really doesn't know what we're about to do. Susie Breelove sold on Soundgarden. FF price. Now you may have to help me out because I'm not for sure what FF is. All right, I just cracked open this lid. Let's take a look at this stuff. Let's see what we got in here. Posters, paper. I have no idea. We loaded all that stuff up from his garage 3-4 months ago. All right. Foo Fighters, that was the live unofficial, right? Foo Fighters, that is $44.99. Colored vinyl, live in Australia. Foo Fighters from 2000, $44.99. $44.99. All right, let's go through. Let's go over here to the thermostat right quick. Next step is thermostat. I'd say Paul McCartney's asleep right now. He is an 80-year-old man. Although he has more energy probably than all of us. Mick Jagger, too. All righty. All right. This packet has nothing written on it. Let's see what's in it. The air conditioner is off. Sweet Charity. Sweet Charity. Let me move Dragon Ball Z. Nobody wants poor Dragon Ball Z guy. What's his name? It starts with a G, doesn't it? Shirley MacLaine, Sweet Chastity. Sweet Charity. Love is what it's all about. All right. Goku. Yeah, thank you. I knew it started with a G. $25, Brent. Sammy Davis Jr. $25 if anybody wants that. The truth about spring, lobby cards. The truth about spring. Possibly a complete set. There's a bunch of them. Kid Rock hadn't been in here in a couple. He hadn't been in here in about a year. He stops in sometimes and does some shopping. He's decorating these houses he's got in Nashville and surrounding areas, but he hadn't been in here in a while. I've yet to meet him. If I would see, my mom don't want to ask him or anybody else. But if I was here, I'd start cracking open records and handing them on a Sharpie and getting pictures made and getting him to try to like endorse something. It could be good or bad for business depending on what side you're on, though. We might lose some people. We'll probably gain some people too, so it'll probably just be a wash, but still. Kidnapped. We have Kidnapped. That's got some cool graphics on it. Michael Caine, Trevor Howard, Kidnapped. He stopped in here one day. He's building a house. When he was on Joe Rogan not too long ago, I was like, man, imagine if he were to mention us right now. Because they were talking about, he was on Joe Rogan and he was talking about collecting old metal signs and decorating stuff for his house. And I was listening to that and I was like, man, imagine if he mentions Colecco right now, how much we would like, how much that advertising would be worth. Literally tens of thousands of dollars a mention for on Joe Rogan. It's a cool looking poster. I'm working on getting my price and stuff pulled up over here. Okay. $25 on this. $25 on this. First person is George Jones. George and Paul Brothers. So if anybody wants one of these, George, you're first. I've actually got a couple of them. That's 25, and then I've got another nice one here. So 25 and 25. George Jones, Brent's already passed, and then Paul Brothers, you're next. So those are 25 and 25. I've actually got 3 of them. So Kidnapped's $25. That's George Jones and then Paul Brothers. And if anybody else wants one, let me know on that. Oh, this is a cool packet. Maybe there's a bunch of stuff in here. Oh, cool. All right, this should be some good stuff then. Paul said George passed, so let's give Paul a Kidnap for $25. If anybody else wants one, they're $25. I think y'all are going to like this next packet here. Based on the actor's name that I've seen. Beverly Hills Cop. This is an Eddie Murphy packet. Beverly Hills Cop. This is the original one sheet. And it's $35. Henry Brent, Andy, Kyle, Paul, stereo. $35. $35. Henry said so. I never understood why these companies folded these posters. That's why they were, because it's a lot cheaper to ship flat than rolled. It's a lot easier to store them and ship them. If you had to store these in a warehouse rolled, a lot more space, a lot more work, a lot more time to print them and then have something or a machine or someone fold them, much cheaper. And back then, they were made for marketing. They had no idea 50 years later they would actually be worth something. Back then, they were just a piece of marketing material. It'd be like me printing business cards today. Just nobody ever knew they were going to be collectible. They're a lot cheaper to store folded back then. Trust me, because we have to deal with it. When we sell rolled posters, they take up a lot more shelf space in the back and storage space. If they're all flat, you can store thousands of flat posters. Trading Places. Trading Places. Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy. Plus, I like the fact now we can look back at a folded poster and that helps us know it's an original. I mean, unless somebody, it's pretty obvious though when you unfold these things. You can tell right off the bat after you've seen a lot if they're original or not. But if you do see one folded, you kind of know, okay, this thing's original. This thing is original. So, $30. $30 on Trading Places. The first person was Craig Thomas. Then George Jones, then Greg Lapey. So $30 on that. Craig passes. So the next person is Greg Lapey. George Jones already passed. So Greg Lapey, you have next dibs. And then it's Henry and then Jetstream. That's the current order. I've got a few of them, actually. I've got a few. So several people can have one. If anybody else wants one. There's more. $30. I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got a total of 4. So Jetstream, you're next. Then Brent, then Paul, then Andy, then Kyle Gregory. So I've got 4, $30. Paul, Brent says I made a claim. Yeah, I've got you. I've got you 5th. I've got Craig, George, Greg, Henry, Jetstream, and Brent. Jetstream's next. Jetstream passed. So next is Brent. So Brent, if you're wanting one, then that's sold to you for $30. You were 5th, it looks like, in line. Yeah, you were 5th or 6th and 5th in line. So we'll give that one to Brent if that means he does want one. And then Paul Brothers said sold. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $30. There's another one. And then the next person to get one after Paul was Andy Lewis. Andy Lewis, I'm going to wait on you. And then if you don't want one, Kyle Gregory gets one. And then Henry also got one. Henry Paredes. Let's go ahead and give one Henry Paredes. And that means Andy Lewis, and he said sold, $30. And that means Kyle Gregory, you're next in line. Henry got one. So, yes, those are all sold. So, Kyle Gregory's next in line. All right. And I think this is Beverly Hills Cop 2. No, 48 hours. 48 hours. $25 on that one. $25. Brent, Paul, and Kyle. Brent, Paul, and Kyle. $25. I need to check my phone. I've had it on Do Not Disturb. There's no telling what I have missed right quick. Make sure nothing important's come in since these storms did come through. Flash flood warning continues for Lebanon. Be cautious if you live in a low-lying area. Stay vigilant as more storms are coming tonight. Wow, I just got that text message. So flash flood warning here. More storms expected throughout the night. Paul sent me a reminder text. I have lots of texts from my friends and family. And okay, I need to just let everybody know I'm alive. I need to send out I need to just post on Facebook. I'm alive. I'm live streaming. Brent gets 48 hours for $25. All right, we've hit some pretty good posters here. Let's see what's in one of these other packets back here. Here's some loose stuff. Let's see here. I need to make a post one on Facebook. I just want to let everybody know I live stream every night on Facebook. I'm unavailable from 7 till 2 a.m. every night. If you would like to reach me, please send an email or call the store and leave a message with my mother during the day. Trying to find more posters. Let me see what this stuff is right here. Well, this is unfortunate. It has a lot of writing on the back. It don't really bleed through too bad. Mannequin. But yeah, it's not in the best condition. It's got a rip right there, right through his chest. It's folded. If anybody wants it, $10. The bleeding, the writing didn't come through too much. You can kind of see it. So $10 on that. $10 on that if anybody wants it. Who knows he doesn't know you're live streaming? You'd be surprised. I like even at family functions, I'll tell them like, yeah, I stream on Facebook every night. And they're like, really? I'll have to get on there one time and check out what you do. And I'm like, yeah, I've only been doing it for 5 years. Oh, wow. This packet says motorcycle movies. I like the sound of that. Motorcycle movies. Here we go. Travis Wade wants Mannequin for $10. Travis, that's so to you. We have Hell's Angels on Wheels. Hell's Angels on Wheels. Awesome. For mature adults only. Yeah, I have very close family, and I explain to them all the time what I do, and they're just kind of like, people buy records? I was at my nephew's birthday party the other day, and I was talking to some of my extended family. I was like, yeah, we've always bought and sold movie posters, and people look at me and they'll be like, I was talking to like my brother's wives, friends, husbands, people I really don't know, and they're like, movie posters? People buy like you sell movie posters? Like, where do you get them from? How do you get them? Why does people want them? I'm like, okay, this is no more questions. You just got to tune in. This is a very nice poster. This has one like a seam fold hole right there. Okay. See that? It's not bad though, right there. It's crisp. It's got great colors. I see where a fine, very fine, 74, and then a very fine plus 134. So I'll do this one for $105. $105. It is an original 1967, and it's nice. $105. $105. The first person I have is George Jones, Curtis Marachi. Those two's already passed. Dale Sanders, Paul Oakley. Jetstream's already passed. So Paul Oakley, 105, and then Paul Brothers. Jack Nicholson, correct, and then Brent Robley. So we have Paul Oakley, Paul Brothers, and Brent Robley. That's the next three people, $105. Hell's Angels on Wheels, 105, 105, and 105. Paul passes. Now it goes to Paul Brothers. Paul Brothers, it's yours or then Brent's. Because they'll also pass. $105. Nice. Hell's Angels on Wheels. While we're thinking about that one, Brent, you got glitched. It's went all the way down to you. It's yours for $105 if you want it. Next poster is One Chance to Win. One Chance to Win. The Ultimate Challenge Motocross. One Chance to Win. George Jones is who's got the wicked connection tonight. George Jones is wicked fast tonight. He's going to be the person to beat. This is $35. $35, George. No rips or tears. It has this one little fold. Nope, it's fixed. It's good. $35. I thought he had passed. He did. Hell's Angels is sold to you for 105. That's sold to you for 105, Brent. And guess what? I have another one. One chance to win is $35. Here's Hell's Angels on wheels. Let's see if it's the same poster. It might be different. Nope, same poster. Pretty much the same condition. There's another one for $105. 105. Oh, I thought he passed. Oh, passed away. There's another Hell's Angels on wheels. 105. No, George Jones is still here and with us. So that one's 105 as well. I'm going to keep that one off to the side. And surprised no one wants the motorbike poster there. One chance, 35. And the other one is another Hell's Angels on wheels. So we got two of those. Two great posters there. Two more, 105 and 105 if anybody wants one. Brent, you might want two of them. You commented H again. You might have just been... He says he wants a second one as well. I'll take the second. Now, do you want that one or do you want an additional one? Do you want to swap them out or do you want an additional one? He wants another one. Okay, so Paul, let's open up this last one, Paul Brothers, and make sure it's okay. I had a feeling these wouldn't get left behind. There is some wear on the outside of it. The inside's nice. Yes, very similar. There's just some wear on the outside, which doesn't affect it in any way. So, Paul, if you're good with that one, just say sold as well. 105. And I will put it in. I'm in Franklin waiting for the Neil Young concert. Oh, that's tomorrow? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're at the Franklin Amphitheater. Are you there right now? Like, is it like a rain delay? Or are you like in a hotel waiting for it tomorrow? Surely they're not trying to play a concert right now. Let's see what this other packet is. I'm trying to pull out all the packets in here. Well, this is a whole packet of one poster. A whole packet of one poster called Poltergeist. We got a whole packet full of them. Poltergeist. They're nice and they look like they're unfolded, brand new one sheets. And I'll do them for $20. They're nice too. Looks like there's a new old stock packet full of them. $20. So I'm going to go down the line. If you want one and you know you commented, just say sold. I'll make sure, and I'm going to unfold them, make sure they all look good and everything. They're $20. First person was Henry Paredes. Henry said sold. So let's give Henry that one for $20. Next person was George Jones. So George, let me unfold this one for you. And that one's different. We'll show that one later. I was going to make sure there wasn't different styles in here. Yep, this one's nice. George, you're next. George Jones. That one's nice. These are style Bs. Yep, that's $20. And we'll make sure George wants one. I'll be opening the next one here. That one's good. So there's the next person's. So put on, yeah, Jennifer Schrader and George Jones, the same account. So Jennifer Schrader gets one. George Jones, same person. That's $20. Next in line, we've already checked this one. Next in line was Curtis Marachi. He's already said sold. That's $20. Let's check this next one here. And the next person after Curtis was Craig Thomas. Craig Thomas said sold. Craig, let's open this one up here. It looks good. I mean, it looks like there's another like wrinkle right through here, but you really can't, it doesn't take it away or anything. So if you're okay with that, Craig, see what I'm talking about, like right there. Looks good to me. I mean, it's a black poster. $20. That's going to be going to Craig unless he says otherwise. And then Brent's next. But the only thing I have is another style. We'll do the other style in just a second. That was for that one. So we'll reset comments in just a second, okay? There's packet has one lobby card. Madam X. Madam X, $10. This one lobby card in there. We'll do the other polar guy, so be ready for that whenever I decide to do that. Hit some pretty good packets here. Oh, these are cool. I Dream of Jeannie. I Dream of Jeannie. $10 each, or the 3 for $25. $10 each, or the 3 for $25. Oh boy, we might have to auction this right quick. Is there more of them? I don't think so, unless they've got mixed up. Curtis, $10 or 3 for $25. So let me know, Curtis. I Dream of Jeannie. He takes the 3 for $25. All right, let's put this up for auction very quickly. It's been mounted. It has tape on the back of it, but man, Return of the Dragon. What a cool shot, too. $1 starting bid. High bidder will take it home. Return of the Dragon lobby card, an original. 1974. It has tape on the back where it was mounted at the theater. $1 start. Return of the Dragon. There's some creasing going on right here. There's a little bit of a crease going on right there, right over Bruce's shoulder and right through that guy's head. Return of the Dragon. Quick auction on that. $1 start. Just to keep some things interesting back there in the back. All right, let's pull out some of this boarded cardboard stuff and see what we got here. Ah, this is a cool lobby card too. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. $10. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. $10. Brent's at 15 on Return of the Dragon. Travis, I'm going to sell that to you for $10. The Cannonball Run, that's an original lobby card. $10, Cannonball Run. Final Call on the Return to the Dragon lobby card. Brent has that for $15. Paul gets that for $10. I'm skipping over stuff in here that's not original. There's some stuff in here that's not original. Here is a Showcase magazine cover of Travis Tritt on the cover. $7 if anybody wants that. Travis Tritt magazine cover. Brent gets the Return of the Dragon lobby card for $15. That's sold to Brent. Lisa Montgomery gets the Travis Tritt for $7. Those are just reprints. I'm gonna set this print stuff over here. I'm sure some of y'all may want some of this, but we'll figure it out later. That's an original, yeah. 1947, rare. This is Spirit of West Point. Looks like an old press photo. $7 if anybody wants it. Spirit of West Point. That's new. Okay. Doing some sorting here. Here's some kind of poster. It's kind of tattered. It's ripped. Ernest Goes to Camp. It's ripped over here on the side. Fraying. Pinholes. $10. $10 if anybody wants it. Now that you know the condition, if you do want it, just say sold. All right, here's some more of those magazine covers. I'm going to show you who's on them. We'll do them all for $7 if anybody, or $7 each if anybody wants one. There's Patrick Stewart from Star Trek. That's Showcase Magazine from the Nashville, Tennessean. $7 on that. I think this is a magazine clipping. Gordon Browning, Governor of Tennessee, $7. Tammy Wynette and George Jones, $7. John Michael Montgomery, $7. And then Sammy Kershaw, $7 on that. So those are $7. Those are like magazine covers if anybody wants that. Kyle said Ernest sold for $10. Kenny Begley, you were second. So that actually goes to Kyle Gregory for $7. Paul Brothers wants the Star Trek right there. That is sold to Paul for $7. And that leaves the Sammy Kershaw, John Michael Montgomery, and then Tammy Wynette and George Jones. Those are $7 if anybody wants them. Just let me know. There's another magazine clipping. We have newspapers. What is this newspaper he kept? Somebody died. Who died here? Ernest, who? Roy Acuff? Okay. These are Nashville, Tennesseans where Roy Acuff died. He bought a bunch of them. If anybody wants one. Farewell to Country's King. $7. Roy Acuff, Tennessean. I think he personally knew Roy Acuff. He had a lot of Roy Acuff stuff. Aha! Oh, this one's got a little almost nudity on it. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. $10. Lobby card. There's more posters in here. I'm just having to dig to them. Look magazine. That's a full magazine. It looks like 1967. Johnny Carson on the cover. $15 on that. I thought Kenny claimed Ernest. He did, but Kyle was ahead of him in the lineup. This is sold to Travis Wade for $10. That's sold to Travis Wade for $10. Boy, this looks interesting. I'll figure out what that is. It looks like a animation cell. Aha! Posters. I found a packet. Lon John Silver's return to Treasure Island. Lon John Silver returned to Treasure Island. Cool. $25. $25. It does have 2 pinholes at the top and some pinholes down here at the bottom. That one's been tape repaired, but there is some pinholes at the top and bottom. $25. Lon John Silver. I've got Brent Robley first on that one. Brent, as you can see, it's got tape repairs. Cool Graphics, $25. Travis McLarty, you're second. And then Tim Jensen. All right. Kyle wanted it first. Yeah, did I mess up on something? Or yeah, the Ernest went for $10. Yeah. Are you selling that last lobby card? That was, I don't know what this is. I got to figure out what this is first. This could be something pretty significant. It looks like a, I don't think it's an animation sale, but I don't know what this is enough to mark it. I wish I could take it out of this mount and see what's underneath it. It's not really a lobby card. It looks like it's an actual, I don't know what it is. That's the problem. Something, this could be something pretty significant. Or as that guy in Monterey I buy stuff from, he says something, he'll say this is something special. It looks like, I don't know. It's not like a live painting or anything. It's not what I thought it was initially. I don't know where it came from, though. It looks like it's been cut out and mounted in this thing, but it's odd. I don't know. Maybe we just need to put it up for auction right quick. So is everybody passing on Long John Silver's? We had Tim Jensen, you're next. Tim, you're next on Long John Silver if you want it for $25. I guess we'll put up the Song of the South. $5 start. I don't know what it is. It looks like it's some kind of print that's been mounted in this thing. So $5 start. Song of the South. Tim Pant. Nobody wants the Long John Silver. Long John Silver is $25 if anybody wants it. Long John Silver, $25 if anybody wants it. That's now up for auction. That's now up for auction. We'll figure out who gets it at the end of this sale. Okay, I like the sound of this. Let's see what's in here. Let's do this first. Madhouse. It's a Madhouse press book. Madhouse press book. Let's sell Brent Long John for $15. Sell that to Brent for $15. The print is now at 10 with Paul Brothers. Now Lisa with 12. Nobody on the Madhouse? Figured there'd be somebody want that. Look how cool it is. Okay. $15 if anybody wants Madhouse. I mean, that's frameable. Very cool. Kind of how the poster looks. $15 if anybody wants that. Here's some pictures from Warlords of Atlantis. Warlords of Atlantis. $10 on that. So Madhouse 15, Warlords 10. This is a Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the world premiere press previews, November 6 through 77 program and directory. I feel like that's worth $10. And then we have some official documents here for the 48th Annual Academy Awards. Paul gets the Close Encounters for 10. Paul and Kenny's out on the Song of the South print. Lisa Montgomery has that for $20. Final call. And these have 2 pictures in them. The Day It Came to Earth, it's a press photo, and Coma. Coma and The Day It Came to Earth, 2 random press photos there. So all that was in a folder that said science fiction. The Day It Came to Earth, Coma. And then this said Conan the Destroyer, but that's not what was in there. What was in there was the Academy Award. Close Encounters went for 10. Curtis said he'd give Warlord and Madhouse $20. Sold. Sell that to Lisa Montgomery for 20. Sold. And that leaves pretty much the Academy Award and those 2 photos there. There's that. Moving on. Those are more magazine clippings. Give me a second. That's a magazine clipping. This is some kind of old receipt. What is going on here? So this is Cimarron, The Talkies Reborn. The Talkies, like a talkie, like a movie with sound. The Talkies Reborn, somebody please come slap me. Drama, terrific as all creation. And this is a receipt or a letter from W.R.F. Roth Jr., Atlanta, Georgia, 1931. You're cordially invited to a private showing of Cimarron, Edna Ferber's romantic adventurous epic of a new empire, Oklahoma, depicting many stirring scenes of the Western pioneer life. And it's signed, and it's on official Radiohead Radio Pictures. So some kind of really cool letter there, an invitation to watch this film, dated 1931. That's really cool. I think because of the letterhead and what's going on there, that's got to be worth $10. And Paul Brother says awards and photos, 15. Paul, I'm going to put all that in the same photo. I'm going to sell you, or the same folder. I'm going to put the Academy Awards and the 2 pictures in there for $15. All right. And Brent, I was going to say that's pretty cool. $10. That's frameable. He said 7. Sold. And then over here on this other side, this is what I was talking about earlier, receipts. RKO, Westerns, Personality Group, Distributing, Atlanta, Shorts. It looks like I see Aesop's Fables, Vagabond Adventures. It looks like maybe where they were buying movies or renting movies for the theater. These old receipts, 1 reel, 2 reels. Here's the Western. So, yeah, Gallatin, Tennessee, the Palace Theater. Maybe some of these posters that say Palace on the back of them went to Gallatin as well, because we've had a lot of them that say Palace. Western 1. Release date, where is the date on here? 1932. 1932 on this one. It's got a cool graphic. Yeah, I think this is where they like rented some films. Guaranteed rental, sharing terms, when they would air them, etc. So there's shorts, there's westerns, and Personality Group. I don't know. Exactly, but that's what I'm assuming those are. Those are like receipts where they would have bought or rented, the theater would have rented movies. So Lisa, here's what I'll do. If you want the Western one, $10, and if you want all 3 of them, $25. So $10 on the Western, or if you want all 3 of them, $25. And then Brent, if she doesn't take the other 2, I'll say the other 2 for $15. Pretty cool looking receipts. Once again, I think those look pretty cool, framed with all the other movie poster collectibles. She said she'll take all 3 of them for $25. Okay, pretty cool. But yeah, those are from the 30s. Those are like receipts where movies would have been rented. Pretty cool. You never know what you're going to find in these tubs. Those sold to Lisa for $25. All right. Now, what's next in this folder? That folder's empty. What's next in the tub? I see a packet. Here we go. I like the sound of this. It says rock and roll. Let's figure out what's in here, though. Let me also see what's next. I may try to do some more digging right quick. I want to go through some of these magazines because they take up a lot of space. Fred had everything. Yep. We're looking at 67, actually, now 80 years of collecting here. I mean, he started keeping stuff. He started keeping his comic books and his magazines when he was a kid, his baseball cards. He still had all of his baseball cards from the 50s when he was a kid. I mean, he kept everything. All right, there is a magazine. This is cool. Kevin Costner, White Earp, 1994, $7 on that. Magazine cover. I'll go ahead and show some of these. There's a Lucky Strike ad, $7. Lisa Montgomery wants Costner. That's $7. Lucky Strike, $7. Who is this? Is this anybody significant? RCA Victor ad, an old RCA ad, Arthur Fiedler, Victory at Seas, and then a Schlitz malt liquor ad. Looks like there's a couple in there. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get all those together. Maybe we can do a bundle deal or something, but some of them are worth showing individually. All right, we have, let's see what this was, these lobby cards and the rock and roll. We've got Carnival Rock. These are all $10 unless there's something like really incredible in here. Carnival Rock. Jamboree. Fats Domino. I think that's Buddy Knox there on the cover. Bernadine. Bernadine. Brent, there may be some other Carnival Rocks. Hold on a second. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Actually, I think that's what's left in the pack. So, let me see if there's all different ones here. There's that one. There's that one. There's an extra one of those. The first one there's better. There's that one. You already got that one. We don't have that one. And we already had that one. So, Brent, there are 4 there for $30. This is 1957. Carnival Rock. And then if anybody else wants, there's 3 more there for $25. And then there's a Bernadine. And then there is Jamboree. If anybody wants those other ones. And what was this? Look at Alice's Restaurant. Interesting. Look at Alice's Restaurant. Arlo Guthrie. Look magazine explores the world of Alice's Restaurant, a new motion picture. I said those 4 for 30. I said those 4 for 30. That's pretty interesting. Unless you're making an offer. All right, there's those. Pending. Let's see if we can get some more posters out of here. Let's get some of this other stuff. Just an Inky jacket. That's a bunch of press stuff for Donna Fargo. Okay, There's more of these. We'll figure out what those are in just a second. I think these are packets if I can get to them. Aha! Let's see. Always great stuff in packets. Esther Williams. That's entertainment. That's entertainment lobby card, $10. Brent, would you do 25 on the Carnival Rocks? You said you'll pass, but I got to get them sold to you. Bob Newhart, Cold Turkey lobby card. Cold Turkey. Ah, Purple Rain. Man, just out of nowhere. Wow. You never know what's going to be in the tub next. We went from Bob Newhart to Purple Rain, an original movie poster. Awesome. Why is there no results? I've got to be spelling something wrong. Purple Rain. Rolled, not cheap, folded. There it is. Very fine plus. This one's nice. There's actually no pinholes or nothing. Yeah, there's 2 pinholes at the top. It's nice other than that. Right here. That's it. $175. $175. $175. He says, pull my arm. Does that mean you want these for $25? Do you want the Carnival Rocks for $25, Brandon? If so, I'll put your name on them. $175 on Purple Rain. Craig and Henry, the first 2, they have passed. And then Brent, you're next. Brent, you're next on that. He said sold, $175. Unless he was saying sold on Carnival Rock, I'll confirm. And then Jetstream says he'll take the Bob Newhart lobby card for $8. That's sold. I'm going to put that over there in the no sale. And let's see what else is over here. Brent said sold on both. Okay. So those 3 lobby cards sold to Brent for $25 on Purple Rain sold for $175. A rolled Purple Rain sold for $486 not too long ago. A rolled one. So a nice mint rolled one, those sell for $400 or $500. Just FYI. Natural. I think that's what that said. Robert Redford, Natural. The Natural. $20 on that. The Natural. Brent, Kyle, Tim. So Brent, you're first, $20 if you want that. Yeah. I think it's about it's probably very fine minus or very fine, well, probably very fine. It don't have, down here at the bottom, that's probably what's making it almost very fine minus. There's some color breaks right there. Those aren't pinholes right here. It's just like little breaches in the I guess that one right there almost went through. It looks like something has dinged it almost. Yeah, those kind of went through right there. A couple of them have, and some of them haven't. Right there. And then down here at the bottom. Yeah, it has a couple color breaks right there. Probably more so I said 20 rather than possibly 30. Totally up to you. Almost forgot about these. Polygeist. Polygeist. Here's style A or B. Here's the other one. Brent said sold on that for $20. Here's those other two Polygeist. Steven Spielberg mentioned at the top. The first real ghost story. Polygeist. I'll do those for $20 as well. There's two more. That's a different style. $20 on those. Poltergeist. Yes. Poly. Where did I say poly at? Poltergeist. Polter. Sorry. Polter. There's two nice ones there. So the first two people was Travis and Craig. Travis and Craig, if y'all want those for $20. Craig said sold. Travis, you're next. This is a Marilyn Monroe poster book. A book of 20 tear-out posters. A Marilyn Monroe poster book. What a beautiful lady. I wonder if this has the interesting shot. Whoa, there, that was risque. I've seen how many had been ripped out. Doesn't look like any have. It's worth a lot more if it has, you can mark up anything of hers if it has that centerfold of the 1957 Playboy in it. I don't see it in here. Well, she's pretty much nude on that one. She had a see-through dress on. That's pretty cool. $15. It was a ragtag special for $7 40 years ago. 30 years, well, yeah, probably 40. What year is this? 30 years old? It looks like late 80s, early 90s. 1986, yeah, almost 40 years ago. $20 if anybody wants it. Travis also said sold on Poltergeist for $20. $20 on that. So Jennifer Schrader, George Jones first, then Lisa, then Paul, then Kenny. $20. Okay. Anybody have the 1957 Playboy? I will pay a lot of money for it because it's worth a lot of money. Jennifer Schrader said sold, $20. Here's a poster. It's folded very oddly. It looks pretty interesting though. Wow, it's some kind of horizontal. I think that's part of another poster. Yeah, that's part of like a 3-sheet or a 6-sheet or something. What's love got to do with it? Rest in peace, Tina. Oh, sorry, I'm having to stretch. From the great state of Tennessee, Tina Turner. There is a piece of tape at the bottom. Let's see if this will come off. Yeah, if you work with it, it's going to come off. There is a piece of tape at the bottom. $20. $20. Is my sound on? $20. Brent's already passed. George is already passed. Paul Brothers. $20 if you want it. Showcase magazine, Robin Hood, $7. Robin Hood cover, $7. Paul said so, $20. Lisa said, Kay, was that for this? Kevin Costner? Yeah, $7, Kevin Costner. I forgot he was Robin Hood. Chapter 2, $10. There was only 2 other poltergeists, yeah. That's it for poltergeists unless we run across some more. Mel Gibson magazine cover, $7. Mel Gibson. Chapter 2. If I see a lobby card that's boarded and bagged, if he's boarded and bagged it, that's usually it's a pretty good one. Woman Obsessed, $10 on that. Lisa Montgomery wants the Mel Gibson for $7. Woman Obsessed, $10 on that. How to be very, very popular. Lobby card. The Man Who Loved Cat Dancing. This one's ripped, so I actually sell both of those for $10. The Man Who Loved Cat Dancing. There's both of those for $10. Here's a Lone Ranger lobby card, $10. Lone Ranger, $10. Post Magazine, $15. Elkie Sommer. George Jones on Lone Ranger, Jennifer Schrader. Jennifer Schrader gets Lone Ranger for $10. This is interesting. This has probably got some good stuff in it. Don't comment this because it has nothing to do with it, but Fred had assembled a packet. Materials for the Kentucky Derby Museum. Materials for the Kentucky Derby Museum. George Jones passed on Lone Ranger. So give Lone Ranger to Lisa Montgomery for $10. And then we have Woman, $8. That was Woman Obsessed. Sell that to Brent for $8. Patrick Smith wants this Post Magazine for $15. And let's see what this is in here. And this, Fred supplied a lot of different places with a lot of stuff. He sold restaurant stuff. I'm sure at one time he was probably talking to the Kentucky Derby Museum, and he was probably going to sell them this poster, which is called Glory, which I think has Churchill Downs there on the bottom of it. Boy, this is very fragile, by the way. This is extremely fragile. It looks like it was tape repaired, and it's ripped right here in the center. Yep, just right there. Right there. Very fragile poster. Glory. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I think that's Churchill Downs there at the top bottom. Margaret. Yeah, 1956. Yeah. Not that expensive. 1956. $25. It has one rip down here at the bottom. It has that tear there in the center fold where what's happened, see, somebody tape repaired it and the adhesive is still sticky right there. The adhesive is still sticky. Let me try to get that off, actually. And it got stuck and then it ripped it. So, okay, I don't think it's sticky anymore. So yeah, it has those little pinhole. There's another pinhole right up here at the top. Very fragile poster though. Very almost like newspaper-like material. $25. Glory. I'm not for sure what that actual connection is to the Kentucky Derby other than there's a picture of Churchill's Downs there at the bottom. So, and the first person I have was Jetstream. He already passed, so Brent and then Lisa. $25. Brent and then Lisa on Glory. Brent said sold, $25. And there's 2 lobby cards. Kentucky, this is the last 2 things that's in this packet. Kentucky and Pride of the Bluegrass. Kentucky and Pride of the Bluegrass. $10 and $10 on those. Looks like Lisa gets Kentucky and Brent gets Pride of the Bluegrass. So that's sold to Lisa and that's sold to Brent. 10 and 10. Brent, if you're okay with getting Pride by itself for 10. Definitely going to give Lisa Kentucky for 10. All right. This may be a whole set. They're in a pack together. Russian Roulette lobby cards. Russian Roulette. We have number 1, George Segal. Very cool looking lobby card. There's number 1. There's number 2. There's number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A complete set. $45. Russian Roulette. 8 for $45. Great Plains. Be sure to catch Columbia Recording Group Great Plains in the following cities this summer. Out of Murfreesboro. Russian Roulette lobby cards are available if anybody wants them. Brent passed. Churchill's Funeral, Life Magazine, 1965. Winston Churchill Funeral, $15. A moment in world history. Winnie the Pooh, Disney, 1983. Winnie the Pooh, Eeyore. All right, so Paul Oakley gets Churchill's Funeral for $15. Lisa gets Winnie the Pooh for $10. Then George, then Curtis, then Travis, then Kyle. This is a old Cornet-like magazine. And the featured article is What Keeps Clark Gable Kicking. There's the centerfold story. And this is 1950. Beware the lash. New Miracles of Light. Science's upsetting nature of experiments on animals, plants, and germs. $10. Pretty cool. Bacon. $19.50. $10 on that. Brent? I got some other stuff like that I'll show randomly here in just a second. We'll put those right there. You can't see this stuff, can you? I guess you can. Probably looking over there like, what's Chad going to show next? United States postage stamps, illustrated and identified. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's an older reference, though. What year is this? 1939. Fred Goodwin wrote his name in it in 1963. Wow. Yes, some of these are, boy. I know a little bit about stamps. Some of these very difficult. Look at those. Special delivery. Very difficult stamps to find. Never even seen anything like that. That's a whole nother world of collecting right there. Yeah, some of these right here that have like a $2 face value stamp from 1920. Look at these. Panama Pacific issues. Very cool stuff there. I might want to hold on to that. 1939. $5, otherwise I'll pass. Okay. Sell it to you for $5. I have a couple more. We'll go ahead and show them all. We have a 47 magazine. We have another Cornet magazine. And we have another Cornet magazine. So maybe you want maybe some of those. But there's first come, first serve. 47 and then 2 more Cornet magazines from the 50s there. Here's another Man Who Loved Cat Dancing lobby card. And there's a Return to Peyton Place lobby card. Return to Peyton Place and the Man Who Loved Cat Dancing. Those are $10 and $10. A couple more lobby cards there. Swingin' Guns lobby card. Swingin' Guns. $10. Benji. $10. Lisa Montgomery wants the Swingin' Guns for $10. Benji, $10. What's he got? What's it? Is he original and closed? What's he got in here? Louis Armstrong. Hello, Dolly. Printed in Italy. $10. All right. Henry gets the Benji lobby card for $10. Paul Brothers gets the 3 books for $15. Kyle Gregory wants Louis Armstrong for $10. First Man on the Moon, Louis Armstrong. The Badge of Marshall Brennan. The Badge of Marshall Brennan. Sold to Lisa, $10. Cool Western stuff here. Picnic, lobby card, William Holden. Picnic, William Holden. There's a print of a Cadillac, $7. We have Picnic, Soda Brent for $10. Neil Armstrong's astronaut. Yes, that's from what Will Ferrell movie is that from? That's from a Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell does that in a movie, doesn't he? Louis Armstrong. Vince Gill, $7. Showcase magazine. Vince Gill, $7. First man on the moon. Louis Armstrong. That's funny. I forgot what movie that's in. Let's see what else we have here. What is this? Anybody interested in Jane Kennedy? There's a signed album by her. Signed Jane Kennedy album. There's a Cadillac. Here's a record flat. George Jones, Bradley Barnes Sessions, $7. There's more magazine clippings. There is a Force 10 from Navarone press kit, $5. Force 10 from Navarone. Random map. Those aren't old though. Peter Pan, Wendy, sheet music. Birth of the Blues, sheet music. Bing Crosby. Only Forever, Bing Crosby. Happy Go Lucky, sheet music. Some old sheet music there. Bing Crosby. $7, your choice. Paul, if you want Peter Pan. Old Rand McNally nap. No, I think this is something pretty new. I don't think this is this old. I can just tell from the paper. It might be older than I think. It's not as like those ones we had some the other night. This is like, it looks like 90s just by the way it's made. It's got a weird material. It's almost like it's waterproof. $1978. It's older than I thought. 1978. All right, Paul said sold on this for $7. Jennifer Schrader wants this Bing Crosby for $7, and that Bing Crosby for $7. And Happy Go Lucky, if anybody wants that, it's still available. And then this packet had some photos. These are CBS press photos. Harry Belafonte, Mary Martin, the Kennedy Center, a celebration of performing arts. Those are official CBS press photos. J.K. Price. What was J.K.? Jane Kennedy? The signed Jane Kennedy album? $15. To Diane somebody, Jane Kennedy. FBI by C.B. Colby. Boy, this book's been through the ringer. FBI by C.B. Colby. G-Men's Weapons and Tactics for Combat Crime. For Combating Crime. 1954. That's pretty cool, though. Look at all that. G-Men. And Lisa, there's something else in here. More FBI inserts. Lisa, that's in pretty poor condition, but if you want it for $5, I'll sell it to you. FBI. There's a Coca-Cola ad from the 40s at least. I think these are magazine clippings. There's a lobby card. And then there were none. $10. Lisa wants the FBI book for 10. Hey, there's Lassie. Red Heart dog food. $7. Here's a movie poster. Hombre. Hombre. Paul Newman. That's worth a search. Nice condition. $25. Oh, wait a minute. Why did that one bring 50? Well, too late. Wow, that one brought 96. What in the world? I don't think I got my filter turned on right. $25. I think that's a great price, whoever wants it. Lisa, it goes to you if you want it. And there's so much stuff in this tub still, and we're, let's see, what did I miss saying? Paul said he'd give $5 for the Coke ad. Sold that to Paul for $5. Hombre sold to Lisa for $25. There's those ads. Patrick, do you want to make an offer on the Jane Kennedy? I said 15, I think. I would love to sell any of this stuff to anybody who perhaps wants it. This is a pretty good piece of American history. Looks like it's an Eisenhower Nixon Eisenhower night in Philadelphia. Thursday, November 1st, 1956, Convention Hall. Eisenhower night in Philadelphia. 7. I'll sell it to you. $7, Jane Kennedy. The Eastern Kentucky game. Middle Tennessee football versus Eastern Kentucky. Blue Raiders football program. Almost tossed all this to the side. Look, it's a Rambo picture. $5. Rambo. Let me go through the rest of the stuff in here. It's a whole packet full of little photographs. Rambo's $5. Shepherd of the Hills. These are ads. Shepherd of the Hills. Trailways Bus Line. Vacation Planning Service. Who is this? Robert Hayes and Brooke somebody? Salem Cigarettes. Salem Cigarettes. Lisa, I'm assuming you want Rambo for $5. Let me know if not. Now look at that. Winston Rodeo, a vintage sticker. $5. Winston Rodeo. Civil War Times magazine, 1991. $5. Civil War Times magazine, $5. Brent first on the Winston sticker for $5, correct? And then Lisa, then Tim. Hello again, press kit book thangy. Great train robbery lobby card. That's not an original. That's sold to Lisa for $10. Great train robbery. Boy, I've made a mess here. Try to get some of this folded back up. The tub is almost complete. I was trying to get done by 1. There's not much left in here. I'm trying to make sure we've gone through all the posters. There's a lot of reproduction prints. I didn't want to show those. I don't like mixing too many of those in with the real stuff to confuse anybody. Here's another original lobby card. That's Games. Games. That looks interesting. $10. That's a lot more clippings. Clippings. That looks like a clipping, but it's Hanna-Barbera. $7 if anybody wants that. Let's see here. Life magazine, war-related, Vietnam War. I think, yeah. 67, $15 on that. Oh boy. George Strait, $7. Those are record flats. I got a few of them. That's what the backside looks like. George Strait, those are record flat promo items from stores. And let me clean up this mess here. Oh my gosh. Aha. I have found some Hall of Fame lobby cards right here at the end. Big film. Stand by. But first, let me clean up my mess here. All right, so George Jones commented H. That was for Hanna-Barbera. Jennifer Schrader, is that right? Jennifer Schrader, George Jones, $7. Let me know if that's not right. Curtis was second. Lisa was third. Paul Oakley wants the Life magazine for $15. And then Lisa Montgomery wants 2 George Straits. There's 1, there's 2, 7 and 7. Tim Jensen, I'll also give you 1 for $7. There's the Civil War magazine. There is that. And then here's the lobby cards I was just talking about. I think it may be a full set. He's got them in a pack together. And this is Rambo, First Blood Part 2. Rambo, First Blood Part 2. There's number 1. There's number 2. There's number 3. There's number 4. There's the big lobby card. We had that photo earlier. There's number 5. There's number 6. There's number 7. Boy, that's a cool shot. I wish I could get in shape like that. That'd be pretty cool. And then there's number 8, Rambo. Now, it looks like they were dinged a little. It looks like they were maybe dropped on their corner at one point. So here's how they look flat. They probably could be flattened and fixed, but it looks like maybe they were dropped on their edge or corner at some point. So that is a set of 8. I would probably normally say $55 for something like this. We'll say $50 on the Rambo set. All 8 of them, $50. All 8 of them, $50. We have George, Kyle, Lisa, Tim, Curtis, and Kenny. So Jennifer Schrader or George Jones, y'all are first at 50, then Kyle. George, Jennifer. So Kyle Gregory, they go to you. These look really cool when you frame them all together. Imagine 4 and 4 going down like in a panel. it almost substitutes for a great poster. Hey, this is, oh man, this is like a store display. Check this out. Joe Diffie, Honky Tonk Attitude, a store display. Now that's pretty cool. 25 bucks on that. Joe Diffie store display, $25, record store display or CD store. He didn't have any music out on records. He had no OG albums out on vinyl, unfortunately. Rest in peace. Kyle says he'll take them. Rambo lobby cards sold to Kyle for $50. Let me see if I got an empty pack to put those in, Kyle. Brent, you're next on Joe Diffie if you want it for $25. Tim says he'll pass. I got all the Rambos in a packet. So that well, guess we'll have to call that a record store, but technically CD store for Joe because he never did have anything out on vinyl originally. There are no OG Joe Diffies. No such thing. Pretty cool piece there. Looks like it was unused. It's unpunched. Probably like a counter display. I know a lot of Joe Diffie fans, including our very own Seth Hackett. Not saving it for him, though. Psh. Sold to Brent for $25. That's pretty cool. And we have an interlude lobby card. This one took a hit, too. It's been dropped on its corner. Interlude. I got a picture of Roy Rogers. It's in somewhat of a matte. $7 on Roy Rogers. Almost through this entire tub. Almost through this entire tub. So there's interlude. There's Roy Rogers. Oh, that's cool. I'll show those in just a second. George, I got you down for Roy Rogers, unless you say otherwise. $7. Well, that's a heavy piece. There's interlude. Let's see what these are right quick. This is, it says the New American International, 1979. It's got a lot of stuff in it. New American International. So, movies? What is this? Movies? Books? It's got some stuff cut out of it, though. Meteor. It has a few things cutting out of it. $5 if anybody wants it. Here is 100 Years of Movie Making, Premiere Special. You might want to buy both of these movie magazines together. Movie magazines, $10 on both of those. 100 Years of Movie Making, and I'll throw in that 79 deal. $10 for both of those. We're almost to the bottom of the tub. This is a reprint. Town Hall Party, 1955. $10. It is a print. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody signed it up here. God bless. Somebody's heart. What's that say? That's actually on there, too. Well, I'll still sell it for $10. I don't know who that is. Somebody signed it, though. Here's a couple older magazines. Who's Who in Television, Radio and Records. Diana Washington. That's from the 50s. And then there's a Movie Stars Parade magazine with Judy Garland on the front. No, Shirley Temple. It's a Judy Garland article. Shirley Temple. I'll sell both of those for $15. Those are older magazines there. 15 and 15 on those, or 15 for the both of them. And the only other lobby cards I had left in here were Arthur. Nope, there's a few more here. Hold on a second. Yep, we got Arthur. Here's the Arthur lobby cards. We got number 1, 5, 2, 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 4, 5. Yep, that's it. Lisa says town. The Town Hall Party right here. Sell that to Lisa for $10. That. There's those. There's the Arthur lobby cards, if anybody wants Arthur lobby cards. Baby Blue Marine. More lobby cards. Baby Blue Marine. Maybe a whole set of 8 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All 8 of them $40, $5 each. That is a complete set. All 8 of them, $40. Fool's Parade, another lobby card. Fool's Parade, $10. James Stewart, George Kennedy. Fool's Parade. These are prints. These are not originals, but these are prints of Roy Rogers. I'll do these for $7. Roy Rogers. These aren't like anything old. Well, Fred probably printed these in the 80s, so they're 40 years old probably. They're old by nature now. Lisa, let me know if you want the baby blue marine for 40, the set for 40. And that's pretty much it in here. That's all the lobby cards. It looks just like a lot of remnants. I gotta maybe organize some of this, get some of these. Probably can sell some of these clippings if I get them organized. There's another Cannonball Run. $10 on that. $10 on that. And so to Tim Jensen on the Man Who Loved Camp Dancing. If I can find it right here, I see it. He says pass on Cannonball. This right here, Leslie, for $5. Sell that to Leslie for $5. Got it. Thank you. And I'm going to stop there. I've got some Mexican food over here that's been waiting on me for a while. I'm going to make sure Lisa wants those for $40 before I say sold to her. That's the only thing I hadn't heard back from. And the show's over. Lisa's on a different account. She said F. Lisa, do you want Fool's Parade for $10? I think Lisa wants Fool's Parade for $10. And then Lisa, I'm waiting to see if you want the baby blue, the whole set of 8 there for $45. And we'll do this again tomorrow. We'll have new records tomorrow. There's actually all the records for tomorrow are already priced in the back. And it's starting to rain here. This must be the other rain that they sent the emergency warning about. It's starting to rain here very heavily again. I'm going to start working on tomorrow night's auctions. I got to do that because nobody's here tomorrow. Yeah. John's not here. Paul's not here. Laura's not here. Sold on lobby cards. Okay, Lisa does want this set of 8 for $45. I'll get those in a pack for you. Lisa does get this set of 8. Flash one until 4:45. Yep. I don't plan on leaving here for a while. I've already got food. Probably not going to go to the gym tonight because I got to get all the auctions ready. So yeah, I'll be here until hopefully it lets up. It'll be after 4:45. It might still be raining then. Who knows? Lisa, I'm going to say the baby blues. And that's it. And the Fool's Parade for 10. Yep, got it. Signing off for the night. I got to clean up. I got stacks, as y'all can see, everywhere here. There's still some stuff right here next to me I didn't show, but we'll get to it. I'm going to sort what I didn't show because I had a pile of stuff over here as well. And we'll do it again tomorrow. We'll find more posters. I told y'all this is going to be a random, one of those random nights. No telling what we'll find. Probably going to be like that again tomorrow with more posters and whatnots. All right. Thank you. I'm going to go wash my hands and eat this quesadilla and chips and dip and all this good stuff over here. Thanks, everybody. Good night, and see y'all tomorrow.